As a modern beautiful girl, I never dreamed I would time travel. The key point is that as soon as I time traveled, I was forced to get married and ascend the throne. I even became a stepmother. This must be some unlucky drama from a misery competition. I can't just sit and wait for death. I decided to run away from the marriage. You think marrying the Prince of Pingxi is a good thing? Then you go marry him yourselves. She put on scary clothes, sneaked out of the prince's mansion, planning to leave the city tonight. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out from the alley and pulled her in. Before she could react, she had already crashed into someone's chest. A faint smell of blood lingered at the tip of her nose. She was held tightly in that person's arms, unable to move an inch. She couldn't see the face of the newcomer. She only felt his lips against her ear, speaking coldly. "Someone's following." The deliberately lowered voice was quite kind. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Lingyi was turned around in his arms. At the other end of the alley, two sneaky people were looking this way. Her heart skipped a beat. People from the military mansion. She immediately wrapped her arms around the person in front of her and said in a coquettish voice, "Yin Lang, you're finally back." The man she hugged stiffened, his face full of disgust. He coldly said, "Let go." Jun Lingyi didn't listen and hugged him even tighter. She quickly regained her composure. She leaned to the man's ear and whispered, "Shall we act?" She was about to pin the man against the wall. Unexpectedly, she was turned around and pressed against the wall instead. The black-clothed men chasing in the alley saw the embracing couple, cursed, and left. They even left a comment, "These young lovers nowadays really know how to play." Jun Lingyi stared at the handsome face, still close to hers, and angrily scolded, "Hey, they're gone. Get off me quickly." The man's warm lips lightly brushed her eye corner. He cupped her small face and smiled. "It's you." She pushed the man away. Just as she was about to scold him, she saw blood flowing from the man's waist. He fell to the ground unconscious. She said with resignation, "You're really something, taking advantage and then playing injured." Looking at the unconscious man's handsome face and his figure, Jun Lingyi couldn't help but reach for the man's clothes. The strange man had flirted with her in various ways. Now that he was unconscious, not only did the female lead not run away, she even started touching this pervert all over. This move even made the nearby doctor exclaim at our female lead's boldness. As she felt the man's good physique, she took out the only 5 taels of silver from her money pouch. He wasn't as rich as her. Jun Lingyi frowned in disdain, gave 2 taels of silver to Dr. Li, telling him to treat the man well and send him home if he survives. After leaving the unconscious man at the clinic, she was about to leave. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. As soon as she went out, she saw people from the military mansion. The unlucky female lead's escape plan had failed just like that. The next day, Jun Lingyi, dressed in wedding attire, entered the Prince of Pingxi's bridal sedan. As soon as the sedan stopped, a rooster was stuffed into her arms. The matchmaker laughed. "Hold your husband well. Today you'll marry the rooster." She pushed Jun Lingyi into the bridal chamber. She quickly pulled off her veil, ready for another escape attempt. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. She seemed to hear the word prince. Could her husband be dead? She ran to the door, ready to watch the excitement. But the door in front of her creaked open. The noise outside suddenly went quiet. The person in front of her spoke leisurely. "The night is deep and the dew is heavy. Where is the princess going?" She looked at the person before her. She was stunned. "Isn't this the man from the clinic?" She instinctively said, "You're not dead? Does the princess wish for this prince to die?" His narrow eyes surged with a dangerous aura. He was her husband, the Prince of Pingxi. The prince looked much more handsome awake than unconscious. She had saved the prince today, so she couldn't become a widow after all. Could it be? She really had to marry this older bachelor who had a child? No way. She moved closer to the prince and said earnestly, "This humble girl only asks for a divorce letter. We don't know each other, and I've already saved you. Why don't we part ways and each live well?" Hearing "don't know each other," the prince's gaze grew colder. "You saved me, but you also stripped my clothes." If she had known they would meet again, she wouldn't have coveted those 3 taels of silver. The prince had already pulled off his belt. Seeing her struggle fiercely, he pressed down on her more forcefully. He said coldly, You must be punished. Flesh for flesh. The modern female lead was forced to marry the male lead as soon as she time traveled, failed to escape marriage, owed 3 taels of silver, and was now demanded by the cold-faced prince to repay the debt with her body. Just as she was about to be favored, a maid bringing wine seemed to barge in. The female lead hadn't even had time to call for help when she was scared into silence by the prince's icy gaze. The maid grabbed the rooster, saw the couple's ambiguous position, and left with a shadowy smile. The prince leaned down to continue, but suddenly a 4 or 5-year-old boy appeared from somewhere. He picked up the wine jug on the table and started drinking. The female lead was so scared she cried out. The porcelain-like cute child, after drinking, had a drunken confusion in his eyes. His cheeks also turned bright red. He hiccuped and fell backwards. The prince reacted quickly, catching the falling boy. The doctor, seeing the prince's protective attitude, thought this must be the rumored illegitimate son, little Persimmon. Fortunately, little Persimmon hadn't drunk much. The doctor prescribed a few days of hangover medicine, tended to the sleeping little Persimmon, and left. The maid was trembling in fear. She fell to her knees with a thud. It's all this slave's fault. I left the door to send off the concubine, allowing little Persimmon to sneak in and drink. Please punish me, your highness. The prince frowned and angrily ordered someone to take her away. The female lead felt sorry hearing this. She pitifully tugged at the prince's sleeve. Tao is the only maid from the Pei family. She was just bought into the military mansion and hasn't been taught yet. I'm pleading for Xiao Tao. Can't you give her a lighter punishment? The prince stroked his chin angrily and said, then change it to washing the princess's clothes. As for the maid Xiao Tao, send her to learn etiquette. She can come back when she's learned it. The prince picked up the child and left without looking back. Tonight, I'll stay in the crown prince's spring hall. You sleep by yourself? Thinking she wouldn't have to spend the night with the cold-faced prince, the happy female lead went to sleep early. Little did she know the prince, who said one thing but meant another, would return. Our unlucky female lead was forced into marriage as soon as she time traveled, and on her wedding night, she had to sleep alone. Unexpectedly, the old lecher actually came back. Looking at the sleeping female lead, he reached for her clothes, about to undress her. The female lead dreamed of returning to modern times, thinking of cola chicken wings and sleeping sweetly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The old lecher saw this, and his heart softened. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed and pulled to her mouth. Suddenly, the female lead bit his hand hard. She mumbled, "Spicy chicken wings are delicious. They're all mine. You can't steal them." This unexpected pull caused the prince to fall on top of her. Looking at the adorable female lead talking nonsense in her sleep, the prince gazed at her tenderly and said, "This confused look, it hasn't changed a bit from before. But how did you forget me? Are you really her?" The next morning, the female lead woke up alone in the room after a night of sweet dreams. Thinking she could sneak out while doing laundry today, she felt energized and went to Huanchi Courtyard. Seeing no one around, she changed clothes and prepared to sneak away. But a voice came from afar. "Hey, who are you?" The steward said yesterday a new person would come to do laundry. "That must be you. Go over there and wash those clothes clean." Yuzu replied awkwardly, Yes, I'm here to do laundry." The green-clothed maid said arrogantly, "We have rules here. Newcomers have to wash all of our clothes for today." Our female lead didn't get angry. She replied with a smile, "I'll take care of this. Sisters can go rest." In her heart, she only thought about dealing with them and then finding a way to escape. The green-clothed maid came closer and responded grimly, "Wash them well. I'm watching you." The female lead looked at the big tub of clothes in front of her and the maid watching her. She thought to herself, someone's watching even when washing clothes. When will I be able to escape? On her escape route, the female lead picked up an injured prince. She thought he'd be ungrateful and not know how to repay kindness. Instead, she was caught and made to be a laundry maid. There are no difficult jobs, only determined escapees. The female lead brainwashed herself while washing clothes. Nearby, 2 maids were discussing, sneaking out to play through the dog hole in the most secluded part of the mansion. The female lead, eavesdropping, suddenly became excited. She was just worrying about how to escape, and immediately someone came to deliver information. They even described the location of the dog hole in such detail. It's truly heaven sent. The 2 maids kicked the female lead's laundry tub and threatened, "Wash them well. If we come back and find you haven't cleaned them properly, you'll be in trouble." Our female lead quickly smiled and saw the maids off. "Take care, sisters. I'll definitely work hard." After saying this, she grinned mischievously. Looking at the clothes in her hands, there was a ripping sound. The clothes tore in half. The female lead said angrily, "That's for bullying newcomers. I've ruined your clothes. Let's see how you explain this when you return." Just as she was feeling pleased, a faint sound caught her ear. "Sister, you're being violent again." Oh heavens! On the wall of the prince's mansion, a young man had appeared out of nowhere. His face was extremely handsome. He walked up to Jun Lingyi with a smile. But the next second, the young man's ear was grabbed by Jun Lingyi, his head tilted to one side. He wailed pitifully. Jun Lingyi looked at him with disdain. "You're older than me. Call me little sister." Yan Ning pleaded for mercy. The female lead let go. Yan Ning rubbed his ear and said with a bitter face, "We agreed to escape. I waited for you outside the city all night yesterday. When I entered the city, I found out you had married into the prince's household. I heard the prince is handsome and has great military achievements. So many people are begging to marry him. You don't want to leave, do you?" The female lead waved her hand. "Keep that fake identity for me. I'll use it in a couple of days. But let's not mention the embarrassing escape plan of crawling through a dog hole." Meanwhile, the two maids who had gone out returned empty-handed. The door was pushed open with a creak. "Not good, someone's here." One person quickly climbed over the wall and ran. "Sister, I'll wait for you outside." This voice was just heard by the maids. That was a man's voice just now. How dare they have a tryst during working hours? Amidst the commotion, the prince's cold voice was heard. "Who dares to tear the Prince of Qin's clothes?" Seeing the prince arrive, the maids immediately knelt down. The prince pinched the female lead's chin, his voice devoid of warmth. "Tearing the Prince of Qin's clothes on your husband's territory. Who gave you the courage, princess?" The female lead, newly married into the prince's mansion, was punished to do laundry with the servants, accused of secretly meeting a lover, and caught red-handed. The prince's head was green with jealousy, his eyes dark and cold, on the verge of exploding. How to save herself? The prince picked up the torn clothes and coldly looked at the female lead. "You washed them." The female lead was embarrassed for a second, then angrily said, "Your Highness, I saw them sneaking out through the dog hole. They made me wash all the clothes and falsely accused me." The prince instructed his subordinates, his eyes fixed on the female lead. "Seal the dog hole. The maids who went crazy should be punished." Hearing this, her heart bled. Her escape plan for tonight was shattered. The prince stepped closer. He cornered her against the wall, slowly opening his lips, his voice colder than ever. "Si Hui Qing Lang." The female lead immediately got into character. She pretended to be pitiful, her teary-eyed look making the prince's heart ache. He quickly changed the subject, asking about little Persimmon's health. The prince looked at her, knowing she still cared about Persimmon. He finally withdrew his hand. He suppressed his anger and returned to his usual cold demeanor. He took the female lead to visit Persimmon, not forgetting to instruct her to mend the torn clothes. Little Persimmon sat on the bed crying, not wanting a stepmother. The book said stepmothers all beat and scold children. Then he saw the prince bringing in the stepmother, feeling even more wronged. The female lead looked at Persimmon, his face as cute as a New Year painting, her eyes filled with pink bubbles. She patted his head comfortingly. "As the princess, I must manage household affairs. Whatever men can do, women can do too. I'm so busy. I don't have time to beat or scold you." The prince was lost in thought, looking at the female lead. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and left, leaving only the female lead behind, forced to become a stepmother and take care of the child. After years apart, the object of his secret love had completely forgotten him. What had happened to him during these years? Had he fallen in love with someone else? Lu Weiqin, the master of Tongtian Pavilion in Qi Kingdom, looked at the prince leaning by the window. On the second day of his marriage, instead of enjoying his beautiful bride, "You called me here to drink. Who are you investigating this time?" "The people hunting you. Investigate my new princess, June." She was arranged by the Empress Dowager to enter the prince's mansion. "I want to know everything about her past." Meanwhile, the female lead was drawing a homemade map. The prince's mansion was heavily guarded, like an iron bucket. With Du Yu following her around, there was no chance to escape. Hearing the door open, she quickly hid the map. Seeing the female lead acting suspiciously, the prince walked in front of her. "You should mend the clothes now." He took a book, leaned on the couch, his black hair loose, clothes slightly open. Undeniably, his looks and figure were truly alluring. As she was thinking this, her fingertips suddenly hurt. The needle had pricked her finger, drawing a drop of blood. She sucked on her finger, cursing the person on the couch in her mind. This was truly a black heart wrapped in a beautiful exterior. He was lying on the bed while leaving her alone to mend clothes under candlelight, like a newly arrived maid. She cursed countless times in her heart. Looking at the needle in her hand, she seemed lost in thought. The next day, at the rooster's crow, Xingji, having developed the habit of waking up early on the battlefield, had already opened his eyes. He saw the woman sleeping at the table. Her face was peaceful, still holding the needle and thread. Her delicate features made one want to remain quiet. He picked her up, intending to place her on the bed, not wanting to wake the female lead. The prince immediately let go awkwardly, watching her fall to the ground. He said insincerely, "You're in my way of getting my clothes." The female lead gently rubbed her sore bottom, looking at the prince's messily sewn clothes. Shocked speechless, she revealed a devilish smile. The female lead, newly married into the prince's mansion, was punished to do laundry with the servants by the handsome prince. At night, he made the beautiful her mend clothes by candlelight all night long. The prince was impotent. She held the needle, suppressing a smile, unaware that her current expression was clearly visible to the prince in the bronze mirror. The prince bowed his head. "Princess's embroidery is very good." "This is called very good?" She thought the young prince must be blind. At this moment, Du knocked on the door outside. It was time for the prince to enter the palace. Qin only responded with a sound, turning to leave. Jun Ling hurriedly blocked Qin Ji's way. "Your Highness, are you going wearing this?" Qin Ji lightly patted his robe, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. "What's wrong with it? The Emperor and Empress Dowager will surely appreciate the princess's handiwork and sincerity." The female lead quickly grabbed the prince, acting cute and coquettish. "No, wearing these clothes to the palace is like putting your face on the ground for others to step on." The prince looked at her adorable and innocent appearance. He relented, and the female lead quickly helped the prince change into new clothes. Finally, she sent the prince off to the palace. Brought back by the prince, she watched the female lead rubbing her shoulders and waist, blushing as she knelt beside him. "Princess, don't be afraid. It's normal for a woman to have sore waist and back on the second day of marriage. Let me massage you, and it won't hurt anymore." Hearing this, the female lead immediately came up with another mischievous idea. She curled her pinky finger. She whispered a few words in the maid's ear, and the maid went out to buy medicine. Meanwhile, the prince returned from the palace. As soon as he entered the mansion, he heard Du report. This morning, Tao went to buy aphrodisiac and kidney-strengthening medicine, saying it was for you, Your Highness. Now the whole city is gossiping that Your Highness is impotent. The prince's face turned so dark it could drip ink. The prince had just married his longtime secret crush, but the little princess, ignoring her handsome and accomplished new husband, only wanted to elope with her lover outside the city. She even spread rumors about his impotence. No man could tolerate this. Meanwhile, the female lead was plotting how to get a divorce paper from the prince when the maid entered with a joyful face, congratulating her. "The prince is coming to spend the night with you." She was bewildered. This wasn't how she imagined it. Shouldn't the prince be furious and divorce me, so I could easily leave the city? Helpless, the female lead pondered as the two maids forcibly sent her to the prince's bedchamber. Qin Ji, like last night, was lying on the bed reading. She tentatively took 2 steps forward, kneeling on the bed to speak. The wolf suddenly rose. He pinned her down on the bed in one swift move, using the skills he employed on the battlefield on her. The prince's eyes narrowed. "Princess, you claim to others that I'm impotent. Isn't it because you wanted my favor?" The female lead took out the divorce paper she had prepared. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. Just sign this and grant me freedom. I promise to tell everyone about your heroic stature." The prince grabbed the divorce paper and threw it aside. "No need for that. I prefer action to words." The female lead's mind exploded. She gritted her teeth. With an attitude of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, she said, "Your Highness, go ahead." She turned her head aside, pretending to be pitiful, biting her lower lip, her eyes reddening as if tears would fall any second. Qin Ji observed her for a while, then said coldly, "Fine." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. "Your Highness, people from Chuncheon Hall have sent news that the young master is unwell." Hearing this, Qin Ji responded, his expression changing slightly as he swiftly got up and dressed. The female lead let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Your Highness, Do you need a cold shower? Qin Ji's gaze swept over her. She bit her tongue and looked away. The prince's hand had somehow grasped her wrist. Her heart trembled for a moment, and the next second, she was pulled away. The prince had just married his longtime crush and was about to get intimate in bed to prove his heroic stature, but was interrupted by a mischievous child. Mu Yin lay on the bed, her little face flushed red, her forehead burning hot. She tightly held his small hand. The female lead stood nearby, observing for a while. After questioning the head maid, she called the prince out. Qin Ji frowned at the maid. The young master's illness is fake. Earlier today, the young master had the servants prepare foods with conflicting medicinal properties, then consumed them all, causing excessive blood flow and heat throughout the body. Qin Ji listened, his face turning iron black. But the female lead said, "Your Highness, leave the child to me. Just be a model for once." She nimbly took Qin Ji's arm and pulled him into the room. The female lead looked at Mu Yin and said, "Your Highness, the young master has taken an incurable poison. Rather than staying here watching, why don't you come with me to make a new child?" Her coquettish voice was unlike her usual self. Qin Ji's gaze turned to her. His eyes narrowed, and his throat moved slightly. Mu Yin suddenly sat up from the bed. "You vixen, don't you dare monopolize father." A smile appeared on the female lead's lips. "Your Highness, the young master has recovered." Mu Yin, seeing her smile, realized she had fallen for the trick. Qin Ji spoke coldly. "This is the last time." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ji turned and left. This time, he was truly disappointed in Mu Yin. The female lead still stood there, smiling. "When the young master is sick, I will appear gentle and caring on the surface. But secretly, I can spend some money to give the young master stronger medicine, gradually turning your mild coma into a severe one, until death." Mu Yin was so frightened her eyes widened. Before leaving, the female lead added, "Oh, don't forget to brew some cooling medicine for the young master." At the entrance of Chuncheon Hall, Qin Ji hadn't left. "I didn't expect you to be so good with children. I'll take you back, then come to keep Mu Yin company." Last night, the two were intimate in bed. This morning, the male lead had just left for a while, and the female lead was already planning to elope with her lover. "Male lead, come quickly. If you don't, your wife will be taken away." Continuing from before, on the way back, the prince held the female lead's hand tightly. "Tomorrow when you return home, I have matters to attend to and won't go with you. I'll come to the military mansion to pick you up when I'm done. I'll tell you not to send you back." The female lead was delighted. Returning home was a good opportunity to escape. She would send a message to Yin Ning at night. The next morning, the old military head led the people from the military mansion to kneel at the gate. The female lead alighted from the prince's carriage, ignoring everyone and walking straight in. Du followed beside her, saying, "Lord Jun, the prince has urgent matters and will come later." The old military head looked at Du, his wrinkled face full of smiles as he exchanged pleasantries. But Du ignored him, like a programmed robot, closely following the female lead. The ignored old military head angrily said, "He's just married into the family, yet he's acting like a real prince consort. The position of prince consort should belong to his sister." Meanwhile, in the garden of the Lu mansion, Lu Wei-chin and the prince were discussing the investigation results about the female lead. The Jun family was on the Empress Dowager's side. His mother died after giving birth to him. The female lead was an illegitimate daughter, not favored in the Jun household. 5 years ago, she went missing once, and the Jun family didn't look for her. She returned on her own. 5 years ago was... The prince listened quietly. The key point came. She had a lover before. They made vows to each other and even planned to elope together. But it didn't succeed. He left the capital for 2 years. He just returned today. His name is Ning Hshuan. At this moment, the female lead was looking at the scenery of the Jun mansion. A gentle male voice reached her ears. "Ling Yi, you've lost weight. I'm here to take you away. Let's go together." The person was dressed in a robe, a beautiful man with feminine features. Lin Hshuan's hand raised, seemingly wanting to touch Jun Lingyi's face. Jun Lingyi took a step back, her gaze showing some disgust. "Lin Hshuan, are you bored lately? Planning to plant some grass on the Prince of Pingshi's head?" Last night, the two were still intimate in bed. This morning, the male lead had just left for a while, and the wife was already preparing to elope with her lover in the small garden. Even if there's grass swaying on my head, you can only be mine alone. Lin Heshuan cornered the female lead by the pool, suddenly grabbing her wrist. He wanted to embrace her. Ling Yi, let's go together. Unexpectedly, the next second, a pebble hit Ning Heshuan's wrist. Ning Heshuan's hand loosened, his body staggered, taking a few steps back. He looked behind him in terror. The atmosphere seemed to turn cold, as if a chill had passed through the air. He grabbed the female lead's hand and pulled her into his arms. A startled exclamation came from behind. The old military head, despite his age, ran to Qin Ji's side and looked. Ning Heshuan glared angrily at the female lead, but Qin Ji stepped forward, blocking the old military head's gaze. Is this how you look at my prince consort? The female lead thought she was hearing things. Was Qin Ji helping her? The old military head, however, was thinking about how to send Jun Rohue to the prince's bed. He smiled and said, Ling Yi rarely comes back. We all miss her dearly. Could you stay for lunch? Today, Rohue has specially prepared to play the zither. If your highness could stay and appreciate it, you won't be disappointed. Qin Ji looked at the female lead. What does the prince consort think? The female lead, however, became interested. She smiled and said, Sister, his highness is busy today. Why don't you come to the prince's mansion to play another day? The musicians at the prince's mansion don't quite understand my preferences. If sister could come and teach them a few times, it would surely be satisfying. After speaking, she looked at the male lead. Your highness, shall we return to the mansion? Qin Ji looked at everyone and said apologetically, I'm very busy today. After saying this, Qin Ji directly left with Jun Lingyi. Jun Lingyi's intention was to make Jun Rohue sit as a musician in the prince's mansion. The old military head hated the female lead to the bone, but couldn't express it in front of Qin Ji. So he took out his anger on Ning Heshuan, having people beat him out of the door. At that time, inside the carriage outside the Jun mansion, the female lead was humming a tune in a great mood. Qin Ji, however, suddenly asked, What happened between you and Ning Heshuan 2 years ago? This prince was too doting and sweet, seeing his wife being intimate with another man in the small garden. Not only did he not get angry, he even continued to protect her domineeringly. He even retorted when his father-in-law glared at his wife. 2 years ago, Jun Huiyao and Ning Heshuan had a secret meeting at night, which was discovered by the old military head. But Jun Huiyao lied, claiming it was me and Ning Heshuan having an affair, and he came to persuade us. Yet everyone believed such a poor lie. If Ning Huqing hadn't come from a humble background and couldn't bring benefits to the old man, he would have married me off long ago. After saying this, the female lead patted the prince's shoulder and said in a manly way, Prince, if you marry in the future, you must keep your eyes open. Never marry Jun Buyao, such a poisonous snake in a little white rabbit skin. But the prince held the female lead's hand and said, This prince has a princess. There's no need to marry again. But the female lead didn't believe it. I'm just a substitute. We have no emotional foundation. The prince lowered his head and said, This prince likes you coaxing. An atomic bomb exploded in the female lead's brain. But we've only known each other for a few days, and I'm still an outsider. Besides, I have an incurable illness. What do you like? I'll change everything. But the prince persisted. This prince fell in love with you at first sight. I'm also born of a concubine. If you're sick, we'll have a doctor treat you. You don't need to change anything. I like everything about you. The female lead pinched her brow. This liking her wasn't scientific. Suddenly, the sound of feather swords cutting through the air rang out. They shot in through the window. The prince quickly embraced the female lead, narrowly avoiding them. But they kept coming one after another. Countless feather swords shot in from all directions. The scene was chaotic. When Du led the guards to counterattack and things quieted down, the prince had already fallen on top of the female lead, severely wounded by a sword. The sword wound began to turn black. The sword was poisoned. I told Yin Ning to create some chaos to escape. Seeing this scene, he wanted to kill him directly. Inside the carriage, the female lead removed the prince's clothes. Her gaze fell on his body. There was a hideous scar on his back, and his waist was still wrapped in gauze. Where the sword had pierced, a black patch spread across his back. Just looking at it made one frown involuntarily. Such wounds, one couldn't imagine what it was like when he was injured. The carriage stopped. She had just finished bandaging. Du lifted the curtain. Before he could say, Your Highness, Princess. Seeing the scene before him, The longtime servant was stunned. The female lead looked down. The prince's upper body seemed to be unclothed. A large expanse of flesh color was visible, and the prince's clothes had already been torn to shreds. The scene looked very intense and exciting. The imperial physician had been waiting at the door for a long time. The attendants placed the prince on the bed. After a flurry of activity, the prince was no longer in mortal danger. However, there was still no way to neutralize the poison. Faced with the prepared medicine, he was still unconscious and couldn't be fed no matter how they tried. The female lead looked at his pale, thin lips. "Lucky you. That's my first kiss, considering you were injured saving me." She gulped down a large mouthful of medicine. She pressed her lips to the prince's, but the distance for feeding medicine was too close. Looking at the fine hair on the prince's face, usually cold and handsome, now with a peaceful expression like a child, she couldn't help but stare, somewhat entranced. The door was suddenly slammed open. Little Persimmon ran in on his short legs. He pulled the female lead away. "Vixen, don't seduce Father Prince. Don't touch him." Then he nimbly climbed onto the bed, his young face full of concern as he kept looking at the prince. He even refused the food brought by the maid beside him. The little maid serving his food was so anxious she was about to kneel down. But Little Persimmon still sat by silently. Seeing the female lead about to take the food box from the maid's hand, Little Persimmon sneered, "I didn't expect a stepmother would also try to persuade me to eat." The child who was arrogant and cool a second ago turned into a soft and cute baby for a piece of osmanthus cake. Was this a foodie soul swap? This face change left the young stepmother dumbfounded. The female lead took the food box and looked. The food was plain and overly sweet. Little Persimmon had an upset stomach yesterday. If he ate this, he'd pass out before the prince woke up. After all, he's just a 5-year-old child. Help him out. The female lead took the food box and walked into the kitchen. A while later, she returned to the room. Opening the food box, the aroma of food instantly spread throughout Zigwai Pavilion. The enticing fragrance immediately caught Little Persimmon's attention. He sniffed and saw it smelled delicious. He couldn't help but jump off the bed. He saw the female lead had set out a table full of delicious dishes. With his mouth watering, he said, "I want to eat. I want to eat." Hearing this voice, the female lead knew the little lion had taken the bait. She pouted and said unhappily, "This is my food." Faced with delicious food, Little Persimmon changed his previous angry and "you vixen" attitude. He hugged the female lead's leg, acting cute and coquettish. "Mother Princess, I want to eat." After saying this, he even rubbed his little face against her leg. This adorable sight gave the female lead a sweet attack. Heavens, how could there be such a cute New Year's picture baby in this world? The kind mother immediately came online. "It's all yours, it's all yours." But Little Persimmon said coyly, "Mother Princess, can you go out for a bit? I'm not used to people watching me eat." The female lead sighed that this cute child had so many little quirks. As soon as she left, Little Persimmon immediately brought the delicious food to the prince's side. "Father Prince, I didn't tell her. You're awake. This is our secret." He held up the osmanthus cake in his hand. "This really smells good. Father Prince, try some." The prince looked at this plate of osmanthus cake that had never appeared in the mansion before. "Muyin, let's make a bet." The time-traveling female lead was caught and forced to marry, with a child included. The handsome and dashing prince brought a 5-year-old child. Becoming a stepmother right after marriage, the female lead was going crazy. Muyin saw him coming. She turned her face away, her expression a bit awkward. The female lead looked in disbelief. In front were 4 empty plates. This wasn't a child who was worried about his father prince not eating, but one who could eat a whole cow. Wooey looked at Muyin. "Little monster, did you eat all of this?" Little Persimmon nodded. "Muyin wants to eat meat tonight. Let the cook who made the osmanthus cake make it." The female lead asked with interest, "Is that cook's food delicious?" Persimmon continued his cute triple attack, with big watery eyes looking at the female lead. "That cook's food is so delicious. Mother Princess, I'm hungry." The cute little face made the female lead's heart race. At this moment, she finally understood why men like green tea bitches. When that coquettish tone comes, no one can resist. She immediately said passionately, "I'll go urge the cook for you right away." After the female lead left, the prince sat up. He joked with his attendant, "If that food was made by her, you have to do something for me tonight." The little attendant's face was full of disbelief. "If it was made by her, I'll agree to your request. If it wasn't made by her, you can't compete with me for tonight's meat." Du, who was sent to investigate, was watching the female lead busy cooking in the kitchen from outside the window. He looked just like a human surveillance camera. after bringing in the sweet and sour ribs she had made. Remembering little Persimmon's quirk of not liking to be watched while eating, she tactfully closed the door and left. But what she didn't know was that as soon as she left, the prince's eyes opened. He sat down at the table and picked up a few pieces of meat. "You lost. You know what to say tonight." As night fell, little Persimmon hugged the prince lying on the bed pretending to be unconscious, his gaze somewhat evasive. His chubby little hand clutched the female lead's clothes. Liang Jiufeng finally squeezed out a few words from his mouth. "I won't go back to Zhanchuan Hall. I want to sleep with Father Prince tonight. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you stay and sleep with me?" The female lead was surprised. "You mean the three of us sleep together tonight?" "Your Highness, it's too hot sleeping like this. Why don't you loosen your grip?" But the prince remained motionless. Still in a deep sleep, he started touching the woman, clearly an experienced hand. Continuing from before, little Persimmon stood in front of the prince. "I'll sleep between you and Father Prince. Don't cross the line and touch him." The female lead nodded helplessly. This little brat was so arrogant from such a young age. What would happen when he grew up? At night, a restless little leg in the blanket froze her foot. She kicked hard on the prince's thigh. Feeling the pain, he glanced down and was about to kick the little lion. The prince quickly grabbed his foot that was about to kick. He sat up swiftly, picked up Mu Yin, and placed her in the safest spot inside the bed. He squeezed himself in the middle. Just as he lay down, another kick came. The prince raised his knee and locked her foot. The female lead in her dream couldn't move and looked a bit anxious. Unexpectedly, she was met with an incredibly warm embrace. Seeing the female lead's body calm down in his arms, her soft palm lightly pressing against his chest, she returned to her gentle appearance. The prince's body, however, heated up, feeling hot all over. The prince was destined for a sleepless night. The next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, they widened to their fullest. The face opposite her was the prince's. Her body stiffened like a rock. Looking at this handsome face, she couldn't help but feel a bit parched. "Am I having a wet dream?" She immediately recited the Green Heart Sutra. "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I can't be seduced by the prince's beauty." The noisy sounds irritated the prince. He held the female lead tighter. She tentatively looked up and asked, "It's too hot sleeping like this. Why don't you loosen your grip?" But the prince remained motionless, still in a deep sleep. The female lead felt even more depressed, still asleep yet touching a woman, clearly an experienced hand. While the female lead was still pondering, she was attracted by the sound of scissors. Mu Yin held a pair of scissors in her hand. Her gaze seemed to want to chop Junlingyi into mincemeat. Early in the morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, "Am I having a wet dream?" Her eyes widened to their fullest. Looking at this handsome face, she couldn't help but feel a bit parched. She couldn't resist touching the prince's face, but a threatening little voice sounded in her ear. "Don't take advantage of Father Prince. Take your hand away." The female lead looked down and realized she had unconsciously placed her palm on Qin Ji's leg. Early in the morning, performing such an unhealthy scene in front of a child was truly inappropriate. She got up swiftly, using the excuse of praying for the injured prince to quickly leave. Arriving at the deserted ancestral hall, a familiar voice came. "Sister, haven't seen you for days. You gained some weight." The female lead only saw a dart flying towards the corner. Seeing Yin Ning come out holding his hurt ear, she said, "Cut the chatter. Where are the things I asked you to bring?" Yin Ning took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom and handed it to her. "The antidote for the chicken feather arrow." The female lead held the bottle and looked up at Yin Ning. "I sent a message earlier asking you to save me. Where were you?" Yin Ning angrily said, "Damn it, Junlingyi, you have the nerve to bring that up? Do you know how vicious that man is? My elite troops were discovered by him from 1,000 miles away. If I wasn't well trained, I'd be a lone general by now. I brought the escape clothes. I'll definitely rescue you." But the female lead hesitated. "Not today. The prince was injured because of me. I should at least wait until he recovers before leaving." Yin Ning's eyes lowered, his voice becoming deeper. "Have you fallen for Qinji?" The female lead looked up. "I just don't want to owe him this favor." Yin Ning watched her figure disappear into the distance, his mouth twitching. He said, "All right, I'll give you the antidote. You come out and cook a meal for me. Remember that. Haven't seen each other for years, and now forgotten by the one I secretly loved." What to do? Even the cold-faced prince, that iron-straight man, is about to blossom. In Zigwich, one person stood and one sat by the prince's bed. The female lead had just pushed open the door. Is old Five's illness really that serious? How has he been unconscious for so long? Lonnie closed his eyes. Any later, and it would have been beyond cure. I've stimulated his acupoints. He should wake up within 2 days. After that, with medication and proper care, the poison should be mostly cleared in half a year. The two spoke in turn. Bai Yi then looked at the approaching female lead. Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Weichen. Lu Weichen, the leader of the 4 young masters in the capital. Though young and without much family background, he had become the head of Tongtian Pavilion, leading to rumors that he had bought the position. Lu Weichen pointed to Nan. This is the first-ranked divine doctor by Russian. The female lead clutched the antidote in her hand. Divine Dr. Bai, is the prince's injury really that severe? I've treated the wound. I'll bring that medicine in a few days. Thank you for your trouble. Lu Weichen coughed. Since sister-in-law is back, we won't disturb you. We'll gather again when old Five wakes up, he said, about to rush out carrying Mu Yan. Bai Russian stood still, exchanging glances with the princess consort, hesitant to leave. Lu Weichen dragged one big and one small, using all his strength to exit as quickly as possible. Lu Weichen couldn't help but laugh. The prince was clearly worried sick about his princess consort. As soon as he returned, he deployed an entire elite unit to protect her, fearing she'd be hunted by those above. Now he's full of life, yet makes us two act out this play. I see it's clearly the iron tree blossoming. He still stubbornly says he doesn't like the princess consort. But as he finished speaking, he noticed Bai Russian's eyes were vacant. Divine Dr. Bai, you seemed to lose your soul when you saw the princess consort earlier. You're not planning to compete with old Five for the woman, are you? Hearing this, Bai Russian slowly uttered 2 words, loved before. Lu Weichen froze in place. The recent gossip was too intense. He couldn't handle it anymore. Like, follow, watch the next episode. After seeing off Lord Lu, Du returned with little Persimmon. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the female lead sitting on the bed, while a large part of the prince's back was exposed. The unmade bed was somewhat messy. This scene was not for innocent eyes. Duyu's heart skipped a beat, and he covered little Persimmon's eyes. Seeing their expressions, the female lead knew she would be misunderstood again. I really was just applying medicine. I didn't do anything strange. Would anyone believe her? Little Persimmon quickly shielded the prince in his arms. That defensive look, like looking at a flower-plucking bandit. You're taking advantage of my father prince again. Duyu added. Young master Bai has already treated the prince's wounds. Princess consort doesn't need to. I've just explained in vain. What did I say? They don't believe me. But the good thing about this was that she finally didn't have to spend the night in Zigwich tonight. Hire had laid out soft bedding for her. The female lead lay on Meng Yongshuan's bed, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next day, at dawn, Lu Weichen and Bai Russian arrived early. Bai Russian came to check on Qin Ji's condition. Lu Weichen came to keep an eye on Bai Russian. Because of what Bai Russian said yesterday, Lu Weichen remained on high alert, watching from the side. Bai Russian took the prince's pulse and explained his condition. He turned his head to find Lu Weichen watching him. That gaze was just like Mu Yan's magnifying look. He took a breath, trying to ignore the 2 beams of protective light aimed at him. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Weichen leaning in intimately, whispering in the prince's ear, Old Five, if you don't wake up soon, Yang Zi will be snatched away. The prince softly replied, she won't be taken away. He slowly opened his eyes and weakly uttered one word, water. Wow. Although she couldn't hear what they said, the female lead, as an experienced woman, was truly feasting her eyes. So they were the real couple. Just one hug from the handsome man, and the prince woke up. This is the power of love. Like, follow, watch the next episode. Who said tormenting your wife is fun for a moment, but chasing her is hell? That's because their skin isn't thick enough. The prince, using the trick of feigning injury, just lay there. The female lead helped the awakened prince sit up. Taking the water from Lu Weichen, she carefully fed him. Be careful, it's hot. The divine doctor Bai watched this thoughtful scene from the side, his gaze obscure. Finally, without a word, he slowly walked towards the door. Lu Weichen quickly smoothed things over. He's going to prepare medicine. I'll go help. Inwardly, he was sweating. The divine doctor really doesn't value his life. Even if it's someone else's wife being jealous, you can't be so blatant. Brother, I can only come cover for you this much." The prince pretended to be weak and slept for a while, then said he was a bit hungry. The female lead quickly stood up. "I'll go ask someone to prepare some food." The princess consort should have learned to cook in the palace. "I want to eat something you make." He gritted his teeth, but wore a smile on his face. "I'll try," she said. "Then I'll trouble the princess consort." A quiet little persimmon pouted. "I don't like her. She's always touching Father Prince." Father Prince looked at him with an ambiguous smile. Muyin asked suspiciously, "Father Prince, you don't like her touching you, do you?" Father Prince calmly nodded. Little Persimmon left speechless. "So Father Prince likes being taken advantage of. It seems I've been worrying for nothing all this time." A moment later, the female lead returned with a plate of unappetizing scrambled eggs with shells, seasoned with 2 pounds of salt. Seeing the prince at the table eating with a frown, she secretly rejoiced. The prince said hoarsely, "The princess consort's cooking is indeed excellent. We can't waste it. Give the leftovers to Muyin." Frightened, the female lead quickly pressed his hand. "Children are growing. This might not be good for them." The prince changed his tone. "Then the princess consort should eat it." The miserable female lead was about to eat the eggs still containing large chunks of salt when he covered the plate. "Never mind. The princess consort needs to prepare for pregnancy. She can't eat this. She can't eat this." The female lead was bewildered. "Preparing for pregnancy? When did this happen?" "I don't know about this. Tormenting your wife is fun for a moment, but chasing her is hell. There's always someone eyeing your wife. Prince, you need to step up your game." At night, watching the prince sitting on the bed reading, she pondered that now that he's awake, there's not much help she can offer by staying here. It's time to consider escaping again. Then she heard the prince ask, "During the days I was unconscious, why didn't you escape?" The air suddenly became awkward. Getting no answer, the prince opened his eyes but didn't pursue the question further. "I'm tired," he said, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly ready to sleep. The female lead waited for him to fall asleep, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a hand encircled her waist. Before she could marvel at the sensation, the hand on her waist applied slight pressure, pulling her down onto the bed. The next second, she fell into a warm embrace. Her nose caught a familiar scent. The female lead was startled. The prince's only response was the sound of even breathing. He fell asleep again. This habit of hugging people while sleeping. The female lead twitched her mouth. It was really hard to accept. Actually, sleeping in the prince's arms wasn't that uncomfortable. It just felt strange in her heart. Even though she didn't use much force, she couldn't escape his embrace. The female lead sighed. She couldn't struggle free. She was extremely tired, so she might as well sleep. Anyway, it was pitch black now. In the morning, she would just say the prince made the first move. Thinking this, the female lead felt much more at ease. She sighed, closed her eyes, and slept. To be honest, Chinji's muscles were quite comfortable to lean on. She hadn't slept well last night. This time, she slept very soundly. When she woke up, the prince had already gone to court. It saved her the trouble of explaining. Xiao Tao came in to help the female lead wash up. The prince and princess consort's compatibility was calculated by Old Master Yun. Among so many conflicting horoscopes, the Old Master chose the princess consorts. The little maid said the princess consort and the prince were a perfect match. Now that the prince had woken up, it wouldn't be long before they had a little one. These words startled the female lead who was washing her face, making her cough. "You're in such a hurry. Have you considered the prince's physical condition?" The confused Xiao Tao quickly helped pat her back. "The princess must have caught a cold from taking care of the prince these past few days. Could it be morning sickness? Are you pregnant with a little one?" She was about to speak when a male voice sounded. Hearing it, the maid's eyes turned fierce, thinking he had come to steal the princess. "Neighbor Wang, the prince isn't here. Dr. Bai, you can wait in the front hall." "No," the female lead said. "Let's talk in the garden." "Xiao Tao, you wait on the side." The two walked and talked. When no one was around, Dr. Bai grabbed the female lead's hand and started to take her pulse. "Let me see, Dr. Bai. How many more years can I live? Have you ever seen a prince in a wife-chasing crematorium? Even the invincible, domineering prince has times when his wife might be stolen." Meanwhile, Xiao Tao watched Dr. Bai take the female lead's hand, feeling extremely nervous. What were these two talking about? Why were they standing so close, even holding hands? She remembered the princess consort once told her that the prince couldn't get it up. Xiao Tao stomped her foot. She had to do something for the princess consort. But before she could act, a voice sounded in her ear. Xiao Tao, why aren't you attending to your mistress? What are you standing here for? It was the eldest young lady, Jun Rohui, who had come with her maid. If she saw the princess consort standing so close to another man, it would be terrible. This servant will go report right away. This servant dash. I've already seen your mistress. As sisters, I'll look out for her. What are you going to do? But her mouth was covered. She's not being faithful, giving me an opportunity. You just stay here and watch a good show. The wind by the pond was a bit chilly. The female lead was dressed thinly and couldn't help sneezing. It seems the wind has picked up. You're dressed lightly. Don't stay here too long. Let's go back. They were about to head back. At this moment, Jun Rohui suddenly walked in. Sister, aren't you going to introduce this person? The female lead looked up, almost choking on her breath. What's wrong with you today? Coming out to meet people dressed in the color of a monkey's butt. She saw Jun Rohui in a bright red dress, her face heavily made up as if she had smeared all the rouge on her face. The female lead rubbed her nose. No wonder she sneezed. It was because a monkey had arrived. The wind by the pond was indeed chilly. Regardless of what this monkey thought, she needed to hurry back and put on more clothes. Unexpectedly, Jun Ronghui blocked the way. Don't rush off. I saw you pulling and tugging with that man earlier. You should at least give the prince an explanation. The female lead couldn't be bothered to argue. Fine, let's go find the prince and tell him. It'll give him a good reason to divorce me. The female lead's quick response left Jun Rohui dumbfounded. At this hour, the prince should be returning from court. Sister, tell me, if you fell into the pond, who would save you first? Your lover or the prince? Splash! As soon as Jun Rohui finished speaking, the female lead kicked her into the pond. What a lunatic. If you want to push someone in, just do it. No need for a warning. Help, I can't swim. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind. It was Jun Rohui's maid, bringing the prince who had just returned from court. The female lead was amused. Oh, what a coincidence. All the main actors are here. Too bad the female lead has changed. Seeing her mistress fall into the water, the maid quickly ran to the edge of the pond to save her. A gust of wind blew by, and the cold female lead sneezed again. Dr. Bai walked to her side, about to take off his outer robe. He was about to put his outer robe on her shoulders, but before he could finish, the prince was already standing beside Jun Lingi. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. A husky voice sounded in her ear. Is the princess still cold? Have you ever experienced catching someone in the act? And the adulterer is your good brother? What kind of feeling is that? Jun Rohui, who had been rescued, immediately pointed out, even if I caught her with another man, sister shouldn't have pushed me into the water. She shouldn't have pushed me in. Then she put on a weak and pitiful act. Sister is already the prince of Pingshi's woman. She didn't get to finish speaking. The female lead quickly nodded and admitted, sister is right. I've admired Dr. Bai for a long time. I begged the prince to divorce me. I've been waiting for you to say that. To leave the prince's manor, let the storm and divorce papers come more fiercely. Everyone around was stunned. What was the princess up to? Suddenly, her feet left the ground as the prince lifted her up. He turned and walked away. Damn, this guy isn't playing by the rules again. We agreed on anger and divorce. Dr. Bai looked at the scene before him, his eyes slowly lowering. Jun Ronghui clenched her fists in anger. The maid beside her wasn't satisfied. Your princess doesn't follow the rules, and my young lady was pushed into the water in your manner. You should at least give an explanation. The prince stopped. The female lead nodded vigorously. Yes, prince. I didn't follow the manor's rules, and even planted grass on your head. Before she finished speaking, Qinji lowered his head and kissed her. It was a mouth-to-mouth kiss. The prince turned his head and ordered them to be cleaned up. Dr. Bai was completely ignored. Jun Rohui, who had been caught, was still struggling. What are you doing? Don't touch me. I'm the eldest young lady of the Jun family, the princess's elder sister. You didn't listen to her and directly ordered, throw them all out. Little Tao, who had been rescued, was completely stuffed with this display of affection. Wow, the princess and the prince are so sweet together. They're so compatible, yet the prince can't get it up. I want to help the princess. Let them stay this sweet forever. I won't let my ship sink. Meanwhile, the prince carried the female lead all the way to Zigwai Pavilion. He personally took off her shoes. Thud! He threw her onto the bed. She raised her head, not yet understanding what the prince was about to do. But she saw him taking off his shoes and outer robe, also getting on the bed. Given his previous beastly nature, it was hard to guess what he was up to. The female lead pushed him a bit. She said, Prince, your wound hasn't healed yet. But no matter how she pushed, she couldn't move him. What to do when the woman you like has too many admirers? and you thought you were gay. The prince just grabbed the blanket nearby and covered her with it. This prince doesn't like green, especially fake green, especially fake ones. The female lead's eyelids twitched. How do you know that Dr. Bai's green hat is fake? Ning Kishwan is a fool, but Dr. Bai is skilled in medicine and gentle. Suddenly feeling the prince's death stare, she immediately shut her mouth. She swore like a lackey. This hat is fake. I promise. His gaze is too scary. I feel like if I say more, I'll be executed. She quickly started flattering him. No one is as brilliant and handsome as you, Prince, attracting all the young ladies to fall at your feet. The female lead absent-mindedly fiddled with her fingers. Her cheeks were even a bit red. About today's incident, this prince just wanted you to shut up. This shy state surprised the female lead. Was that your first kiss just now? The female lead's pupils contracted slightly. I thought you were an experienced little player. But unexpectedly, you're so pure. The prince's face darkened. Of course I can't compare to the princess's rich experience. Although we're both novices, at least I've lived 2 lifetimes. The female lead asked curiously, with your status, can't you have any woman you want? Saving your first kiss until now? Do you have someone you like? The prince looked at the woman before him, his dark eyes moving slightly. The female lead moved closer to him, patting his shoulder. I guess the woman in your heart is a heroic figure, a female warrior. A tragic love story played out on a war-torn border. But now she's nowhere to be found. For the sake of my brother's lifelong happiness, I'll definitely help you find her. Afterward, you should let me leave. Unexpectedly, she was met with a flick to her forehead. This prince doesn't care for women. The female lead rubbed her forehead. Lu Wei-chen, and he behaved intimately. Could it be that he's really gay? Then between him and Lu Wei-chen, who's on top and who's on bottom? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Prince, princess, little Tao has brought ginseng soup. Hearing this, the female lead happily put on her shoes and got up. You came at the right time. I was just getting hungry. She indulged in the aroma of the ginseng soup, eating with relish. Little Tao looked at the 2 people in the room with a puzzled smile and retreated. The prince, who was reading nearby, suddenly heard a loud crash and rushed to the female lead's side. What's wrong? I'll call the imperial doctor for you. But the female lead grabbed him tightly. No need. It must be little Tao who put aphrodisiac in the soup. The prince steadied her. Her softening body made his throat very dry, and the scene before him looked very delicious. When you drink some strange medicine, suddenly an 8-pack abs appears before your eyes. What would you do? The female lead, affected by the aphrodisiac, collapsed in the prince's arms. Prince, you look very tasty. The prince turned his head, but he was stunned the moment he saw her. Junlingyi's cheeks were flushed red. Her eyes were flowing with coquettishness. She bit her lower lip. This Junlingyi made him lose some control. The breath Junlingyi exhaled was hot. The drug little Tao used was definitely the strongest kind. This little girl was trying to kill him. The prince let go of the female lead and walked out. Prince, where are you going? To prepare cold water for you. When the prince came back in, this was the scene he saw. Her collar was already loose, revealing a jade-like neck. It made his halted breath become a bit rapid. He picked her up and threw her directly into the cold water tub. Splash! Water spilled all over the floor. Her body shivered. She spoke more clearly now. Why did you throw me into the water? Oh, don't want cold water? Do you want me? Saying this, he started to take off his clothes and walk towards her. Frightened, the female lead quickly hid in the tub. Prince, calm down. You calm down. The prince ignored her with a cold face and turned to leave. After the cold bath, the female lead felt much better. She stood up, dripping wet from the tub. She grabbed a bedsheet from the bed and wrapped it around herself. But when she turned around, she was shocked. Qin wasn't wearing clothes. This scene was beyond explosive. Qin, who had just returned from bathing, also noticed the awkward situation. Pretending nothing happened, he took out a piece of clothing from the wardrobe and threw it to Junlingyi. Change, he said simply. Qin walked back into the bathroom with a cold face and sat down. The female lead, suppressing her inner shock, turned and walked back to the bathroom. Her body sank into the cold water again. It must be said, Qin's body was completely different from the rumors she spread. She closed her eyes. She needed to soak for another hour to get rid of this poison. This maid was outrageous. She dared to give the prince spring medicine and set up the princess. just to let her ship experience the joy of double poker. The next day, the first thing the female lead did when she returned to Meng Yushuan was to summon Little Tao. Little Tao's eyes were joyful, thinking yesterday's medicine had worked. This servant used 4 people's worth of strong medicine yesterday. Now the princess will surely have a big fat boy. The female lead was speechless. This girl had no awareness of her mistake and was bizarrely obsessed with having children. She could only angrily say, "Don't do this again in the future. Next time you dare use medicine, I'll kick you into a cold water basin for 2 hours." Little Tao was so scared she fell to her knees with a thud. Little Tao won't dare again. At this time, Du Yufeng, on the prince's orders, brought a warming soup for the female lead and informed that Lord Lu's birthday banquet would be in 3 days. The princess consort and prince would attend together. The female lead felt warmth in her heart looking at this bowl of soup. He was quite thoughtful. 3 days later, the prince's carriage stopped in front of the Lu residence. The prince very attentively helped the female lead down from the carriage. Holding her hand tightly, they entered the Lu residence. This display of affection truly fed the servants of the Lu residence. The female lead thought the prince was acting in front of others, so she silently cooperated. The Lu residence was brightly lit and decorated, extremely lively. The guests inside watched as the prince led the princess consort in. They began to discuss, commenting that this princess consort was somewhat pretty, a young girl who married in as a concubine, not as beautiful as her sister. Sure enough, looking up, they saw the Jun family's eldest daughter just entering through the door. Jun Ronghui was heavily made up with a large chest and curvy bottom. The onlookers all felt that the elder sister was more beautiful than the younger. They saw her stop in front of the prince, gently greeting him. "About yesterday's matter at the prince's residence. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Hearing this dialogue, everyone discussed even more heatedly. What misunderstanding could there be between a man and a woman? The prince frowned upon hearing this. He coldly swept his gaze over everyone, and they fell silent. In the quiet, he slowly raised his hand. His gaze swept over Jun Ronghui, finally landing on the female lead's face. She went to the prince's residence. Jun Ronghui's face suddenly changed. The female lead's eyes turned. Aries indeed. This concubine doesn't remember clearly. "Sister, when did you go to the prince's residence? Look at the ice prince's public display of affection. What's it like to publicly show affection at a banquet?" "Sister came to the prince's residence? How come I don't remember?" Looking at the female lead cooperating with his act, the prince couldn't hide the smile on his face. He silently took the female lead's hand. This husband and wife act of slapping faces satisfied the onlookers greatly. Jun Ronghui was too embarrassing, shamelessly trying to cling to the prince. Jun Ronghui's face could no longer be described as just ugly. She was so angry she nearly bit through her teeth. At this moment, Lord Lu also entered. He strode to the prince's front, pretending to pay respects. "Your Highness has been waiting long." He then winked, giving the prince a meaningful look. "I've heard about that scene at the gate. Newlyweds are indeed different, always holding hands wherever they go." The female lead caught Lu Weichen's eye. These two were exchanging glances. They were indeed a CP. Lu Weichen took a seat. "Thank you all for attending Lu's birthday banquet. Today, we drink until we're drunk." After several rounds of drinks, even the dancers' performances seemed boring. Someone suggested, "I heard the Jun family's eldest daughter plays the zither well. I wonder if we have the fortune to hear it today." The mentioned Jun Ronghui was overjoyed. A chance to perform was hard to come by. "Then I'll play a piece to celebrate Lord Lu's birthday." Lord Lu outwardly thanked her, but inwardly he was screaming, "I don't want to listen, damn it." Before going on stage, Jun Ronghui gave a challenging look to the female lead. The female lead was speechless. Before getting married, she had to listen to her play the zither every day at the Jun residence. Now that she's married, she still has to listen. Wow, that's nauseating. Meanwhile, Du whispered something in the prince's ear. The prince then stood up and left. A piece of high mountains flowing water ended, like mountain springs flowing, birds singing in the forest. Everyone applauded, some people with ulterior motives, seeing the prince had left and no one was there to support the princess consort, started to stir up trouble. The princess consort also comes from a military family. I wonder if the princess consort can also play the zither well. Those who enjoy watching drama aren't afraid of making things worse. With the prince gone, the princess consort couldn't disappoint everyone. But they saw the princess consort lowering her head, lost in thought. Lu Weichen was anxious. "Old Five, come back quickly. Your wife is about to be torn apart by everyone." The Wu family's young master suddenly slammed the table and stood up angrily, saying if she can't play, just say so. Drink 3 cups as punishment. Don't pretend if you can't play. What's it like to be publicly mocked at a banquet by your own sister and others? Watch how this girl turns the situation around. If you can't play the zither, just say so. Why pretend? The banquet atmosphere became terrifying. The Wu family's young master seemed truly drunk. Even if the princess consort is incompetent, she's still the Pingxi prince's person. The female lead held her wine cup and smiled, saying, "You are? What? The princess consort wants to invite me for a drink? Or are you waiting for your prince to return and play the victim?" A light laugh. The female lead slowly raised her head. A cold wind blew, and the drunk Wu Wei also shivered. Lu Weichen saw her posture and knew he didn't need to intervene. This girl's aura was somewhat similar to the prince's. Indeed, their family. The female lead walked towards the zither with her wine cup. Everyone was surprised. Is she going to play? As soon as she sat down, her fingers moved. Silver vase suddenly breaking, water gushing, iron cavalry charging out, swords and spears ringing. The bloodthirst and ambition in the hearts of the young nobles all surged. Those who wanted to mock her were all captivated by her music. They had thought she couldn't play well. Who knew she could play so well? Even better than her sister. Jun Ronghui was about to explode with anger. To play well, I practice day and night. How can she play better than me? Making me look bad. Just you wait. The prince stood at the outermost edge of the banquet, listening to the martial music, his eyes fixed on the female lead. Who knows how much more talent that frail body holds? As the zither music slowed, suddenly a flute sound arose, blending with the zither. By Russian, in white, holding a jade flute, slowly walked onto the stage. The zither stopped, and so did the flute. But the young and arrogant nobles still hadn't opened their eyes. It was too moving. I seemed to see wounded soldiers raising the flag of victory. This piece was played better than her sister's. The princess consort stood up, impressively downed a cup of wine, and walked step by step to Wu Wei. "I've played the zither. I've drunk the wine. It's your turn, young Master Wu." Wu Wei, frightened by her aura, trembled and desperately poured wine into his mouth. The female lead turned to Jun Ronghui. "Sister, I often heard you play at home, so I just imitated it. If I didn't play well, please don't mind." Jun Ronghui's fingertips dug into her palm, but it couldn't match the hatred in her heart. "I really didn't expect that my sister could coordinate so well with that gentleman. It's probably not their first time working together." As soon as she finished speaking, public opinion shifted. They were two in sync. Dr. Bai usually speaks little and keeps to himself. How could he perform a duet with a woman? This unfavorable public opinion made Jun Ronghui extremely comfortable. "You made me lose face. Today I must bring you down." But a male voice came. "How could you cause such trouble when I'm not around? Have you ever seen a prince in a wife-chasing crematorium? The invincible, domineering prince also has times when his wife might be stolen." Seeing Dr. Bai greeting him, the jealous prince directly ignored him and brushed past. He walked to the female lead and held her hand. He said softly, "The zither strings are sharp. Be careful with your fingers." Everyone was dumbfounded. Who said he was just an unfavored one? The Pingxi princess consort was pulled to sit down by the prince. As soon as she sat down, the female lead quickly pulled her hand from under the table. She quietly reminded the prince, "Be careful. After all, Master Lu is still watching beside us." The misunderstood Master Lu covered his eyes. "Single dogs can't take this. My dog eyes are already down." The servant brought another pot of clear wine. The gluttonous female lead's eyes lit up. "I'll drink first to show respect." After the banquet ended, the carriage swayed all the way. The wine from the Lu mansion finally got to the female lead. She held onto the carriage dizzy. The prince thoughtfully handed her a handkerchief. "Let's go home." "No carriage. I want to vomit." The prince's gaze was cold, but the female lead didn't know. She staggered forward, her body swaying and about to fall. Be careful. The prince reached out just in time to catch her. This horse is good. I want to ride this horse home. She wrapped her arms around the prince's waist and wouldn't let go. The onlookers covered their eyes. I'm deaf and blind. I didn't see anything. The prince angrily said, Junlini, let go. The female lead's hands retracted. Her expression was extremely pitiful. Is it not allowed? The prince closed his eyes, sighed, and coldly said, Do you take people back to the prince's mansion? He steadied her, turned around, and crouched down. Come up. The female lead's eyes lit up. She nimbly jumped on his back. Giddy up. The prince stood up and started walking. The female lead obediently hugged his neck and laughed. Good horsey. He must be crazy. On the empty road, the prince carried Junlini on his back towards the prince's mansion. Come look. Junlini is so good at this. The prince was actually seduced by her few words, his face red to the ears. The female lead wasn't behaving on the prince's back. She touched the prince's face. The soft touch made the prince's face even redder. You've been on the battlefield for years, exposed to wind and sun. How is your skin still so good? How many face masks did you use? Face masks. This novel term left the prince confused. The warm, alcoholic breath blew on his ear. You're handsome and skilled in martial arts. No wonder so many people like you. I'll help you fend off admirers. Shouldn't you give me some benefits? Enduring the inner heat, he asked, What do you want? She leaned towards the prince's sensitive ear. If I ask for you, will you give yourself to me? You want a divorce letter? His voice became somewhat cold. She played with the prince's hair. How about I introduce you to a boyfriend? The prince's face darkened, misunderstood by his wife as being interested in men. All the way back to the room, he gently put her down, still brooding inside. This prince doesn't like men on top of him. Their breaths intermingled. The female lead squinted and smiled again. Don't like men? Her fingertip traced his Adam's apple, then moved lower. Really? The prince's eyes darkened. Resisting the urge to pee, he grabbed her mischievous hand. See, I was right. You say you don't like men. I can cover for you. But when you elope with your lover in the future, you must let me go. The prince frowned deeply. Staring at her chattering little mouth, he finally exploded. He kissed her fiercely, demanding. She wanted to push him away, but was immobilized. She could only bite his lip. The prince winced in pain and released her lips. The female lead said tearfully between gasps, Why is this horse so annoying, biting people randomly, drunk and unaware of anything? Who bit whom? Helpless, the prince could only watch as she teased him and fell asleep. His fingertips brushed the stray hair on her forehead. Why do you want to leave? He turned and got into bed, holding her tightly in his arms, unwilling to let go. The once high and mighty prince was now flushed red by a drunk woman's teasing, unable to stop. However, when she sobered up in the morning, she immediately denied everything and tried to escape with the bedsheet. To win the beauty's heart, the prince opened his robe, using his 8-pack abs to block the bed. The princess was quite fierce last night. The prominent bite mark on the prince's lip seemed to accuse her of last night's wild behavior. Frightened, she quickly lowered her head. She looked at her own fully clothed body and sighed in relief. Old Five, I'm here to see you. Master Lu's voice came from the door, breaking the awkwardness on the bed. Junlini seized the opportunity and slipped out, holding up her skirt. Lu Weichen entered with thorns in hand to apologize. It's my fault things turned out like that last night. I was wrong. You can hit me. He knelt down and started taking off his clothes. This scene made Junlini, who had just returned, blush furiously. Various scenes of the two male leads in compromising positions flashed through her mind. She covered her face and giggled. She didn't expect the prince to have such kinky tastes. This concubine just forgot to take something. I didn't mean to disturb you. Before leaving, she explained, Master Lu, I was just drunk last night. But nothing happened. The prince frowned and told Lu Weichen to quickly put his clothes back on and get up. Sharp-eyed Lu Weichen laughed. Although I was wrong, I helped a lot. The prince looked confused and asked him to explain. Your lip is torn. Looks like last night was intense. The prince sweated. She even said she wanted to introduce me to a boyfriend last night. What? She thinks I like men? Lu Weichen was speechless. The woman you like is truly extraordinary. Junlini soaked in the bathtub, flashes of last night's drunken moments coming back to her. Damn, I actually said I'd introduce a boyfriend to the prince. He already has Lu Weichen. Why did I say that? She slapped herself. Alcohol really isn't good. I need to quit drinking. Yen Ning's personality fell into Junlini's hands. Everything was arranged. Tonight, disguised as an attendant, she would leave through the side door of the prince's mansion. Fly back to report. The prince's body has recovered. I should indeed leave now. not seeing each other for years, forgotten by the one I secretly loved. What can I do? And he even thinks I'm into men. Finally waited for him to get drunk and cuddle in bed, but at night I have to run away again. No choice but to slowly pamper him. Wait for him to realize. After bathing, Junlingi put the intimate clothes she would need for tonight's escape in the cabinet, then began to think about escape strategies. Little Tao came in carrying a green package like a treasure. Seeing her deep in thought, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Forget it. Telling the prince about this would make him shy and resistant. Better let him discover it himself. Little Tao quietly put the package in the cabinet. With this, the prince getting a baby is just around the corner. As night fell, Junlingi, dressed as a man, had already sneaked out stealthily. Finally able to leave the prince's mansion. Freedom was in sight, but her heart felt inexplicably lost. Actually, these past few days have been quite interesting. From now on, everyone won't have to face me, this rince princess. They should all be able to live well. Suddenly her feet stopped. 3 guards blocked the way ahead. The princess requests your presence. Junlingi instantly switched to acting mode. Princess? Where is the princess? Bowing down to salute. Long live the princess. Long live the princess. The confused guards were a bit bewildered. Thinking they had mistaken an ordinary passerby, they were about to let her go. But then came Du Yu's voice. It's her. Take her back. Junlingi, now tied up, still didn't give up. Officers, I've never done anything bad. My ancestors for 18 generations have been clean. Even when carried on a shoulder, she didn't stop resisting. Officers, treating me like this, I'll report you to the authorities. I'll file a complaint. Unexpectedly, the next second she was gagged and put in a sack by Du Yu. Frightened, Junlingi secretly vowed that next time she escapes, she must check the almanac first. When the sack was removed, she had already arrived at the upper room of Zuichuan House. Entering the room was a figure in mysterious attire. But this silhouette seemed a bit dangerous to Junlingi now. Officer, I really don't know what wrong I've committed. Why did you bring me here? Before she could finish, she saw dangerous emotions surging in the prince's eyes. Does this prince need to strip you to reveal your true identity? This prince's princess leaned over with one bow. What is he doing? He's not going to force himself on me, is he? The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I was bored in the prince's mansion, so I decided to change clothes and take a stroll in the capital, to experience the hardships of common people and help the prince better empathize with his subjects. Seeing her quibble like this, the prince picked up the package, wanting to find evidence. Junlingi was still struggling desperately, saying she brought the package because it was cold and she needed to keep warm. But when emptied out, the clothes turned into a pile of erotic books. This sudden turn of events scared Junlingi's soul out of her body. It caused the prince to explode directly. In this freezing weather, the princess uses these to keep warm. The cold-faced, jealous prince. A grand scene of intimacy. One word, and he's forcing himself on her. Marveling at the flexibility of women's poses in the books. Food and sex are human nature. Why are there only these kinds of books in my package? How should I explain this? The prince didn't want to hear her speak at all. He threw away the erotic books and forcefully pushed her onto the bed. This is too intimate. Junlingi quickly blocked his lips that were about to touch hers. Prince, doing this, how can you face the bite mark Lord Lu left on your lip? This sentence was undoubtedly like a meteor hitting Earth. The prince couldn't hold back his anger. He fiercely pressed his lips against hers. Junlingi's face turned red from the kiss, but the misunderstanding deepened. She didn't expect his homosexuality had reached this level. Just me wearing men's clothes could arouse his interest. Subconsciously, she bit the prince's lip. The prince reluctantly released her lips. It's heartbreaking. Now I remember who left that bite mark. What does he mean? The wound on his lip was from my drunken bite? So he's getting revenge on me now? He still thinks I'm gay. Is this the terrifying nature of a straight woman? I can only use actions to make him realize. Be good. He kissed her aggressively. His hand caressed her waist. With a rustle, her clothes were taken off. Junlingi hurried to clarify. Prince, I'm a woman. The prince just wanted less talk and more action. He started kissing her neck. He forcefully left a mark of ownership. Junlingi's face turned red with urgency. Don't bite. The prince was still pressing forward, his hands moving down from her waist. Junlingi became flustered. Prince, this concubine is on her period. The next second, the weight on her body lifted. Go change your pants. The prince forcibly suppressed the thought of taking her right there and turned to get off the bed. Yunlingi looked hit sheepishly. Looking at the bloodstained pants, she thought, is my period chow chow? So obedient, coming as soon as it's called. The maid is outside. She'll take you to change clothes. Watching the prince's back as he hurriedly left without looking back after combing his hair. Thinking he was avoiding her because of her period, she pouted angrily. The misunderstood prince was now soaking in cold water. Ice cubes floated on the surface to cool him down. Through the mirror, he saw Junlingi in light clothing pushing the door open and entering. Without noticing anything unusual, she started to undress. The prince suddenly widened his eyes. The fire that had just been put out flared up again. Change clothes somewhere else. The sudden voice startled Junlingi, who quickly grabbed her remaining clothes. Turning her head, she saw the prince's bare upper body with attractive muscle lines. The ice cubes in the water were particularly eye-catching. Blinking her eyes, she quickly fled. How is this room designed? Why put such a tall mirror there? At night, looking at the sleeping Junlingi, he finally couldn't resist his inner desire to possess her. He kissed her lips. Why do you have to run away? Goodness, he left a hickey, but it was said to be a dog bite. The prince was implied again. Waking up, Qinji was punctually standing by the bed again, seriously reading a book. Yunlingi coughed awkwardly. Prince, don't you need to attend court today? Qinji stood up while secretly stuffing the book under the pillow. This prince wanted to wait for you to wake up before going. As he spoke, he changed into official robes, preparing to go to court. Yunlingius whitened. Before, when she saw the old general wear these clothes, why didn't she think they looked good? Qinji wearing it looked simply amazing. Qinji came over and patted her head, reminding her to remember to drink brown sugar water. Then he left. Junlingi was about to get out of bed and tidy up to return to her quarters. Suddenly her hands swept under the pillow. That book fell out. Isn't this the erotic book from her bundle? Qinji was actually reading this kind of book early in the morning. This is really an eye-opener. Finally returned to Meng Yuxuan. Junlingi put things on the table and called Tower to question her. Tower didn't try to defend herself at all. This really gave Junlingi a headache. She knew it was his doing again. Don't bring them any more in the future. The prince was just injured in the bathroom. So about the child, I wanted to postpone it a bit more. Hearing this, Ta got excited again. This servant understands the princess consort is worried about the prince's health. Pages 18 and 16 of this book have quick and easy methods. Guaranteed the prince won't overexert himself. Such a young maiden, yet so knowledgeable about these things. Junlingi was impressed beyond words. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Tao hurriedly tidied up the things. Then little Persimmon ran in looking for his mother. As soon as he entered, he blinked his eyes and asked Junlingi, I heard you have a little sister in your belly now. This unfounded sister news stunned Junlingi. So who told little Persimmon this? Uncle Lu said last night. You have a little sister, and you're going to leave with her. Muyin saw the bundle on the table and reached out to grab it. You can't. There are things and they're not suitable for children. If he sees them, it would be terrible. Junlingi immediately engaged with little Persimmon in a tug of war over the bundle. Luckily, Muyin was fine. Qinji arrived with perfect timing, appearing just in time. Muyin finally let go and ran over to tug at his clothes. Father, mother is leaving. Muyin wants to keep her here. Qinji could only gently pat his head and say, your mother won't leave. Go to your lessons, all right? Before leaving, Muyin suddenly remembered the sweets from last time. Mother, I want to eat the desserts that Chef made last time. Can I? But Qinji is here. He can't get away. Junlingi made an excuse. Next time, okay? That chef was bitten by a dog. He's at home recovering. Early in the morning, she found her neck had been bitten by Qinji, leaving a mark. Saying he was bitten wasn't entirely untrue. Qinji felt something was off. He leaned close to Junlingi and said with a doting look, bitten by a dog? It's a chef in the prince's mansion who was bitten by a dog. Junlingi felt a bit panicked inside. Why was he asking this? Could he have noticed something? Fortunately, Du came in and reported to the prince that Lu Weichen had come to see him. Qinji didn't ask further and prepared to leave. He just picked up the bundle full of erotic books and told Junlingi, this prince is confiscating these. Lu Weichen's visit to the prince's mansion to see Qinji was about the person he asked for help capturing last night. He pretended to be upset and complained, last night, Qinji, you were really not fair. A thief broke into your house. You asked me to help chase them, but you were being sweet with your wife instead. Qingji nonchalantly told him to get to the point. Lu Weichen took out a token and explained. Last night, he chased the person all the way to Mufing Tower. Then they vanished. In the end, he only found this token. Qingji looked at the characters on the token. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It's from Luo Xiao of the Purple Cloud sect. The Purple Cloud sect was established by Luo Xiao, the richest man in the capital. This man first lacked money, then entered politics. He kept the Purple Cloud sect just for self-preservation. Qingji looked at the token, lost in thought. Why did they come and take you away? Junlingyi, how many more things don't I know about you? Lu Weichen saw Qingji's mood drop, so he put away the token and changed the subject. Old 5, now that we've finished the official business, can we talk about personal matters? He pointed at the corner of Qingji's mouth and gossiped. Looks like a lot happened last night. This iron tree blooming is really something different. It's about time you took a wife. Then he continued advising like a busybody. Honestly, your mansion should have had a mistress long ago. Even if you don't consider yourself, think about Mu Yin. The child can't go on without a mother forever. These words seemed to strike Qingji's heart. A light bulb went off in his head. He seemed to know how to keep Junlingyi now. As soon as they finished, Lu Weichen walked out of the study. His face darkened and he called out to the side. Who's sneaking around? Come out. Junlingyi, caught, weakly poked out her head. Your Highness. Junlingyi was worried these two might have some conflict, so she followed to check. She still firmly believed Lu Weichen and Qingji had an unusual relationship. Lord Lu, it's all a misunderstanding. The prince and I are just putting on an act. I hope you two won't let your relationship be hurt because of me. These words made Lu Weichen completely dumbfounded. The gossip really landed on himself this time. Qingji had told him before that Junlingyi misunderstood he liked men. Could it be she suspected he had a thing with Qingji? Junlingyi saw Lu Weichen had no reaction. It seemed he didn't believe her, so she continued, actually I already have someone I like. So Lord Lu, please don't worry. Old Fi's woman actually likes someone else? As a good brother, he naturally couldn't stand for this. He immediately questioned, who is it? Junlingyi made this up on the spot. How would she know who the person she liked was? Lu Weichen suddenly leaned in and pressed. It's not by Russian, is it? These words startled Junlingyi. Before she could deny it, Lu Weichen was already fuming. He started defending his brother. No matter what happened between you in the past, you're married to Old 5 now. Better to tear down 7 temples than break 1 marriage. Then, still not satisfied, he started rambling on to Junlingyi about all of Bai Russian's flaws. Suddenly, Junlingyi's expression became a bit unnatural as she looked behind him. Ahem. She tried to get Lu Weichen to stop talking, but he thought Junlingyi was just impatient. I know you don't want to hear it, but I've had many dealings with Bai Russian. Dr. Bei, Junlingyi politely greeted. Lu Weichen froze in place. Bai Russian stood behind him and teased. Brother Lu's voice is loud. It shows his breath is strong. His health must be good. Lu Weichen stiffly turned his head to greet him. Ahem, Brother Bai, why are you here? He really shouldn't have talked bad about someone behind their back. Karma comes like a tornado. After hearing Lu Weichen's lecture, Junlingyi weakly explained, Lord Lu misunderstood my relationship with Dr. Bai. A prince who can act is not a good actor. To keep his wife, the prince really went to great lengths this time. Hearing Junlingyi deny any relationship with Bai Russian, Lu Weichen's eyes lit up with gossip. Then what's your relationship? Don't worry, I promise not to tell the prince. Junlingyi explained, actually, Dr. Bai's sister is my friend. I've met Dr. Bai a few times before. We're just acquaintances. I see. Looks like I really misunderstood. Junlingyi's words didn't seem to be false. But Lu Weichen was still a bit confused. He had known Bai Russian for 3 years. How come he didn't know he had a sister? As he was pondering, suddenly a small hand grabbed his sleeve. Mu Yin pitifully confronted him. Uncle Lu, you lied to me. Where's my little sister? Thinking about the complex relationships between these people, Lu Weichen could only silently reply, on the way. On a very long way. Oh, Old 5, looks like you still have a long way to go. That night, Junlingyi was summoned by Qingji to Zigwich. Every step she took into the room was filled with anxiety. It was so late. Why did Qingji call her over? Could it be he wants to engage in a fierce battle with me? Please don't, Your Highness. Seeing Qingji sitting on the bed, she weakly called out, Why are you wearing so little? Qingji saw her, quickly got up, picked her up, then carefully placed her on the bed. This attentiveness made Junlingyi very uneasy. Your Highness, please calm down. I'm really not feeling well today. A fierce battle wouldn't be comfortable at all. Hearing this, Qingji gently caressed her face and said softly, "Are you afraid of me?" Junlingyi immediately smiled and flattered him. "Your Highness, you're so wise and mighty, handsome and dashing, charming and elegant. I'm not rebellious. I'm in awe of you." Seeing her frightened state, Qingji stopped teasing her. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. I called you here because I have something to say," he suddenly said to her seriously. "I can withdraw the people watching the princess consort. Let the princess consort come and go freely inside and outside the mansion." "Ah, such a good thing?" Junlingyi was a bit confused. Qingji continued emotionally. "But the princess consort must promise not to run away again. I'm still injured. Muyin is young and naive. The Pingxi Prince's mansion needs a mistress." Qingji's deep gaze and sincere words were too much even for Junlingyi to resist. She covered his eyes with her hand. "These eyes are too sinful. Looking at them makes my heart soften immediately. I promise you. But I have one condition. When we sleep at night, can you not always hug me? This old habit of yours isn't very good." The arrogant prince certainly wouldn't admit it. "I don't have such a habit." And so, Junlingyi was successfully lured into the cage. In the middle of the night, this habitual offender's body became restless again while sleeping. Junlingyi angrily turned around, ready to confront him. But when she saw his face, her heart softened again. "Fine, let him hug. I'll settle accounts with you tomorrow." But more important than settling accounts, she had more important things to do tomorrow. The identity of Wang Fei, the manager of the capital's top restaurant, as a hidden rich woman couldn't be concealed anymore. Junlingyi, finally free, came to Mufeng Lu dressed as a man. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Mufeng Lu's environment and service were top-notch. Junlingyi walked upstairs familiarly, then instructed a servant to call Yan Ning. Soon after, Yan Ning strolled in leisurely. Sister is indeed capable to have come out on her own. Junlingyi got straight to the point. "I called you here mainly to say that I plan to stay at the Pingxi Prince's mansion for a while. I'm not running away anymore." Hearing this, Yan Ning hid his emotions and just let out a faint "Oh, you're not angry?" His reaction surprised Junlingyi. "Why should I be angry? Even if you don't give up, I was going to advise you to give up," Yan Ning said pitifully. He recalled the previous experiences of being chased and beaten, feeling that if he continued to tangle with Qingji, he'd be plucked bare. "Although this matter wasn't accomplished, sister, you can't go back on your promise. The 2 years' income from Lu Songlu is mine. Take it, take it." Junlingyi waved her hand, agreeing readily. "Also, stay away from Qingji." Speaking of this, Yan Ning suddenly put away his usual carefree attitude. "You still care about Qingji, don't you?" Junlingyi suddenly joked with him. "I don't like Qingji." Yan Ning instantly bristled. Yes, you don't like Qingji. You like me, right?" It's truly a case of unrequited love. Another casual remark hit the mark of his thoughts. "I like that courtyard full of male concubines." Yan Ning strategically sipped his tea, saying things contrary to his heart. In the main hall of Musong Lu, a woman was writing a menu while explaining to the man beside her, "Write down the dishes you want to eat on the paper. They will be sent to the kitchen. The manager will personally cook." The manager's culinary skills are unparalleled, but his whereabouts are a mystery. He only occasionally cooks at Mufeng Lu to entertain guests. Such an opportunity today is rare. Junlingyi waved her hand over the menu militarily, and one delicious dish after another was immediately served. After finishing the guest requests, she prepared to make some osmanthus cake for Mu Yin to take back. At the entrance of the Pingxi Prince's mansion, Junlingyi was about to enter. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. As soon as Junlingyi turned around, the man enthusiastically pounced on her. Before she could react, Qingji suddenly appeared and quickly pulled her into his arms. The man directly pounced into empty air, landing steadily on the ground. "Who's making a commotion at the prince's mansion gate?" Qingji protected Junlingyi, coldly questioning the man. This man, as soon as he appeared, gave a big face-to-ground bow to the two. He patted the dust off his body, but dared not complain. "Second brother." Junlingyi saw who it was and greeted him warmly. "Your humble servant Jun Jiao greets the Pingxi Prince." This person was the second son of the Jun family. He was also one of the few people in the Jun household who truly cared for Junlingyi. Seeing that the visitor had no ill intentions, Qingji extended his hand in welcome. Since he was a Jun gentleman, halfway through the inner courtyard, a sudden breeze arose. Qingji skillfully draped his outer coat over Junlingyi. "How could you go out dressed like this? It's cold outside. Wear more." This perfectly normal interaction between the two, in Jun Jiao's eyes, became a scene of intense public display of affection. He silently hugged himself, his eyes shocked as if struck by lightning. Junlingyi noticed his expression and quietly pushed Qinji away. "Your Highness, you can go attend to your business. I'll chat with second brother about family matters." Qinji patted her head and replied in understanding. "This prince has some affairs to attend to in the mansion, so I won't accompany Jun Gongzi." Then the siblings came to the reception hall. Jun Jiao, seeing no one around, concernedly asked his sister, "Has that beast bullied you during this time?" "Second brother, I'm fine, aren't I? Weren't you supposed to be on duty in Yun City? Why did you come back?" Speaking of this, Jun Jiao clenched his fists silently. "I heard you were to marry the missing Pingxi prince. I couldn't rest easy, so I took leave to come back. Who knew I still didn't make it in time?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his hand on the table. Huier even said he wanted to come to the prince's mansion to see you, but was turned away at the door. How can there be such an unreasonable person in this world? That little beast is clearly not worthy of you. Seeing her second brother so indignant on her behalf, Junlingyi was somewhat moved. Everyone in the world thought she had married above her station with Qin Ji. Only second brother would think Qin Ji wasn't good enough for her. By the way, Huier seems to have good news coming soon. When I came back, I happened to see Huier chatting with young Master Chen from the Prime Minister's mansion at the back door. "Chen Zhongying," Jun Jiao said. This piece of information reminded Junlingyi of something. That day, Lu Weichen's deep voice had stirred up everyone's emotions with just a few words. Could it be that Jun Huirui used her beauty to make him do it? Before she could figure it out, Jun Jiao suddenly stood up, put his hands on her shoulders, and said, "In a few days, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday. Second brother will find a way to get you out of the prince's mansion, then choose a suitable husband for you, and make you as fortunate as Huier." Just as Junlingyi was about to explain, Jun Jiao patted his chest with determination. "You don't need to say anything. Second brother will absolutely not let you continue to suffer here." Junlingyi rubbed her temples in frustration. Her brother had always been stubborn since childhood. Persuading him directly wouldn't work. She had to find a way to make him give up this idea. Just as she was pondering how to convince her second brother, Qin Ji walked in from outside. Junlingyi's eyes lit up. The perfect tool had arrived. "Your Highness!" She enthusiastically ran towards him. The next second, she tightly hugged Qin Ji's neck. Qin Ji was stunned by her sudden, intimate gesture. He was completely dazed. Junlingyi softly pleaded in Qin Ji's ear, "Your Highness, please help." Faced with his wife's initiative to throw herself into his arms, the prince was naturally delighted to comply. Junlingyi nestled into Qin Ji's embrace like a little bird, coquettishly cooing, "Your Highness, your concubine missed you." Qin Ji's face showed a hint of blush as he indulgently said, "The princess is being naughty again." Hearing these words, Junlingyi almost couldn't bear it. If he wasn't cooperating in this act, she would have really thought he liked her. Jun Jiao couldn't take it anymore, and neither could the onlooking Jun Jiao. Their actions left him dumbfounded. It turned out he was the fool all along. To put on a show, one must go all out. Junlingyi didn't forget to tightly hold Qin Ji's hand. She said, "Sorry for the embarrassment, second brother." Now Jun Jiao was no longer so stubborn. He pretended to cough casually twice. As long as Ear is happy, that's all that matters. Then he turned to Qin Ji and bowed, saying, "Ear is young and doesn't know better. Please be patient with her, Your Highness." After saying this, he prepared to take his leave. Qin Ji seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow as he was leaving. "It's fine. This prince likes her innocence and cuteness." Jun Jiao had almost reached the doorway when he heard this and nearly covered his ears in disbelief. Junlingyi expressed that she couldn't bear to watch, having been so abrupt with the prince earlier. "It's all right," Qin Ji said nonchalantly, even seeming a bit pleased. He slowly walked to the table and sat down. Looking up at Junlingyi, he said, "This prince came over because I remembered something. In just over a month, it will be the Empress Dowager's 50th birthday. What do you want to give her? Go to the storehouse and choose something. If there's nothing you like there, you can use whatever you want. I'll send someone to buy it." "Thank you, Your Highness." Junlingyi realized that the prince was quite thoughtful at times. Qin Ji's eyes fell on the food box he had brought back on the table. "This is osmanthus cake that my concubine's friend made for little Persimmon." Junlingyi felt inexplicably nervous when asked about it. Qin Ji directly took a piece and tasted it. "The flavor is not bad. Why not invite the person who made this to be a cook in our mansion?" "That won't do." Junlingyi waved her hands, hiding her panic. "My friend is used to being idle. I'm afraid they wouldn't be happy here. They might not be able to make good food. Qingji looked at her expression and smiled without saying anything. He took another piece. Then he held it to her mouth. Next time you go out, bring some food back for this prince too. Junlingyi found that she was becoming less and less able to resist his flirtation. She nodded with a red face. Then she quickly grabbed the food box and turned to leave. I'll take this to Mu Yin. Wait. Qingji suddenly stood up and wiped the corner of Junlingyi's mouth. Clean up before you go, see Mu Yin. Don't let her find out you've been sneaking bites. Indeed, they were related by blood. 1 month later, in Yongquan Palace, Mu Yin came before the Empress Dowager and sweetly called out, "Royal Grandmother." My good grandchild, you haven't come to see your royal grandmother in a while. The Empress Dowager looked at Mu Yin with love. My grandchild has grown fatter and taller. You've grown up, haven't you? She gently stroked Mu Yan's head, but the next second, her gaze suddenly turned sharp as she looked to the side. At Junlingyi, who was standing quietly. Her tone changed abruptly as she coldly reprimanded. Why are you still here? Since you've married the 5th prince, you should be by his side at all times. Junlingyi, suddenly scolded, looks confused. What strange rule was this? He's in the imperial study now, so you should be waiting outside the imperial study. Do I have to teach you even this basic etiquette? The Empress Dowager's expression was intimidating without anger, as expected of someone who had long resided in the back palace. Junlingyi obediently stood up, curtsied, and swiftly retreated. Yes, daughter-in-law will go right away. Outwardly submissive, but inwardly striking back hard. Junlingyi walked out of Yongquan Palace and immediately softened. The royal family is just full of troubles, having to be by Qingji's side at all times. Wouldn't that mean when he goes to the toilet, I'd have to stand nearby handing him toilet paper? No way she'd do that job. Junlingyi hummed a little tune as she walked out of the courtyard. This was a good chance to explore the palace. Rivals in love see red when they meet. The prince's arrogant admirer appears. The princess consort actually wants to divorce her husband. The imperial garden of the palace is truly magnificent. The whole path was filled with fragrant flowers. While Junlingyi was still immersed in the beautiful scenery of the imperial garden with its falling petals, a woman behind her angrily ran over and swung a whip. Luckily, she sensed the danger and quickly reacted, dodging the strike. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Why are you ambushing me? The woman looked fierce, glaring at her with vicious eyes. You stole something from me. This baseless accusation left Junlingyi bewildered. Is there some misunderstanding? Chun Jingming said through gritted teeth, as if she wanted to devour her. Qingji and I grew up together. We were childhood sweethearts. You stole him from me. You thief! How dare you? The woman acted without speaking further. She swung her whip at Junlingyi again. This jealous woman was not to be trifled with. Junlingyi retreated in fear. If you want someone, just say so. I can give him to you. It's not good to be wielding weapons in the palace. Hearing this, Chun Jingming became even more enraged. You thief! You dare mock me for not knowing how to use weapons? Only whips? This person's comprehension was truly touching. Junlingyi couldn't understand which word had mocked her. Unable to contain her anger, the woman got serious. Today, I'll show you my whip skills. Whoosh! Another lash came. Junlingyi's amateur skills couldn't withstand the woman's repeated attacks. Just as the whip was about to hit her body, a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grasped the whip. It was Qingji, who seemed to sense his wife was in danger and appeared just in time. A hero saving the beauty. Are you all right, princess consort? Qingji urgently checked on his wife's safety, disregarding his own injured hand. At this moment, Chun Zhongying appeared very timely to defend his sister. Chun Zhongying greets the Prince of Pingxi and the princess consort. My little sister was rude. Please forgive her, princess consort. Jingming apologized to the princess consort now. Brother, I did nothing wrong. Unexpectedly, the sister remained stubborn and refused to yield. Only upon seeing Chun Zhongying did Junlingyi suddenly understand. So this was the prime minister's youngest daughter. Empress Chun was her aunt, so she often entered and exited the palace. No wonder she claimed to be childhood sweethearts with Qingji. Those who harm my wife are my lifelong enemies. Qingji tightly held Junlingyi's hand and made his declaration of loyalty. But these words were like a sharp knife, shattering Chun Jingyi's fragile heart. She weakly let go of the whip in her hand. Chun Zhongying repeatedly apologized. My sister doesn't know better. Please forgive her, Your Highness. Qingji directly left with his wife without looking back, just like a domineering CEO in a TV drama. Operational training. It's a lie to say one's heart doesn't flutter, but she seriously told Qinji he could consider Qinjingi. After all, he just needed a princess consort to manage the household. This way, he wouldn't need to wait a whole year anymore. Though Qinji couldn't read her mind, he wouldn't let her leave before understanding the situation. He stroked Jun Lingyi's face, saying, "Does the princess consort want to divorce this prince?" Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the people around were shocked. Seeing their whispering, Jun Lingyi knew Qinji did it on purpose. These people were all the Empress Dowager's informants. When she hears he wants to divorce Qinji, she'll find reasons to deal with him again. "Why do you say this, Your Highness? I fell in love with you at first sight. My feelings are as strong as gold. Could it be you're planning to abandon me? Ah, my heart aches so." Qinji took the opportunity to hold her hand, speaking affectionately. This prince feels the same for the princess consort. These two combined had several hundred hearts worth of feelings. Seeing his manner, Jun Lingyi knew that today, this princess consort title still couldn't be shaken off. Though the palace was grand, it also had the most disputes. Qinji led Jun Lingyi to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. The decorations here were surprisingly simple. Seeing Jun Lingyi's confusion, Qinji explained, "The border is unsettled. The Empress Dowager is considerate of the people's situation. She doesn't want a grand celebration." Hearing this, Jun Lingyi immediately understood. It sounded nice, but it was actually to create a reputation. When spread to the common people, it would build an image of caring for the country. Indeed, the human world was never wrong. The emperor and empress have arrived. With the eunuch's announcement, everyone knelt to welcome them. "All beloved officials, rise." The emperor responded to everyone with an approachable manner. In contrast, the empress's aura was even more imposing. After they were seated, the emperor first noticed Jun Lingyi. "This must be the prince of Pingshi's consort. Our brother is usually like an ice cube. If he bullies you, just tell us. We won't let him off easily." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the empress immediately added, "I see the prince of Pingshi treats his consort very well." Just now, when chatting with the prince, someone reported that the princess consort had a misunderstanding with Miss Chun. He turned and left immediately, showing how much he cares for the princess consort. "Ah yes, the prince treats me very well. Thank you for your majesty's kindness." Faced with their level, Jun Lingyi could only respond to the emperor with a smile. He stroked his chin and said, "Then we look forward to becoming an uncle soon. This subject will work hard on it." Qinji held Jun Lingyi's hand and replied, "No." Jun Lingyi's inner thoughts were, "We don't need to work that hard on refusing." Just then, the Empress Dowager slowly entered the hall with Mu Yin. Everyone knelt again to welcome them. Jun Lingyi was speechless, having to kneel again. Time traveling to ancient times was really troublesome. After everyone was seated, Lu Weichun came forward to report. He respectfully reported to the three people on the dais, "The Tongtian Tower has observed the heavens. Today is most auspicious. The Empress Dowager's consideration for the people has been noticed by the gods. They will surely assist our great dynasty and benefit the people." This eloquence was indeed worthy of Lu Weichun. He said exactly what the Empress Dowager wanted to hear. Then, the chief eunuch on the side, Lu Chung, announced everyone's gifts. Tongtian Tower Master Lu Weichun presented a longevity Rui scepter. The Prime Minister's daughter Chen Jingming presented a pair of imperial prayer beads. The princess consort of Pingshi presented a piece of embroidery depicting 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. However, when opening Jun Lingyi's gift, everyone present gasped. Inside the box was a burnt piece of embroidery. This was no small matter. The Empress Dowager's face contorted with anger. "Well, Jun Lingyi, you've done it now." Jun Lingyi frowned, realizing this wasn't so simple. The embroidery was burned. Someone was trying to frame her. Chen Jingming immediately seized the opportunity, publicly scolding Jun Lingyi. "How dare you, presenting a burned embroidery to your aunt as a gift? This is cursing the Empress Dowager." Seeing this, Qinji was about to stand up and defend the princess consort. But Jun Lingyi quietly shook her head, signaling him to stay calm. It could also be one of the women around the princess consort. Faced with this deliberate framing, Jun Lingyi remained unfazed. Seeing her confident demeanor, Qinji knew someone was about to suffer. Jun Lingyi crossed her arms and questioned Chen Jingning. The Empress Dowager has already seen through the hidden meaning of my gift, praising me. What do you mean by your words? The Empress Dowager, being put on such a pedestal, didn't know what to say. Junlingyi pointed at the embroidery, explaining to everyone, "You all only see the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, envying the phoenix's honor. But who remembers that before becoming a phoenix, it must be reborn through fire, experiencing the pain of nirvana?" After I finished the embroidery, I heard that the Empress Dowager was considerate of the people's situation and simplified the birthday celebration. The scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix seemed too extravagant, so I burned half of the embroidery. She then knelt down to show sincerity. "The border is unsettled. Our great dynasty has just overcome difficulties, like a phoenix undergoing nirvana. Today, this daughter-in-law presents this phoenix nirvana painting to the Empress Dowager, wishing for her and our great dynasty to prosper after this rebirth." This textbook perfect answer completely won over the Empress Dowager. She appreciatively clapped. "You are thoughtful. A reward for you." The guests present also looked at the princess consort with newfound respect. Only Chen Jingning remained unconvinced. "It's clearly just a burnt piece of cloth." She managed to talk her way out of it with flowery words. So Junlingyi perfectly resolved the crisis. Qinji told her he would thoroughly investigate this matter. He wouldn't let the person who burned the embroidery off easily. "Leave it to me to investigate." Junlingyi wanted to let those who framed her know that she wasn't just a punching bag. After the banquet, everyone proceeded to the hunting grounds. Looking at the horses that were almost taller than people, Junlingyi felt a bit embarrassed. She thought they could disperse after the meal, but unexpectedly, they still had to go hunting. Before she could finish complaining, Chen Jingming rode over on her horse. "Why haven't you chosen a horse? Could it be you don't know how to ride?" This was blatantly trying to embarrass her in public. "Jingming, don't make trouble." Chen Zhongying was worried sick about his mischievous sister, but he didn't appreciate it. "Brother, I'm not causing trouble. I just want to befriend the princess consort. Teach her how to ride a horse, so she can sit properly beside Brother Qinji." Her childish tricks were so obvious that Junlingyi couldn't be bothered to respond. "If you don't want to be bitten by a dog, don't engage with one." As soon as Junlingyi walked away, Qinji immediately followed. Chen Jingming was about to invite him, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Seeing the horse stop steadily in front of her, Junlingyi was somewhat touched. Qinji extended his hand, sincerely inviting her. Junlingyi almost instinctively gave him her hand. With a smooth pull and embrace, Qinji brought her onto the horse's back. Only after sitting on the horse did Junlingyi realize how she had been enchanted earlier, reaching out her hand to be pulled up. It was all because he was too handsome. "Hold the reins like this." Qinji sat behind Junlingyi, teaching her how to ride hands-on. Their intimate appearance made everyone who saw them say they felt envious. The Prince of Pingxi personally teaching his consort to ride. How enviable. However, human joys and sorrows are not always shared. Chen Jingning watched their interaction, secretly clenching her hand on the reins. "Hello, 110? There's someone torturing dogs here." With the prince carrying his consort, the two riding together, Chen Jingming angrily rode her horse at full speed, rushing straight ahead of them. Now that they were on horseback, Qinji took out a bow, an arrow, and asked Junlingyi, "Would you like to try archery?" Looking at Chen Jingyi ahead, Junlingyi pondered and said to Qinji, "Your Highness, what if I accidentally shoot off target? I'll take responsibility." These simple, powerful words were full of reassurance. Qinji held Junlingyi's hand, helping her aim in the direction she wanted to shoot. Surprisingly, the arrow was pointing towards Chen Jingyi ahead. Junlingyi smiled slightly. She never held grudges. She always settled scores immediately. Whoosh! The arrow left the string, flying straight towards Chen Jingming. In the next moment, a close call. It pierced right through her hair tie. Chen Jingming felt a chill down her back as her loose hair caused her to fall straight off the horse. She glared fiercely at Junlingyi, her eyes looking as if they could tear her apart. "Your Highness, I truly didn't mean to. Archery is too dangerous. I was afraid." Junlingyi acted weak, pitiful, and helpless as she snuggled into Qinji's arms. Life is like a play, all about acting skills. Qinji also cooperated unconditionally, patting her and saying, "The princess consort is playful. My apologies to Miss Chen." Chen Jingning angrily pointed at Junlingyi and said, "Brother Qinji, don't be fooled by her. This woman, before she could finish, the two had already galloped past her. This was truly heartless, leaving Chun Jingning cursing loudly in extreme frustration. A small revenge was exacted. Junlingyi sincerely gave Qinji a thumbs up. "Your Highness, you were so cool just now." However, this time the slang was too modern. Qinji indicated he didn't understand what cool meant. It's like how your Highness just now swiftly defeated the opponent like that. Hearing this, Qinji's eyes showed some disappointment. So it didn't mean she liked him, but he quickly applied what he learned. The princess consort was also very cool just now. "Your swordsmanship is not bad." Getting Qinji's approval, Junlingyi felt proud. "Of course, my swordsmanship is..." Halfway through her sentence, she realized she almost let something slip. She quickly stopped herself. Qinji indicated he wanted to hear more. "Your humble servant doesn't know any swordsmanship. It's just because I like throwing small stones, so my aim is a bit better than others." Junlingyi was just a small fry compared to Qinji. "Is that so?" Qinji saw through it, but didn't expose her. "Then when the princess consort throws stones, can you hit 3 targets at once? Without this high-level skill, it's not something everyone can do, right? Let this prince teach you to use a bow and arrow." He held Junlingyi's hand, raised the bow and arrow, aimed at the target. His movements were quick, accurate, and fierce. 3 arrows were released at once. Whoosh, 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 they steadily hit 3 prey. Such a cool display was hard not to love. This must be magic. Junlingyi was stunned. Lu Weiqin, bringing Mu Yin, had been following behind them without anyone noticing. They witnessed the whole process. Today's dose of dog food was fully consumed again. Lu Weiqin seemed like a big victim, constantly tortured by the sour smell of love. Mu Yin suddenly turned her head and asked a soul-searching question. "Uncle Lu, how long until my little sister comes?" The real culprit hasn't been caught yet. The princess consort is so ruthless and unscrupulous. Facing the young prince's concern for his sister, Lu Weiqin was somewhat curious. Wasn't the young prince always disliking the princess consort? Why is he now anxious about his sister? This prince has considered it from all angles. Mother has approved 10 times. The princess consort is different from those delicate, affected ladies who only know how to act coy and please others. She's barely worthy of father. The sister she gives birth to should be quite cute, right? After hearing the young prince's words, Lu Weiqin silently gave a thumbs up. Look at how he used those idioms. Your studies have improved a lot lately. When my sister comes out, I'll be accompanying her. Then Uncle Lu will be all alone. Mu Yan's words, along with her worried little expression, were a critical hit. Lu Weiqin thought, I want to have a talk about life with your teacher. What kind of messy words are they teaching? A few days later, inside the Pingxi prince's mansion, Junlingyi was interrogating some servants in the courtyard. Zi Hao, with hands on hips, fiercely questioned a man in front of the princess consort. Hurry up and tell the truth. Was it you who burned the embroidery? The man, with an innocent face, defended himself. Princess consort, this lowly one has served the prince's mansion all his life. I've never done anything to betray the prince. I truly know nothing about the burned embroidery. Even if the princess consort takes my life, I absolutely won't admit to something I didn't do. Seeing his righteous appearance, Junlingyi coldly smiled while resting her chin on her hand. Then I really will take your life. Bring it up. The servants were seen carrying out torture devices full of spikes. The man's eyes showed some panic. He continued to deny anxiously. Princess consort, go ahead and beat this lowly one. I absolutely won't confess to crimes against the royal family. However, this lowly one must remind the princess consort that using private punishment violates the law. Who said we're going to beat you? Junlingyi signaled with her eyes. She had people bring in his daughter. As soon as his daughter called out, "Father," he immediately panicked. Why are you here? Junlingyi, dragging the little girl, said expressionlessly, scaring her. This child has such delicate skin. She's been raised well. I'm afraid she can't bear the pain. Take her inside. I'm kind-hearted and can't stand to see such scenes. Then Yuer, seeming to understand, yet not understand, was taken inside. The attendants also carried the spiked board inside. Father, you are hurt so much. Chilling screams came from inside the room. Lu Weiqin happened to be passing by outside the courtyard. Hearing these screams, he was startled. He peeked through the window. He saw Junlingyi sitting in a chair with a completely indifferent attitude throughout, as if she hadn't heard anything. This was quite different from the Junlingyi he remembered. He complained to Qinji beside him. Fifth brother, your wife is really merciful. Of course. Qin saw through it but didn't expose it, still looking doting. This answer made Lu Weichen's head spin. He didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. These two are becoming more and more alike in their black-heartedness. Before long, the man couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly struggled and begged, "Stop. I confess, it was I who burned the embroidery. It was me. Please stop." Having finally achieved her goal, Junlingyi gestured with her hand, indicating, "Speak. Why did you burn it? Who instructed you? If you can't explain clearly, this princess will suspect it's a forced confession. Perhaps we should continue the punishment." The man had thoroughly witnessed the princess consort's methods. Trembling and covered in cold sweat, he confessed everything. "It was Miss June who instructed me to do this. She kidnapped my son and forced me to do it. She gave me gold which is buried at home." Princess consort sent someone to check. They could indeed dig up June's bribe, which was somewhat unexpected. A gentleman's revenge may take 10 years, but the princess consort's revenge is from dawn to dusk. The man tearfully begged the princess consort to spare his daughter. "This lowly one knows it's a capital offense. Even if I'm cut into 1,000 pieces, Yue is still a child." Junlingyi then slowly walked to the man's side. "You're not bad. You didn't care only for your son and neglect your daughter. Though not a good person, you are at least a good father. All right, open the door." Junlingyi waved a hint. The attendants obeyed. Soon, Yue came bouncing out. The man doubted his own eyes. Yue had been screaming so loudly just now. Yue quickly threw herself into the man's arms. Only then did his anxious heart settle down. After regaining his composure, he asked, "Why? Why are you unharmed?" Yue then tearfully explained to her father, "Father, there was someone in the room who could make sounds just like Yue." The screaming was so miserable, it scared Yue to death. Junlingyi gently patted the little girl's head. "Silly girl, that's called ventriloquism. It's for imitating voices. Be good and sister will help you bring your brother back." Hearing this, the man kowtowed to Junlingyi several times with loud thuds. This lowly one thanks the princess consort for her kindness. "In this life and the next, I am willing to be a horse or ox for the princess consort, to serve with my liver and brains smeared on the ground." All right, get up quickly." Junlingyi was really not used to such grand gestures. She waved her hand awkwardly and said, "This princess doesn't need horses or oxen. Just take good care of your son and daughter. Don't get kidnapped again." Lu Weichen, crouching in the corner, watched the whole process and silently applauded. It was brilliant to obtain the desired information and evidence without harming either side, and even make the enemy submit. Junlingyi's methods would probably be praised even by the people of the Ministry of Justice. Qin was also secretly delighted. His wife was indeed more dazzling when free. Today was another day of falling in love with his wife. Having obtained the intelligence, Junlingyi acted immediately. She hurriedly ran out of the courtyard and happened to bump into the two of them. "I'm planning to return to the military mansion today. I won't disturb your highness and Lord Lu." After reporting to Qin, Junlingyi left in a hurry. Lu Weichen put his arm on Qin's shoulder and asked, "Does the princess consort need company?" "No need." Junlingyi rejected without a second thought. She didn't want to be a third wheel. She definitely wouldn't be a light bulb. Inside Wanchuan Pavilion of the military mansion, seeing Junlingyi's arrival, Junhiru remained calm, playing the zither. "I heard that the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix I gave to the Empress Dowager was burned by someone you sent." Hearing this, Junhiru became agitated. She slapped the zither strings with a loud bang. "Sister, you must not speak nonsense. Didn't you say 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was a masterpiece? If I had burned it, wouldn't you be guilty of deceiving the emperor?" Junlingyi knew she wouldn't admit it easily, so she said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of, sister? This matter has already been concluded. I just wanted to ask for clarity. I just wanted to get things straight." Seeing this situation, Junhiru stopped beating around the bush with her sister. After dismissing the servants, she frankly admitted it. "So what if I did? You, born out of wedlock, have always been a level below me. You're not fit for high society, yet you had the chance to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. I just wanted you to be humiliated in public." Finally, hearing her admit it, Junlingyi picked up a nearby candle. Her eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. "It's not so what? I'll just repay the dead in kind." Saying this expressionlessly, she threw the lit candle. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. Junhiru's dress immediately caught fire. She was terrified, rolling on the ground and screaming, "Ah, Fire! Someone come quickly! After getting her revenge, Junlingyi calmly looked at the frightened maid. Sigh, why am I so good at revenge? After handling the matter, Junlingyi was satisfied and prepared to leave. But just as she stepped out of the military mansion, someone suddenly struck her from behind with a stick, knocking her unconscious. She then fell heavily to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. The princess consort got her revenge, but suffered retaliation, and even fell into a trap of her own making. When Junlingyi woke up, she found her hands were locked. She looked around and felt the surroundings were very familiar. This was actually the 8-star, 8-diamond luxury presidential suite of Mufing Tower. And the handcuffs on her hands were wooden handcuffs specially provided for customers with special needs. After Junlingyi realized this, she felt utterly hopeless, because she had designed the room and even crafted the handcuffs herself. It was a case of digging her own grave. Just as she was pondering, a man walked in. I was wondering who would tie me up here. So it's you, Ninkichuan. Junlingyi wasn't too surprised to see him. Though he looked weak and gentle, he was hopelessly devoted to Junhiro. He frowned and said to Junlingyi, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this either. He approached slowly with trembling hands. Junlingyi could tell at a glance that he was definitely acting on someone's orders. Did Junhiro send you to kill me? No, if she wanted to kill me, there's no need for such elaborate measures, bringing me to such an expensive suite. She wants you to. Junlingyi suddenly realized. Ninkishuan immediately reached out to lift her clothes. My heart belongs to Hiru. She asked me to do this. I can only comply. Seeing his ill intentions, Junlingyi aimed and gave him a swift kick to save herself. At this moment, she couldn't just sit and wait for doom. This kick angered Ninkishuan. He clutched his stomach and approached again. This room is at the end of the corridor. No one usually comes here, and it has the best soundproofing. It's useless to scream. Junlingyi, of course, knew she had designed this room. Now she was just trying to buy time. On a whim, she had built a secret room under the bed. If she could find the switch and hide in the secret room, she could temporarily escape from Ninkishuan. Just then, the door was violently kicked open. Qinji rushed in with an imposing aura. This sudden entrance frightened the already cowardly Ninkishuan, his face changing color instantly. Seeing his wife being bullied, Qinji was furious. He directly grabbed Ninkishuan's neck with one hand and slowly lifted him up. Ninkishuan was completely immobilized. You're asking for death, Qinji said as he violently slammed Ninkishuan's head against the wall. Ninkishuan immediately passed out. After dealing with him, Qinji immediately ran to Junlingyi. Are you alright? I'm fine, help me untie this first. Qinji sat down without any precaution, but the next second there was a click. Both of them were stunned. Junlingyi looked incredulous. No way, it can't be this coincidental. The switch I couldn't reach, even twisting my waist. He did it, but the fact was undeniable. Before she could react, Junlingyi fell straight into the secret room. Without thinking, Qinji quickly jumped down after her. Your Highness, Junlingyi instinctively called out to him in the darkness. I'm here. Qinji lit a nearby fire stick and walked towards her. Seeing him, Junlingyi said angrily, Why did you jump down too? The mechanism to open this place is outside. Now we're both here. Unless Xiao Si discovers it, we can't get out. Please come closer. I'll admit my mistake. It's my fault. I couldn't bear to leave you alone. This woman, even when sick, doesn't forget to flirt. It's like an old lady falling down the stairs and still not waking up. Inside the secret room, Qinji slowly approached Junlingyi with a fire stick. The man's breath fell on her face as he said, Don't move. Junlingyi's face suddenly turned red and her eyes darted away. Qinji used the fire stick to burn off Junlingyi's wooden handcuffs. It doesn't hurt, does it? After her hands were freed, Junlingyi stretched her muscles. So he was just helping me remove the handcuffs. Her dormant maiden heart, which had been silent for years, was unexpectedly moved by this gay prince's actions. It was truly embarrassing. Achoo! It's so cold. This place is really gloomy. Junlingyi suddenly started shivering uncontrollably. Qinji carefully handed her the fire stick. What are you doing? Junlingyi watched his movements with confusion. What are you thinking? Qinji took off his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. Sit here for a moment. I'll see if there's any way we can get out. After saying this, Qinji took the fire stick and examined their surroundings. Junlingyi, feeling somewhat exhausted, sat down on the ground. It seems we can only open it from the outside. The structure of the bed above is quite complex. We can't push it from inside at all. Noticing that Junlingyi hadn't responded for a while, Qinji instinctively looked back at her. Junlingyi was leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, breathing heavily. Asleep? Qinji quickly walked over to her, crouched down, and checked her condition. Junlingyi's consciousness was fading, and she was mumbling softly. Qinji felt her forehead. He realized she had a high fever. Without hesitation, he put down the fire stick and took off his inner robe as well. You'll feel warm soon. He draped the clothes over Junlingyi and embraced her like a child. Feeling the warmth radiating from the man's body, Junlingyi, in her hazy state of mind, revealed her true nature as a female pervert, constantly snuggling against the prince. The next morning, the door of the secret room was finally opened. A man's anxious voice came from outside. What were you all doing? How could you only discover they were missing now? If anything happens to him, I'll never forgive you. Qinji, killing Junlingyi, licked up. As light flooded in, Qinji could finally see the pale complexion on Junlingyi's face clearly. Young Master Yin, Qinji immediately recognized the person standing in front of him. Prince of Pingxi, I've long heard of your name. Yin Ning reached out, intending to take Junlingyi for treatment. Qinji didn't even spare him a glance. He simply walked past him. I trouble young Master Yin to prepare a carriage and clothes. The princess consort and I will return to the palace immediately. Although Yin Ning's face showed no emotion, his tightly clenched fist betrayed his feelings. As Qinji walked out the door, passing by the tied-up Ning Keshuan, he said, I'll leave the criminal to young Master Yin to handle. Yin Ning finally came to his senses. He ran out and specifically instructed Qinji about her illness, saying to find by rushing for treatment. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Ning Keshuan beside him. Beat him until he's nearly dead. Inside the Prince of Pingxi's mansion, by rushing, and Lu Weiqin received the message and quickly rushed over. After checking Junlingyi's pulse, Bai Ruxing's face turned terrifyingly grim. The usually gentle and refined man was now shaking with anger. What kind of illness is this, Wagudu? Why won't she wake up? Seeing Bai Ruxing remain silent, Lu Weiqin took the initiative to ask for instructions. Bai Ruxing suddenly lost control and grabbed Qinji's collar. Qinji didn't resist, just calmly looking at him. The domineering prince and his frail, helpless princess consort. The noble prince had come online. Bai Ruxing suddenly acted out of character, grabbing Qinji's collar. If you can't take good care of her, his words were cut off halfway. Lu Weiqin quickly pulled him away. Ruxing, you've gone too far. What's wrong with him? Why is he so agitated? Lu Weiqin pulled him aside, trying to extract information from him. Bai Ruxing impatiently brushed off his hand. It's nothing, just a minor cold. It's not serious, he said, then turned and left directly. I'll go write a prescription. Lu Weiqin watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. With that attitude, could it really be just a simple cold? Fifth brother. Qinji's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Why are you suddenly calling me so formally? I'll go find some folk doctors. Apparently, he wasn't the only one with suspicions. Lu Weiqin readily agreed. Understood. After an unknown amount of time, Junlingyi gradually regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qinji sitting by the bed, staring at her motionlessly. You're awake. Seeing her wake up, Qinji's expression softened considerably. He leaned down and pressed his face against her forehead. Every time he got intimate with her, Junlingyi's heart would skip a beat. You still have a slight fever. Qinji detected her body temperature, his expression turning cold again. This unique way of taking temperature made Junlingyi secretly amused. You're clearly deliberately raising my body temperature this way. You've only had one bowl of medicine since being trapped. You must be hungry. I'll help you up to eat. Hearing about food, she opened one eye. She nodded, looking at the dozen or so bowls of porridge neatly arranged before her. Junlingyi was dumbfounded. Are all these bowls of porridge for me? Yes. I didn't know what flavor you liked, so I had the kitchen make several kinds. Which one would the princess consort like? Since that was the case, Junlingyi casually pointed to the red date porridge closest to her. I'll have this one then. Qinji reached for it and carefully stirred it. Come, I'll feed you. Qinji looked at her with doting eyes. However, Junlingyi was not used to being cared for by others. Your Highness, I can manage on my own. But Qinji wouldn't allow it. The doctor said you're weak and need rest. You need to recuperate. I'm not so weak that I can't hold a bowl. Look, Your Highness, my muscles are quite strong. I've fine. Junlingyi hurriedly rolled up her sleeve to show him her muscles. But Qinji remained unmoved. Seeing him so unusually stubborn, Junlingi gave in. While eating, she asked Prince Qinji, "Your body hasn't fully recovered either. You didn't exert yourself last night, did you?" Without opening his mouth, Qinji's eyes, soft as water, were overflowing with love. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the doorway. "Woman, I heard you eloped with some wild man last night." Mu Yin, waving her little fists, angrily questioned Junlingi. Her childish words almost sent Junlingi to her grave. Junlingi choked and pounded her chest. "How did you choke?" Qinji smiled slightly and patted her back. Then, he explained to the panting Mu Yin beside them. "Last night, your mother was with me." Yes. Junlingi immediately agreed. "Oh, so it wasn't a wild man, it was father." The little persimmon, hearing this, finally sighed in relief, satisfied. Parents are true love. Children are accidents. Mu Yin really knows how to write. Be careful. Eat slowly. Don't choke again. In front of Mu Yin, Qinji demonstrated how to dote on one's wife. Mu Yin frowned, expressing that she also wanted to eat the porridge in father's bowl. "There's some on the table for you to eat." Qinji didn't indulge her at all. Junlingi, however, was caught in a dilemma. Mu Yin argued, "Why can mother be fed, but not me? Mother is sick." "Thank you, your highness. I'm full." Junlingi feared that if she ate any more, these father and son would be dumbfounded on the spot. Then she patted Mu Yan's head and said, "Tomorrow, mother will find the cook to make something delicious for little persimmon." Really? Mu Yan couldn't help but drool at the thought of the cook's desserts. But soon, the light in Mu Yan's eyes was extinguished by Qinji. "Your mother hasn't fully recovered yet. She needs to rest in bed and can't leave the mansion." Hearing this, both of them immediately looked at Qinji pitifully. Their actions and expressions were exactly the same. Qinji's defenses were instantly broken. He rubbed his brow and said helplessly, "She can leave the mansion after half a month of rest." So Junlingi was confined to the prince's mansion, living an idle life. These days of eating and sleeping and eating, made her question her life. Half a month seemed too long. After being a couch potato for 10 consecutive days, although the meals were light, Junlingi touched her little belly and said, "I've gotten fat from lying in bed all the time." She seriously reflected on herself. A few days later, Junjiao came to the prince's mansion to visit his sister. He immediately started rubbing Junlingi affectionately. "Second sister, why do you look so much thinner? Is that little beast not treating you well?" "Don't worry, the prince and I are getting along very well. You saw it last time too. We're deeply in love." Junjiao expressed disbelief. "Stop pretending. You've been clever since you were little. Tell me, were you lying to me last time?" These words almost fooled Junlingi. "Have I been found out? It doesn't make sense. I acted so convincingly." So he firmly continued, "Second brother, I'm not lying to you. Qinji really treats me well. You don't need to worry. I can return to Yun City with peace of mind." "No lies, no lies. Why did you flee from the prince's mansion? And that day, that little beast to me." Junjiao suddenly had a dramatic expression, speaking haltingly. This dramatic scene made Junlingi imagine a grand play in her mind about the unknown affairs between her husband and her brother. Damn, he forgot his lines. Luckily, he had drafted them last night. He always lost arguments with his sister. This time he came prepared. He must persuade her to leave this place of trouble. Junjiao glanced at his draft and began a vivid, emotional performance. "He's very cruel to me. He speaks harshly to father and Huir too. Just look at what he did to us that day. You can imagine how he treats you daily." Junlingi's eyes lit up when she heard this gossip. "It was the day you came to see Huir. The prince arrived shortly after. The entire household was kneeling. Father asked him to get off his sedan chair, but he ignored it. He only asked directly where you were. I heard from Huir that you had an argument with the prince that day, so you ran back home. Unexpectedly, the prince came to the mansion looking for you. Don't you think he's a jerk?" Yes, he's a jerk." Junlingi knew it was useless to argue further. After all, prejudices are not easily removed. Junlingi patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. After his explanation, she finally understood why the prince was able to arrive so timely to save him that day. He had clearly developed feelings, but was unaware of it, about the prince and princess's pretense turning into reality. Just as Junlingi had calmed her brother's emotions, Qinji walked in from outside. "What are you talking about?" Junlingi instinctively replied, "We were just discussing the Western King of Liao." She said half the sentence, then met Qin Ji's cold eyes. She immediately changed her words. We were just discussing the Western King of Liao. This handsome guy, why did he come back so early today? Hearing this, Qin Ji walked over as if no one else was there, flicked her forehead and said, I missed you. This doting manner was subtly charming. Jun Lingyi rubbed her head, stunned for a moment. She secretly praised him, thinking, not bad this time. Seeing second brother here, he woke up on his own without needing a hint. Then she turned to Jun Jiao and said, second brother, you should go back now. I'm really fine. Truly, Jun Lingyi knew her second brother could be stubborn. It would be troublesome if he really confronted Qin Ji. Seeing Qin Ji arrive, Jun Jiao didn't say much more. He stood up, bowed, and said to Jun Lingyi, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. I can't stay long in the capital. I'll be returning to Yun City in a few days. Tomorrow, let's have a small gathering at Zui Chun Yuan as a farewell for me. How about it? The order to request an audience hasn't been canceled yet. So, Jun Lingyi could only hold his hand with an expectant face. The next day, in the study of the prince's mansion, Lu Weichen leisurely said while holding a teacup, I heard you're finally letting your little flower out today. These past few days, you've consulted many doctors. They all say there's nothing wrong with her. It's just a cold from being in prison. Her body is weak. Perhaps we were mistaken. Her illness isn't severe. It's just that Bai Russian is too worried about her. Hearing this, Qin Ji's gaze instantly cooled by several dozen degrees. He really brought up the wrong topic. Lu Weichen felt a chill down his spine from that look. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Actually, you don't need to worry about Bai Russian. I think he's preparing to give up too. He even went on a blind date today. I reckon he probably won't try to steal your little flower anymore. After Lu Weichen rattled on, Qin Ji calmly replied with just 3 words. Can't steal her. Lu Weichen felt like he was being force-fed dog food again. Right. Even if he tried, he couldn't steal her. But then he seemed to remember something. Come to think of it, I'm quite surprised. I never thought Bai Russian would go down the blind date route. I heard the matchmaker was even your brother-in-law. This comment successfully caused a change in Qin Ji's expression. His hand holding the brush suddenly paused. By the way, where did your little flower go out to today? Qin Ji casually tossed the brush onto the paper. Then he walked straight out without looking back. Hey, where are you going now? Lu Weichen hadn't realized anything was wrong. Oblivious to the situation, he just felt that Qin Ji had been very moody lately. Meanwhile, at Zui Chun Yuan, Jun Lingyi arrived at the place her second brother had mentioned. She realized there were more than just the 2 siblings present. Seeing Bai Russian before her, she fell into deep thought. It was supposed to be a farewell dinner. I thought second brother only invited me. I didn't expect to see Bai Russian here too. Why does this scene feel so strange? It was supposed to be a farewell dinner, but second brother turned it into a blind date. Hearing the 2 greet each other, Jun Jiao said with a satisfied expression, since you already know each other, this makes things much easier. What's easier? Jun Lingyi was confused, but Jun Jiao didn't explain immediately. Never mind, let's eat. He enthusiastically poured a cup of wine for Bai Russian. Bai Russian picked up the wine cup and politely responded, this wine smells so good. Jun Lingyi, the little drunkard, was quickly enchanted by the wine. Just smelling it almost made her drool. Seeing her greedy cat-like expression, Bai Russian kindly reminded her that she was just recovering from a cold and shouldn't drink. Jun Lingyi's eyes dimmed a bit. Fine, I said I'd quit drinking anyway. I shouldn't indulge in this cup. Bai Russian couldn't bear to see her disappointed expression. Just half a cup, he compromised reluctantly, personally pouring her half a cup of wine. Thank you, Dr. Bai. With the doctor's permission, Jun Lingyi had no reason to refuse. Jun Jiao watched with increasing satisfaction. Indeed, they're a talented couple. How could that little beast be worthy of my wonderful sister? It has to be Dr. Bai. So he raised his wine cup and solemnly entrusted Bai Russian. Brother Bai, my sister is young and has been entrusted to the wrong person. I'm about to return to Yun City, so I can only entrust her to you. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi spat out a mouthful of wine. She coughed for a long time and couldn't recover. What's wrong? Jun Jiao didn't understand why she suddenly had such a big reaction. To avoid losing too much composure, Jun Lingyi quickly ran outside for some air. She had almost choked and couldn't breathe just now. Outside the door, She weakly covered her chest, slowly adjusting. But as soon as she lowered her head, she saw a familiar pair of shoes. "Your Highness." Junlingyi suddenly looked up and met those cool, clear eyes. Without a word, Qingji directly pressed his lips against hers, asserting his claim as she had been drinking. This sudden kiss left Junlingyi in a daze. She had only drunk half, but before she could finish, this man's mouth moved again. Junlingyi tried hard to push him away, but couldn't budge him. The next moment, her hands were pinned against the wall. This domineering side of Qingji was something Junlingyi had never seen before, but she quickly succumbed to it. Suddenly, the sound of a wine cup shattering on the ground brought Junlingyi back to her senses. After she came to, she looked towards the source of the sound. At the doorway, she saw Bai Russian standing there. "What's wrong?" Jun Jiao, not understanding the situation, ran out from inside. Upon seeing Qingji, who had appeared out of nowhere, he froze in place, just like Bai Russian. "The princess is drunk. I'll take her back," Qingji said curtly, picking up Junlingyi and walking out. "Your Highness, I only drank half." Qingji gave her a look, and Junlingyi immediately fell silent. "Your Highness, this concubine knows to be discreet when drunk. The princess is second to none in that regard. No one dares to claim first." This series of actions left the two men behind completely stunned. Jun Jiao felt a pang in his heart. He still hadn't managed to get his sister out of the wolf's den. How intoxicating can a prince be when he's so attentive to his wife? Ignoring everyone's gaze, Qingji carried the princess straight out of Mufeng Tower. The attendants all stood respectfully to the side. Lu Weichen, the professional childminder, and Tong Mayan were observing the couple from upstairs. Seeing Junlingyi in Qingji's arms, he silently covered Mayan's eyes. "All right, don't look at improper things. This part isn't suitable for viewing. Uncle Lu, why don't you cover your own eyes?" Mayan protested. "I am covering them." Lu Weichen vividly demonstrated what it means to lie through one's teeth. "Uncle Lu is lying. You only have two hands." The little persimmon's intelligence was still online. "You little one, why so talkative? Uncle Lu is giving you the chance to cover your eyes. I can only close my eyes the whole time. You don't even know to be grateful." Seeing the two enter the carriage, he finally let Mayan see the light again. "They've left in the carriage, huh?" Lu Weichen casually deflected, dissolving much of Mayan's gentleness. "Uncle Lu, you're lying. You must have opened your eyes to look." Mission accomplished. Lu Weichen didn't bother to argue further. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Qingji put his arm around Junlingyi's shoulder, asking how much she had drunk. With her cold not yet fully recovered, she should have been more careful. Junlingyi, full of survival instinct, said she only had half a cup. "Your Highness, really just a little? Smell, there's no alcohol scent left. You kissed it all away." Qingji still wasn't reassured. "When we get back, I'll have Tao make you some sobering soup." Junlingyi nodded obediently and frantically. As long as he wasn't angry, she'd drink anything. Just then, the carriage suddenly jolted. Junlingyi unexpectedly bumped her head against Qingji. "Are you all right?" Qingji quickly reacted, gently stroking her forehead. Junlingyi's face flushed red. "Your Highness, has anyone ever told you how considerate you are? Being a freeloader by your side is almost like living without, being able to take care of oneself." Qingji said sincerely. "What's wrong with the prince living without being able to take care of himself? We still have a way to go before reaching the palace. Get some sleep." Qingji noticed the weariness on Junlingyi's face and pulled her closer. Junlingyi must have been truly tired, as she fell asleep in his arms not long after. As night fell, a woman wrapped up tightly entered the prime minister's residence. She walked into Chun Zhongying's quarters. "Young Master Chun." Jun Hiru removed her hat, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "The servant who was supposed to destroy Junlingyi's embroidery has turned against us. His young son was rescued and escaped. Inhe Xuan is also dead. Now several groups are targeting me. What should I do?" Jun Hiru cried, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her in this state, Chun Zhongying's eyes showed no warmth. "If that's the case, wouldn't coming to find me make it easier for you to be exposed? Young Master Chun, I know you're like me. We both want to deal with that bitch." Jun Hiru said while slowly removing her cloak. She slowly wrapped her arms around his neck and fell into his embrace. "As long as we work together, We can surely make her lose face and die of shame. All right, Chen Zhongying smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He pinched Junheeru's chin. Miss June is indeed beautiful and intelligent, no different from those sold outside. Young master. Junheeru heard this and playfully patted his chest. Tell me, how did you suppress Jun Lingyi in the Jun household for so many years? Chen Zhongying suddenly applied force, tightly gripping Junheeru's neck. This woman, unable to eliminate her own sister, was willing to sell her body. But the man showed no mercy. I never keep people who are of no use to me. After confirming Junheeru had stopped breathing, Chen Zhongying disgustedly threw her to the ground. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Zhongying immediately became alert. Brother, I heard noises from your room. Are you all right? Chen Jingming walked to the door, hearing sounds from inside. It's nothing, just a rat. The room wasn't cleaned properly. Why are you here so late? Do you have something to tell me? Hearing it was his sister, Chen Zhongying's expression softened as he walked out, quietly closing the door. Chen Jingming excitedly shared the day's events with her brother. I went to the palace today. While accompanying Aunt in the Imperial Garden, I even saw Brother Qin-ji. Unfortunately, he was walking hurriedly and didn't notice me. At this point, Chen Jingming's expression became somewhat dejected. Brother, do you think he's still upset about what happened at 4th Aunt's birthday banquet? That's not the case. Don't overthink it. Our Jingming is so good, he'll realize it someday. Chen Zhongying reached out to pat his sister's head to comfort her, but he seemed to remember something and quietly withdrew his hand. His hands were so dirty. How could he touch his sister? It's late. You should go to sleep. Chen Jingming didn't notice her brother's unusual behavior and obediently nodded. After she walked away, Chen Zhongying returned to his room. Jingming, whatever you want, your brother will get it for you at any cost. The next day, Jun Lingyi disguised herself and came to Mufeng Tower to find Yin Yun. Where's Ning Xuan? Dead. Yin Ning's expression was as if he had just squashed a cockroach. How did he die? Jun Lingyi wasn't a saint who could forgive those who hurt her, but at least they should have kept him alive to accuse Junheeru. Young master also wants to know how he died. I just broke 7 or 8 of his bones and bruised some flesh. Jun Lingyi stepped back in shock. Are you sure you didn't torture him to death? Young master knows his limits. I also know to keep witnesses alive. Saying I'd kill him was just to scare him. He was locked in a secret room. Some bastard slit his throat with a knife. I'm just asking you, why are you so angry? Calling yourself young master all the time. Who do you think you are? Jun Lingyi was taken aback by his arrogant behavior, like a 250. The beggar girl persona seemed to be coming online. What did you say when you first came to the capital? I'll listen to Jun Lingyi in everything. Though Yin Ning said it through gritted teeth, with his weakness in others' hands, he had no choice but to submit. That settles it then. Yin Ning was still defiant after having his ear pulled. After giving Yin Ning a light scolding, Jun Lingyi prepared to leave. If he's gone, he's gone. I'm leaving. Yin Ning finally showed some urgency when he saw this. Where are you going? You rarely come out. Let's have a drink together. No thanks, I'm going to make pastries for my son. Jun Lingyi said son, very naturally. Yin Ning felt a bit jealous. So, isn't that Qinji's son? After making pastries, Jun Lingyi returned to the Prince of Pingshi's mansion, only to find the entrance crowded with people. Why are there so many people? Excuse me, she said as she made her way through the crowd to the front. Looking around, she saw Junheeru's mother. She was wearing a white mourning headband, crying at the gate about her poor beautiful daughter, walking the path of a white lotus, leaving no room for actual white lotuses. The Jun family's madam suddenly bringing people to mourn at the prince's gate inevitably drew a crowd of onlookers. There was much discussion. What is she here for? Has the Jun family's madam gone mad? She actually dares to provoke the prince's mansion? You don't know? The Jun family's eldest daughter died last night. They say she hanged herself. She also set fire to her room. When they rescued her, her body was already burnt. What? Junheeru is dead? Once the bystanders started gossiping, they couldn't stop. I heard that the princess consort of Pingxi was driven out of the mansion a while ago. She cursed at Miss June, and afterwards Miss June cried every day before hanging herself. A group of uninformed onlookers hearing this started cursing Jun Lingyi relentlessly. An enthusiastic bystander pushed Jun Lingyi aside to join the discussion. The princess consort is just a woman who rarely leaves the house. The guards say she's not in the mansion. I bet she has a guilty conscience and doesn't dare to come out. After gathering this information, Junlingi slowly left the crowd. Seeing the situation, she knew she couldn't enter through the main gate and had to use the side entrance. As soon as Tao saw Junlingi, she hurriedly ran out to report. Princess Consort, you're finally back. Madam Junshi, I know everything. After handing over the stone box for Mu Yin, she said, good, help me get dressed. I'm going to meet her. Hello, Madam Yuna. I'll definitely choose a magnificent dress for you. Let's put Madam June in her place, said Tao indignantly. But Junlingi calmly waved her hand. No. I want to choose an outfit myself. Moments later, Junlingi changed into a simple and elegant outfit. She walked out of the prince's mansion's main gate. Madam June stood with her hands on her hips, ready to confront her arrogantly. Junlingi ordered someone to carry white lotuses. She walked towards Madam June with tears in her eyes. Oh, mother, how could sister be gone? She hugged Madam June tightly, crying emotionally. This act of sisterly affection caught Madam June off guard, making her step back in shock. Seeing this, the onlookers began to waver. Is this the vicious and scheming illegitimate daughter of the June family? Her sister died, and she seems quite upset. Mother, I miss sister. Junlingi vele while pounding on Madame June's shoulders, her silk sleeves flapping. Madame June, furious, gritted her teeth and pushed her away. Junlingi pretended to be weak and fell to the ground, not getting up. Mother, I know you blame me. 10 days ago, when I returned, I saw sister wanting to die because she couldn't marry Ning Heshuan. I thought I had talked her out of it. Who knew she would still? It's my fault. Junlingi's performance was truly moving heaven and earth. It immediately changed people's hearts. There were rumors that 2 years ago, the princess consort had taken the blame for Miss June's attempted elopement. The man was named Ning Heshuan. Perhaps Madame June wanted Miss June to marry well, but she loved someone else and was driven to suicide. Junlingi had mastered this reverse White Lotus act. Even if she hadn't seen much in real life, she had watched plenty on TV. Madame June was at a loss for words, her body shaking with anger. She pointed at Junlingi, but couldn't say a word. Just then, a servant's announcement silenced the scene. Prince Qingji appeared, standing tall, at 2.8 meters. As he got off the carriage, everyone knelt down to pay respects. Seeing the crowd at the mansion gate, he coldly asked his attendant what was happening. Junlingi quickly threw herself into his arms, continuing her sad act. Why, your highness, sister is dead. There, he said, gently patting her head with eyes full of tenderness. But the next moment, his gaze towards others was filled with coldness. The onlookers were so frightened, they immediately dispersed. The princess consort is unwell and needs rest. Madame June, please leave. Saying this, he ignored everyone's stares and picked her up in his arms. Junlingi, with tears in her eyes, said, Mother, I'm truly heartbroken right now. When I feel better this afternoon, I'll surely visit sister at home. These white lotuses are my last gift to sister. May everyone remember sister's beauty, as pure as a white lotus. After she finished speaking, servants placed the white lotuses in front of Madame June. She knelt on the ground, angry but not daring to speak. If looks could kill, she would have already torn Junlingi to pieces. After the two returned to the study, the world finally quieted down. Qingji carefully placed her on a chair. Then he gently touched her face, which was red from crying. Junlingi quickly explained that she was fake crying. Wait until I return. You won't even need to fake cry. Okay? Feeling scorned by the master of emotional manipulation, Junlingi knew her little tricks were nothing but child's play before him. Your Highness, last time I promised little Persimmon that I'd treat him to my friend's cooking. My friend cooked today. Let's invite little Persimmon and have a meal together, okay? Soon after, the family of three sat happily at the dining table. Junlingi was eager for Mu Yin to try her cooking. Little Persimmon, try this. Now try this. Qingji watched from the side, suddenly feeling his own food less appetizing. He abruptly put down his chopsticks. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? This action successfully caught Junlingi's attention. Qingji rotated his wrist, saying seriously, this prince has been feeling soreness in his hands lately. Thinking he was unwell, Junlingi immediately stood up anxiously, calling for a royal physician or doctor to come and check. However, Mu Yin, with a knowing look, said, Father's hand soreness is the kind that can only be cured by being fed. Indeed, they were father and son, perfectly in sync. What is this called? Junlingyi was shocked by this unheard-of explanation. Just then, Lu Weichen sauntered in. Eating? Smells good. Looks like I came at the right time. Seeing her savior arrive, Junlingyi immediately stood up to welcome him. Indeed, perfect timing. Lord Lu, the prince's hands are uncomfortable. Could you help feed him? After these words, Lu Weichun was completely stunned. The two grown men were at a loss for words. Qinji's little scheme failed, so he directly took food from his son's bowl, saying grandly, "Eat less meat, Mu Yan." Mu Yan could only watch pitifully as the meat in his bowl disappeared. It's okay. Next time we'll make more vegetarian dishes. Little Persimmon nodded. Junlingyi gently patted his head. The worry on Mu Yan's face immediately vanished. Then, he sincerely invited Lu Weichen, who was standing nearby. Lord Lu, please sit down and eat something. But Lu Weichen felt the gaze from beside him, wanting to kill him. He immediately refused, giving 3 quick excuses to save his life. No need, I've already eaten. He didn't want to walk into the knife's edge. The prince and his unfortunate brother had another day of being fed dog food. Hearing Lu Weichen say he had eaten, Junlingyi brought out her specialty osmanthus cake for dessert. Looking at the exquisite presentation, Lu Weichen, full of survival instinct, said, "I'll just take one piece. Just one piece." But after taking a small bite, he was completely won over. The taste surpassed all the delicacies in the palace. So he asked, with his mouth full, "Princess consort, did you make this yourself?" "It was made by a friend of mine," Junlingyi said, somewhat uncomfortably covering her mouth. "Your friend's cooking skills are really good. I wonder if I could invite them to be a chef at the Lu Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the intense gazes of the father and son. It seemed that if he said one more word, these two would swallow him alive. Lu Weichen immediately shut his mouth. Oh no, did he say something wrong again? Junlingyi slowly put down the osmanthus cake and said, "Lord Lu, my friend is used to a leisurely life and only cooks for relaxation. They won't become a chef at the Lu Mansion." "I'm sorry to hear that." Lu Weichen actually felt relieved inside. It's good that they can't come. After the meal, Junlingyi left with Mu Yan. Lu Weichen watched their retreating figures. He silently marveled. What a master! The little flower bud is about to train these 2 wolves into 2 little lambs. On the day of Jun Hiru's funeral, Junlingyi came to the Jun mansion to investigate. However, as soon as she arrived at the door, Madame Jun angrily pointed at her and cursed. "How dare you show your face? You're a harbinger of disaster. If it weren't for you, Hiru wouldn't have died." After hearing this, Suli tearfully said again, "Yes, it's all my fault. If my fortune wasn't better, sister could have married into the prince of Pingshi's household while enjoying her love with Ning Hshuan. Oh sister, you died so tragically. This trick never failed." Hearing this, people again silently sympathized with her. The Jun family's concubine-born daughter is so pitiful. She was just trying to marry into the prince's mansion, accidentally got lucky, and now she's being wronged by the Jun family. Madame Jun's temper flared up immediately. She raised her sleeve, ready to slap Junlingyi. Tao quickly stepped in front of her. "Madam, please reconsider. What's all this commotion about?" Old man Jun, grieving the loss of his beloved daughter, was already in a foul mood. Seeing Junlingyi made him vent his anger on her. He shielded Madame Jun behind him and coldly rebuked, "Don't cause trouble today. I have no such intention." Junlingyi waved her hand dismissively. She hadn't come to cause trouble. She came today just to see how Jun Hiru had actually died. In the morning hall, Jun Hiru's coffin was still open. Junlingyi stood quietly to the side observing. After a while, just as she noticed something unusual, she was interrupted by a voice at the door. "Greetings, Princess Consort of Pingxi." Junlingyi turned to see Chen Zhongying's wife at the door. "Lord Sun seems to be looking for you." He went that way. Junlingyi then realized that quite a crowd had gathered at the door. She indeed couldn't stay any longer, so she politely bowed back. "Thank you, young Master Chen, for pointing the way. What's it like to be abused by parents who don't love you? Whoever wants to experience it can." Junlingyi certainly didn't want to be. That poor soul. Watching Chen Zhongying come to mourn her sister, Junlingyi felt a bit strange. A refined gentleman like him, would he also fall for Jun Hiru's charms? Just now, on Jun Hiru's neck, she could faintly see finger marks. She must have been strangled first, then taken back to be burned in the fire. Who could have done it? As she was lost in thought, a servant approached to inform her. "Second young miss, the master requests your presence." Then she followed the servant to Tsuju courtyard. This was a secluded area in the Jun mansion. What did the old Jun patriarch want to say to her? As soon as Jun Lingyi entered, she saw Jun Run sitting with a dark face in front of the screen. He rested his chin on his hands, with quite an interrogating air. He coldly asked, "Hiru, did you kill her?" "Lord Jun, if I say no, would you believe me?" Jun Lingyi knew that once the old Jun patriarch had made up his mind, he wouldn't believe anything she said. Sure enough, Jun Run became furious. He pointed at her and scolded, "Jun Lingyi, I raised you, and I never thought you'd become such a demon." "Ah, Lord Junya, when you say you raised me, do you mean 10 years ago when you let servants stab me in the chest and throw me in a mass grave? Or 5 years ago when you abandoned me at the border, leaving me to survive alone in the war? Or today, when you sold me to the royal family as a sacrifice, to be your daughter's stepping stone?" Jun Run was left speechless by this series of questions. "Lord Jun, no need to explain. You've worked hard all these years. I'm doing well now, so don't trouble yourself." Jun Lingyi never expected this family to give her any love. Therefore, without hope, there was no disappointment. After she finished speaking, she turned and left directly. Jun Run stomped his feet in anger where he stood. "Jun Lingyi, if you leave now, I'll no longer consider you my daughter." Hearing this, Jun Lingyi casually waved her hand. "Thank you, Lord Jun, for the kindness of severing our relationship." She was no longer the little girl from years ago. She had transformed and been reborn. "You ungrateful child." Jun Run, mindful of his status, was trembling with anger, but could do nothing to her. As night fell, the sky over the Prince of Pingshi's mansion was filled with twinkling stars. Jun Lingyi sat on the roof, gazing at the sky in the moonlight, lost in thought. Just then, Qin Ji, who had appeared unnoticed, gently wrapped a cloak around her. Jun Lingyi looked up and their eyes met. "Your Highness, why are you here? Tao said you were sitting here." "I was afraid you'd catch cold," Qin Ji said, while his hands continued to tie the strings for her. "Your Highness, I'm fine. Look, my arms and legs are strong." Jun Lingyi vigorously waved her arms to show Qin Ji she was in good health. "You're in a bad mood." Qin Ji suddenly said this. Faced with Qin Ji's sudden concern, Jun Lingyi's inner armor also began to loosen. She rested her chin on her hand and shared her thoughts with Qin Ji. "I'm just arranging things for a child. They say the dead become stars in the sky, so I came to look for him." Jun Lingyi remembered that 10 years ago, a Jun family's illegitimate daughter was stabbed in the chest and thrown into a mass grave. The little girl's blood soaked her entire body. But that little girl was so foolish. Even after being killed, she still wanted to return to that prison and receive her father's love. Thinking of this, Jun Lingyi suddenly gave a cold laugh. "Children's dreams are so simple. What is your Highness's dream, then?" Qin Ji intentionally tried to pull her out of her sad thoughts. "My dream is to be happy and free. What about your Highness?" Speaking of what she longed for most, Jun Lingyi's eyes seemed to light up. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the starry sky. "Oh, a shooting star?" Jun Lingyi excitedly pointed at the sky. While she was looking at the stars, the person beside her was looking at her. Time seemed to stand still in that peaceful moment. Remembering her earlier question, he thought, "My wish? To cherish one person deeply, to protect her completely and sincerely." His eyes were full of tender affection. But Jun Lingyi was too focused on watching the shooting star. "Your Highness's wish is quite special. I thought the dreams of nobles were all about striving for high positions, standing above everyone else. In our place, there's a saying that if you make a wish during a meteor shower, it will come true. Would your Highness like to try?" This prince's wish is destined to come true. Qin Ji never entrusted his heart's desires to the will of heaven. What was meant to be his, he would strive for with all his might. Meanwhile, this starry sky was keeping the Tongtian Tower busy. Palace rumors said that, in the 15th year of Emperor Xuanyi's reign, in September, Qi Kingdom's star diviner Jinyao at Tongtian Tower divined all night. It was said the Empress Dowager, considerate of the people's feelings, left the palace to pray for blessings for the common people. But she was ambushed and injured on the way. The Ministry of Justice's investigation found the assassins came from the northern frontier. The northern frontier was the fief of the Prince of Pingxi. The emperor ordered Qin Ji to go investigate. Within days, the court was in turmoil. In the prince's mansion, Qin Ji reported to Jun Lingyi about his upcoming journey. This trip will take months to return. The Empress Dowager is unwell, so she wants Mu Yin to enter the palace to keep her company. My royal brother plans to have her study quietly in the palace, taught by the imperial tutor. Junlingyi understood inwardly that this meant Mu Yin would be a hostage. With Qinji going to the northern frontier, the Empress Dowager would keep Mu Yin imprisoned by her side. Qinji looked at Junlingyi with reluctance, meticulously instructing her to take care of herself. Eat on time, sleep on time, be careful when going out. Be sure to return before dinner. If there's anything else needed, find Lu Weichen. If anyone bullies you, just send a message. Listening to Qinji's endless chatter, Junlingyi felt indescribable emotions. So, this was what it felt like to be reluctant to part. Disguised as a man to infiltrate the army camp, the prince's wife stopped drinking. The next day, Qinji donned military attire and led the army to set out for the northern frontier. Behind him, cavalry raised the army's great flag and followed closely. The journey was long, so in the evenings, the soldiers would set up camp on the spot, rest and reorganize. In the tent, a dark-bearded man looked at the tomatoes on his plate and joked. These tomatoes were cut by Du's eating. Xiao, Xian ate them and got a stomachache. Ha! This pun made everyone burst into laughter. Cui consoled him. Hey, don't say that. Ziding is Lord Du's cousin. Is this Xian the same as Lord Du's? Then a man asked the person at the table, Ziding, Lord Du is always by the prince's side. You're his cousin, so have you seen the prince's wife? Is she really as rumored flat-chested, no hips, weak and foolish? The soldiers perked up their ears curiously as they gossiped. She's not just a princess consort. She's a beauty that could sink fish and make the moon hide in shame. Curvy in all the right places, gentle and virtuous. Her beauty is heavenly, like an immortal. Junlingyi, disguised as a soldier, praised herself without restraint. Hearing this, the dark-bearded man was confused. If the princess consort was so great, why did people say the prince and princess consort didn't get along? If I had such a curvy wife, I'd cherish her in every way. This dark-bearded brother, thinking of this, suddenly blushed furiously. Junlingyi was so exasperated she rolled her eyes. Of all the words she said, he only remembered curvy. Man, come to think of it, the prince has never had women around him. Could it be that he doesn't like women? This topic instantly sparked discussions among everyone. Just then, Cui suddenly stood up and bowed to the soldier, saying, Greetings, Your Highness. The soldier froze. No way. How could he be so unlucky? On her first day of infiltration, she ran into the prince, but she didn't think twice and immediately knelt down with the others to pay respects. This humble one greets Your Highness. However, she waited for a long time without hearing any response. The soldier was also confused, so she bravely raised her head slightly, only to meet Qinji's cold gaze. He stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable, staring at her motionlessly. After a moment of standoff, Qinji suddenly grabbed her collar. Your Highness, have mercy. The soldier immediately begged for forgiveness. Cui also knelt down to plead. Your Highness, Ziding is new here and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him. Hearing this, Qinji glared at him with displeasure. The soldier was almost choked by the collar. Oh no, Your Highness, I can't breathe. Only then did Qinji slowly release his grip. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Junlingyi seized the opportunity. If not now, when? It was time to run. You dare to run? Qinji expressionlessly grabbed her collar again. In the next moment, he threw the disobedient princess consort over his shoulder. Junlingyi frantically pounded on his back. Behind them, everyone's eyes were as wide as saucers, but no one dared to make a sound. After the two left, Du warned everyone with a stern face. If anyone mentions a word about today's events, they will be executed without mercy. The princess consort's infiltration into the army camp was discovered, and Qinji simply carried her away. Junlingyi, lying on his back, frantically punched him. Put me down! Your Highness, if you continue like this, I'll scream assault. If you scream, this prince will make it real. These words clearly had no effect on him. Junlingyi could only silently complain that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And so, Qinji carried her all the way back to his tent. Your Highness, you're back. The guard thoughtfully lifted the tent flap for them. Qingji walked in expressionlessly, carrying Jun Lingyi. Then he threw her on the bed and pounced on her. Before Jun Lingyi could react, she was pinned to the bed. Qingji slowly approached her face. Why did the princess consort come here? Jun Lingyi was still trying to struggle. Your Highness, you've mistaken me. I'm just a soldier with a stomachache. Qingzi with that. Qingji tried to kiss her lips. Jun Lingyi quickly turned her face away. She thought he had deliberately smeared his face black today, but she hadn't paid attention. Unexpectedly, even his black makeup was scared off. Left with no choice, he could only, Your Highness, why are you here? Jun Lingyi opened her eyes again, feigning innocence. Qingji heard this and was momentarily confused. What act was she putting on now? Jun Lingyi blinked her eyes, trying to bluff her way through. Oh my, where am I? Seeing Qingji's expression change, Jun Lingyi went into full acting mode. To be honest, I suffer from a soul-losing condition. Sometimes I suddenly become another person. Looking at the situation now, I must have had an episode. Qingji smiled, playing along, and asked, So earlier, was it the soldier with a stomachache I kissed, or the princess consort with a stomachache? Jun Lingyi answered without thinking. But in the next second, Qingji kissed her again. Jun Lingyi's mind went blank. She completely froze. In that case, this prince will kiss the princess consort again. Qingji's flirting skills were improving by the day. Jun Lingyi's face quickly turned red. Tomorrow, I'll have to send you back. The military camp life is too austere. Qingji couldn't bear to see her suffer. Hearing she was to be sent back, Jun Lingyi immediately hugged Qingji's arm. Your Highness, let me go to the northern frontier with you. No, why do you want to go to the northern frontier? Qingji looked at her face, gradually relaxing. Because I can't bear to part with your Highness. Jun Lingyi came up with a reason on the spot. Qingji crossed his arms and just silently looked at her. Do you think I believe that? Because I want to see the local customs of the northern frontier. Qingji remained unmoved. Keep making things up. Fine. Actually, it's because yesterday, I accidentally saw a drawing on your desk. I've seen this pattern before. I suspect it's related to my birth parents. Hearing this, Qingji's expression suddenly turned serious. You're not the Jun family's second daughter? The princess consort is saying she's not old Jun's biological daughter? Qingji expressed great shock. Jun Lingyi had a matter-of-fact expression and said shockingly, Look at old man Jun. How could he have such a smart, beautiful daughter like me? This overly confident princess consort caught Qingji off guard. Wash your face first, then we'll talk. Jun Lingyi wiped her face with a towel while talking. I've always felt I'm more like a detective, so I've been investigating my background. I found that pattern. I came here because I want to go to the northern frontier to uncover the secret that's been haunting me. Your Highness, please. I promise I'll be good. Okay. Jun Lingyi used her trump card again, acting cute and coy. She looked innocent while tugging at Qingji's clothes. Even though her words were full of holes, Qingji looked at her like this and agreed without thinking. Qingji quickly came to his senses, tapping his head in self-reflection. Beauty truly is misleading. I was bewitched by her eyes. Your Highness, a gentleman's word is his bond. You just agreed, didn't you? Jun Lingyi let out a sigh of relief. This hurdle was finally cleared. If she had directly told him she wanted to go to the northern frontier to investigate Empress Dowager Su, he wouldn't have agreed. The princess consort can stay in the army, but please don't work in the kitchen again. You can be my personal bodyguard by my side. Personal bodyguard? Jun Lingyi was skeptical about this position. Personal following me with a stomachache. We should change that name too. Let's call you Qin Lingyi. Qingji thought hard. After a while, he actually came up with this name. Jun Lingyi was embarrassed. Wasn't this just changing her surname to the prince's? The characters Lingyi were also too obvious. How about Qin Zige? Lord Du is to you, I'm Zigue. Both are cuckoos. It's not good to have both by the prince's side. After listening, Qingji frowned slightly, expressing disapproval. Why make it similar to Du Yu's name for no reason? Naming was not easy. Yun Lingyi Saitekin. Then what should we call it? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said happily. Zigue's voice rained like smoke. Let's call you Junrian. This name was like a key, unlocking memories in Qingji's mind. He stared at Jun Lingyi, lost in thought. He could remember this name. Why couldn't he remember her? 5 years ago, that woman with a smile like flowers also mentioned this name. Rian. My name is Jun Rian. What's wrong? Is this name not good? Jun Lingyi waved her hand in front of him, bringing him back to reality. It's good, Rian. He gently grabbed Jun Lingyi's fidgeting hands. Seeing that he was finally satisfied, Jun Lingyi also breathed a sigh of relief. I think this name is not bad either. Just then, Qinji suddenly leaned slowly towards Junlingyi. What are you doing? Junlingyi suddenly felt a bit flustered. These clothes? Qinji asked, leaning close to her neck and sniffing. Sure, Yinming sent them to me when I came in. I heard you wore this while causing havoc in the kitchen. Hearing this, Qinji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Take them off. Qinji spoke with heavy breaths, scaring Junlingyi into backing away repeatedly. Your Highness knows I'm a personal bodyguard, not selling my body. What are you thinking? Qinji's teasing side reappeared. He was once again defeated by this princess consort's imagination. The prince's 5-star massage skills are exclusively for the princess consort. Today was another day full of dog food. Inside the tent, Qinji stood by the bathtub, speaking to Junlingyi beside him. Come here, you smell of alcohol. Take a bath before resting. Wear these clothes after bathing. Tomorrow, I'll have you bring over He-shun's clothes. Junlingyi took the clothes and examined them. These seemed to be Qinji's own sleeping clothes. After handing over the clothes, Qinji lifted the gauze curtain and walked out. You bathe, I'll sleep first. Junlingyi turned around and slowly began to undress. She had been marching with the army all day and really wanted to take a bath. She tested the water before bathing. Qinji's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Junlingyi turned her head abruptly, only to realize that the curtain was semi-transparent. She could see Qinji inside, and Qinji could see her undressing. Don't make it too hot. Meeting Junlingyi's embarrassed gaze, Qinji quickly turned over. To avoid facing such an awkward scene again, Junlingyi silently walked to the bed and lowered the bed curtains. After a series of actions, she finally returned to the imperial chamber satisfied. Hearing the dripping water sounds from behind, Qinji's slightly rolling Adam's apple proved how shameful he was. A moment later, Junlingyi finished washing up and blew out the candle. Now that she couldn't go around in her female form, she quietly slipped into bed. Qinji was already asleep beside her. Junlingyi also felt sleepy. She yawned, and, at this moment, although Qinji's eyes were closed, he accurately hugged her in his arms. Junlingyi was startled. She tried to push him away forcefully, but couldn't break free. Qinji remained unmoved throughout. Junlingyi could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, just sleep. Past experience told her that struggling was futile. Besides, after a whole day of travel, she was indeed tired. After hearing the even breathing of the person beside him, Qinji slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her face always made him feel at ease. It always made him feel at ease. Then he gently kissed her forehead. Not remembering him was okay. There was still time. One day he would make her see his true feelings. The next morning, Junlingyi woke up with a slight headache. Perhaps it was because she went to sleep with wet hair after bathing last night. Qinji, passing by after washing his face, saw her rubbing her head. What's wrong? Headache. Junlingyi had just woken up and wasn't fully alert. Is this better? Qinji skillfully massaged her temples. After becoming more awake, Junlingyi slowly opened her eyes. Much better, thank you, Tao. Wait, that voice. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Junlingyi quickly turned her head, meeting Qinji's intensely focused gaze. I can do it myself. Junlingyi immediately retreated to the side timidly. I was still groggy just now and mistook your highness for Tao. How dare I let your highness serve me? When it comes to ancient makeup techniques, even the straight male prince claims to be unrivaled. Qinji pointed at the clothes brought for grooming. Since you've decided to stay in the military camp, you mustn't let others discover your identity. After a series of disguises, Junlingyi proudly showed Qinji her results. How is it? She pointed at her eyebrows. This eyebrow shape is the most successful I've drawn this year. Qinji examined carefully and raised an eyebrow. Too pretty, easy to expose. After saying this, Qinji slowly approached her. Then his hand reached behind Junlingyi. Take the eyebrow pencil. I'll fix it for you. With that, he made a grand sweep, freely creating on Junlingyi's face. After a couple of strokes, he finished and revealed a satisfied smile. This is much better. Let me see. Junlingyi eagerly picked up the mirror, but was almost embarrassed by her own ugliness. Her clenched fists betrayed her mood. Qinji, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You ruined the best eyebrows I've drawn in years. Seeing her unhappy expression, Qinji leaned in and asked seriously, does Rian think it's not good? I think Rian looks good no matter what. These words, combined with that face, were simply setting hearts on fire. as long as you're happy. Junlingyi also compromised. After all, expecting a straight guy to do makeup well was unrealistic. That would be crazy. Qinji's confidence immediately soared. He got more excited. He opened the powder box, dipped some powder, then I'll continue to powder you. Make you white. Junlingyi was struck by his gapmo. Qinji's usual cold tone, saying such things was strangely cute. She closed her eyes tightly, putting on a resigned air. Come on. But Qinji didn't follow the script. Perhaps the powder got stuck. He suddenly blew gently on her face. This unexpected action caused Junlingyi's face to turn red instantly. Why did Rian's face turn so red? Qinji once again unknowingly flirted. It's too hot in here. Too hot. Junlingyi was about to get up to escape, to cool down, but was pressed down again by Qinji. Don't move. I'm not finished. Junlingyi could only sit obediently, letting him continue his mischief. After a while, she picked up the mirror and looked at the bandit in the reflection. This bandit feels like if I went out to rob now, I might bring back a few tails. While Qinji was still admiring this makeup, Chen Jingning came in with her servants. Why are you here? Qinji looked displeased. Aunt is injured. I came to go to the northern frontier with brother Qinji. We must find the real culprit. Qinji didn't intend to go back directly, but Chen Jingning didn't care. This time she was determined to stick to him. I have Empress Dowager Aunt's decree. If you don't let me go to the northern frontier with you, it's disobeying the imperial order. After saying this, she stepped forward wanting to pull her brother Qinji. But Qinji seemed to be triggered like a mechanism, stepping back repeatedly. Brother Qinji, I know you're worried about me being in danger. But don't worry, I'll definitely follow you obediently and not make you worry. Presumably this woman must have listened to Jolin Tsai's courage before speaking. Qinji couldn't be bothered to argue with Chen Jingning anymore. He directly ordered, the army is about to set off. This prince needs to prepare for a moment. Chen Jingning slowly turned around, her eyes still lingering reluctantly. All right, I'll wait outside. Brother Qinji. Junlingyi, who was in disguise, also got up to leave. You change clothes first. I'll go out first. As soon as she walked out of the tent, she heard the maid whispering to Chen Jingning. Miss, the Prince of Pingxi is really cold, keeping people at a distance. But Chen Jingning didn't think so. What do you know? Brother Qinji is shy when he sees me, so he suppresses all his emotions. He's best at disguising himself. The more he cares, the colder his tone. Junlingyi, listening on the side, rolled her eyes so hard they almost went to the sky. What kind of thought process does this person have to understand it like this? Qinji changed into military uniform and just rode out on horseback. Chen Jingning immediately followed by his side. The soldiers nearby saw this scene and discussed it. Who's that woman? The Prime Minister's daughter. Chen Jingning, the Empress Dowager's niece. Our prince's childhood sweetheart. The future general's wife. Doesn't the prince already have a princess? The guy next to him answered this question, showing some sympathy, soon to be gone. If the Empress Dowager doesn't like her, she can let him breathe for a few days. But what they didn't know was that the princess they were talking about was now expressionlessly eating her own melon. Chen Jingning was pleased with herself for being able to stay by Qinji's side. Brother Qinji, do you remember? Back then, you taught me how to ride. You were in front, leading my horse. That was at the Empress Dowager's request. This prince was only responsible for leading the horse. I didn't teach Qinji. He mercilessly shattered her empty fantasy. Then he suddenly accelerated, pulling away from her. He purposefully came to the front of the military camp and stopped. Can you ride a horse? Yes, Your Highness. Junlingyi was still immersed in her role-playing. The next second, she was lifted and placed on the horse's back. Junlingyi felt she would eventually develop a condition from his scares. I can ride. This prince will teach you. Qinji ignored everyone's gaze, focused solely on being a riding maniac. Brother Qinji, Chen Jingning was truly the ultimate clingy person. Wherever he went, she called out, "Let's go." Those who make noise in the army will be dealt with by military law. Qinji didn't buy into this at all, and even wanted to stay away from her. Your Highness's love life is flourishing. Junlingyi sincerely sighed. This prince is already married. Qinji was afraid others would affect the princess's mood. Your Highness, aren't you afraid the soldiers will think you're effeminate? Having spent time with him, Junlingyi could now speak freely and do as she pleased. Qinji said carelessly, "So what if they do?" To him, as long as he could hold his beloved in his arms, why fear others' words? Junlingyi didn't know his thoughts, but admired his open-mindedness. After the caravan had traveled for some time, Qinji ordered everyone to rest and reorganize. "Your Highness, I'm going to wash my face in the west." Junlingyi seized the opportunity to find an excuse to slip away. Qinji agreed to her request without any suspicion. Taking her to a secluded spot, she thought she had gone far enough. So she took out a map from her person and examined it carefully. She didn't have time to look closely before, only managing to steal the map. She had to find clues before Qinji discovered it. In the battle between the princess and the green tea bitch, who would come out on top? As Junlingyi was looking at the map, Chen Jingning suddenly appeared behind her out of nowhere and called out, "What's your name?" Hearing this, Junlingyi quickly hid the map and respectfully bowed to her. In response to Miss Chun, "This humble one is Jun Ruyan." But Chen Jingning showed no courtesy at all. Upon hearing this name, she immediately swung her whip. Fortunately, Junlingyi had experience this time. She quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the strike. "May I ask why Miss Chun is wielding a whip? Does this young lady need a reason to hit people? You have the same surname as that thief. I don't like it." After saying this, she swung her whip again. This woman had completely lost her mind, hitting people at will. This psycho. Junlingyi was displeased, but she wasn't going to be a naive idiot waiting to be hit. The moment the whip was about to hit her body, she grabbed it directly. "How dare you? You dare to touch my young lady's whip. Let go immediately." The maid was clearly playing out the scene of bullying with power. Junlingyi naturally didn't comply. "Miss Chun, this is a military camp. There are rules here. If this humble one has done something wrong, you can report to His Highness and let him deal with it." Chen Jingning was not satisfied. She tried to pull out the whip, but couldn't move it at all. She said through gritted teeth, "If I tell Brother Qinji, you won't just be getting whipped. Then go ahead and report me. I'll wait for the military order." Junlingyi smiled slightly. Suddenly, she let go of her hand. Chen Jingming was caught off guard and fell backwards, sitting on the ground. She angrily shouted, "Don't think I don't know. You were sent by that thief. You're so ignorant of the rules, disrespecting your superiors. By law, you should be executed." Junlingyi retorted bluntly. This humble one would also like to remind Miss Chun, insulting royal relatives is punishable by death according to the law. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving Chen Jingning still cursing on the ground. Walking along the road, Junlingyi looked at the scar on her hand and silently complained that he was really harsh. Suddenly, Qinji's voice came from in front of her. "Are you hurt?" Junlingyi quickly hid her hand and said, "I just accidentally scratched it. It's nothing." Qinji didn't say much. He directly took her hand. Then he brought her straight to the traveling doctor. Help treat her wound. Hearing this, the doctor quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will do my utmost to treat this official." Junlingyi was shocked by this sudden, grand gesture. "There's no need to be so formal. It's not like I'm dying. Your Highness, it's just a small wound." Junlingyi felt really uncomfortable inside. Qinji remained unmoved. Then he publicly used his head-patting move again. The old doctor's expression was a bit strange. "I could tell from when you first rode in. Your Highness is indeed very considerate of your subordinates, using one's own methods against them." The prince's textbook was double-standard wife protection. After the doctor finished bandaging, Junlingyi politely thanked Qinji. He had just taken her hand, preparing to leave. But they hadn't walked a few steps when Chen Jingning caught up again. "Brother Qinji," she called out breathlessly, staring intently at Qinji. Qinji, however, only glanced lightly at the whip at her waist. Weapons are not allowed in the military camp. Hand over the whip. "Brother Qinji, I've had this Qian whip with me since I was little. I promise I'll be careful and won't hurt myself," Chen Jingming explained presumptuously. "Hand it over." Qinji beckoned, his tone brooking no argument. Chen Jingming didn't dare disobey and reluctantly handed over her beloved whip. As soon as Qinji took the whip, he turned to Junlingyi and said, "This prince remembers you said earlier you wanted to learn martial arts." Before Junlingyi could react, Qinji put an arm around her waist and placed the whip in her hand. This prince will teach you how to use the whip. Then Qin Ji smiled slightly. The next second, he gripped her hand and swung the whip directly at Chen Jingyu. Chen Jingning was instantly terrified. Caught off guard, she couldn't dodge in time and took the hit full in the face. This prince's hand slipped. There's a military doctor up ahead, Qin Ji said to her calmly. Chen Jingning rubbed her wrist and looked at him with a pitiful expression. I'll go right away. I knew Brother Qin Ji cared about me. But as she passed by Jun Lingyi, she suddenly glared at him fiercely. Jun Lingyi felt a chill down his spine from the stare. Don't look at me. I didn't want to hit you. Old Wei, take a look at me, Chen Jingming ordered arrogantly. The doctor was forced to open for business again for the second time. Afterwards, Qin Ji took Jun Lingyi to a secluded place. He looked at Jun Lingyi with a heavy heart and finally spoke. This prince wants to ask you something. Please ask, Your Highness. After getting a response, Qin Ji reached out his hand towards Jun Lingyi's chest. Pervert! Jun Lingyi instinctively reacted and slapped him hard across the face. Her hand moved faster than her brain. After slapping him, she realized something was wrong. Oh no, I just hit the prince. What's he going to do? Punish me? But this was Qin Ji. How could he blame his beloved wife? Qin Ji looked at her hand with concern. Does your hand hurt? No, it doesn't. Jun Lingyi stood frozen in place. Qin Ji looked at her calmly. Take out what you stole. If you want to know something, this prince will tell you. There's no need for this. What do you mean, Your Highness? I don't understand. Jun Lingyi played dumb. Do I need to take it out myself? Qin Ji pressed on. Jun Lingyi retreated in panic. Oh! Suddenly, she tripped over a rock on the ground. She stumbled. Qin Ji quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, steadying her. Then he used a bit of force to pull her up. With his pull, Jun Lingyi fell directly onto him. Their lips met by coincidence. Jun Lingyi was shocked when she realized what happened. Oh my, I just forcefully kissed Qin Ji. Why did you steal this? Qin Ji took the opportunity to retrieve the map. Jun Lingyi instinctively looked at his empty collar. Only then did she realize her mistake. The map had been stolen back by Qin Ji. The strategist princess consort mode activated. The prince was deeply gratified. Faced with Qin Ji's questioning, Jun Lingyi had to use her trump card, making up stories. I really miss my parents. I couldn't help myself. When I saw Your Highness put this pattern on the table, I unconsciously took it. She felt awkward with her own acting, but had no other choice. After listening, Qin Ji silently gripped the map in his hand. Since she said so, he would believe her. Then, he unfolded the map and explained to Jun Lingyi. This pattern was left by the assassin who tried to kill the Empress Dowager. It's the mark of a northern frontier assassin. The Empress Dowager believes someone from the northern frontier instructed him to come. She specifically ordered this prince to investigate this case. I can't return to the capital without uncovering the truth. He no longer concealed anything. He told her everything about the imperial edict and the purpose of this journey. Is the northern frontier assassin Your Highness mentioned the Ghost Division's Shah? Jun Lingyi quickly noticed something odd as she listened to Qin Ji's description. I think there's something strange about this pattern. Please elaborate. Qin Ji was somewhat surprised. She actually knew about this. Shah from the Ghost Division is a perfectionist swordsman. When killing, he habitually goes for the throat with one strike. After each kill, he always leaves his mark. If he came to assassinate the Empress Dowager, it's impossible that he would deliberately fail to kill and leave his mark. As he spoke, he casually picked up a tree branch and began drawing in the sand. 5 years ago, he injured his wrist. When drawing, his final stroke was not smooth, so he simply gave up. The last stroke of the mark gave the image a sense of incomplete beauty. What I've drawn is the current pattern Shah from the Ghost Division leaves behind. Your Highness, please take a look. Qin Ji picked up the paper and carefully compared the patterns. Jun Lingyi continued. The pattern in your hand has a complete final stroke, so it must be a forgery. In my opinion, all of this seems like a trap set to lure Your Highness away from the capital. Feeling her theory was validated, Jun Lingyi spoke to him with increasingly determined eyes. Her own deduction. If you're busy capturing Shah from the Ghost Division, the Empress Dowager can groom Mu Yin to become a second one, to be her puppet. But Jun Lingyi wasn't sure if Qin Ji would suspect his own mother. So she tossed away the branch, casually dusted off her hands, and said, Of course, all of this is just my speculation. If Your Highness doesn't believe it, just treat it as a joke. After listening, Qin Ji took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her hands. As Rian said, this prince is very interested. I've already sent people to investigate the assassination attempt in the capital. Some in the royal city are already getting restless. Qinji had noticed this point early on. Hearing this, Junlingyi was a bit shocked and withdrew her hand. Your Highness already knew it was a trap? Then why did you still head to the northern frontier and accept the mission to escort 5,000 soldiers to Cloud City? How to insult someone without swearing. Wang Fei teaches you high-end arguing. Qinji knowingly walked into the tiger's den. This move genuinely scared Junlingyi. Qinji gazed at her tenderly with his deep eyes. The northern frontier is this prince's fief. It's been a while since I've returned, so I plan to go back for a visit. Hearing this, Junlingyi felt her intelligence was crushed. She had been worried for Qinji, but he was just planning to return to his fief for a vacation. Then she bowed slightly and said, Your Highness's thoughts are meticulous. I am unworthy in comparison. Not at all. Lord Ruyan knows quite a lot. For example, this pattern. Qinji looked down at the mark he had just drawn. Junlingyi suddenly realized she might have revealed too much. After all, it's related to my birth parents, so I researched it carefully. As she spoke, she vigorously swung her foot to erase the marks on the ground. Just then, a soldier walked over to report on the itinerary. Your Highness, it's time. The army is about to set out. Please give your orders. Qinji nodded. He gestured to Junlingyi, who suddenly hugged his arm and said mysteriously, When we set out later, can we not ride the same horse? It's really embarrassing to be seen by so many soldiers on one horse. All right, you can sit in the carriage. This prince will lead your horse. How about that? Qinji smiled indulgently, feeling his proposal was quite good. No. Junlingyi expressed her disapproval. She estimated that Chun Jingming's sickle would probably dismember her alive. You just recovered a bit after coming out of the secret room last time. Your body is weak. You can't walk. Qinji stroked her head, patiently persuading her. Junlingyi slowly relented. If your Highness is really worried, then prepare a horse for me. I can ride a horse. How about that? Qinji finally reluctantly agreed to her request. All right, I'll go choose a horse. You wait for me. But before he could walk far, Chun Jingming approached right after. He brought his maid and stood confrontationally in front of Junlingyi. Junlingyi was incredulous upon hearing this. This time she actually had to apologize. It's nothing, just a minor injury. If Miss Chun is truly repentant, I accept your apology. Upon hearing this, Chun Jingming's face instantly turned black as if blood would drip out. I'm telling you to apologize. Don't think that having that Jun person backing you means you can do whatever you want. Brother Qinji's heart only belongs to me. Others are just empty titles. Junlingyi was utterly defeated by her thick skin. Miss Chun, a brain is a good thing. We can have less, but we can't have none. But I guess stupidity is also an illness. Junlingyi didn't want to stay a moment longer. She waved her hand and left directly. Please stop bothering me. Looking at your face. I can't see. My head hurts. Chun Jingming was left with a confused face. Her maid asked, What did he just say? Miss, it seems he insulted you. Chun Jingming finally reacted. How dare he insult me? Let's follow him. I'll tell Brother Qinji and make sure he has no place to be buried. Choosing a horse also requires consideration. The prince's subtle little thoughts. Qinji immediately took a liking to a white horse. A nearby soldier kindly reminded the prince, Miss Chun is used to chestnut-colored horses. Although this snow treader is an excellent horse, a sudden change might not suit Miss Chun's preferences. The soldier was completely unaware he had addressed the wrong person. Qinji looked at the horse before him, his eyes filled with amusement. Not far away, Junlingyi also thought this horse was quite good. It was her type. Suddenly, a maid violently pushed her aside, almost knocking her over. Brother Qinji. Chun Jingming ran over with a sweet smile. Junlingyi was shocked by how quickly these two changed their attitudes. Seeing her, the soldier eagerly said, Miss Chun, you're finally here. The prince personally chose a horse for you today. You'll surely like it when you see it. After hearing this, she looked joyfully at Qinji, who was slowly walking towards her with the horse. Brother Qinji, how did you know I like white horses? This is perfect. Brother Qinji can ride the black shoe, and I'll ride the white horse. Just as she was about to reach out and touch it, the horse suddenly stepped back from her. Ruyan, come up. Qinji came to Junlingyi's side, thoughtfully helping her onto the horse. Chun Jingming felt a chill wind whistling around her. These two only had eyes for each other, oblivious to anyone else's existence. Qinji had just led the horse a few steps when Chun Jingming, having come to her senses, quickly rushed in front of them. Brother Qinji, you can care for your subordinates, but you absolutely cannot care for this person. This guard, she suddenly thought for a moment, then said, he took liberties with me today. After saying this, she hugged herself pitifully. Unfortunately, her lie happened to encounter someone familiar with the truth. Jun Lingyi was dumbfounded. Sister, even if I wanted to take liberties with you, I don't have that ability. You got the wrong person. Qinji naturally couldn't tolerate her nonsense. This is a military camp. Please address me as your highness or general, Miss Chun. After saying this, he ignored her and turned to issue orders to the troops behind him. Set out. Faced with this situation, Chun Jingming was once again furious enough to explode. The soldier beside her laughed and tried to comfort her. Miss Chun, the general is just being considerate to his subordinates. Please don't take it to heart. You've come from afar to follow the prince. We all believe that Miss Chun and the prince will end up together. These words of flattery immediately spoke to Chun Jingming's heart. Her arrogance suddenly deflated. You all really think so? Watching Qinji and Jun Lingyi leave together, she felt a pang in her heart. Then I'll add more fuel to the fire and spread the story of the prince and me throughout the entire camp. The princess starts to care about the prince's past. The iron tree of 10,000 years is about to bloom. A few days later, at the gates of Yunhua City, Lu Xiancheng had already led his subordinates to respectfully await the prince of Pingshi's arrival. As soon as Qinji dismounted, he immediately knelt down to pay respects. Lu Yongda, county magistrate of Yunhua City, pays respects to the prince of Pingshi. Rise. After the simple formalities, Qinji's first order of business was to inquire about the situation in the city. Your Highness, Yunhua City is located on the border. The Wu Kingdom has invaded several times in recent years. We have gained experience in battle and are not afraid. The county magistrate spoke while bowing, observing his reaction. Any recent movements? Since the last provocation, the Wu Kingdom seems to have shown restraint. They haven't moved for a while. Every household in Yunhua City is armed, not giving the Wu Kingdom any chance. The county magistrate reported the relevant matters truthfully. What's this? Qinji was suddenly attracted by a tree decorated with colorful ribbons. This is for the upcoming Luokai festival that the people are celebrating in Yunhua City. Luokai festival is a special holiday for lovers to meet. Would your highness like to stay a few more days to see our Luokai festival? Good. Pay attention not to neglect defenses during the festival. Yes, your highness. He bowed respectfully. After giving instructions, Qinji silently looked towards Jun Lingyi in the distance, thinking of the Luokai festival. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Jun Lingyi was confronting a situation in the back. Recently, stories of Chun Jingming and Qinji's romantic past had suddenly started circulating in the army. It was undoubtedly Chun Jingming's doing. Although she didn't believe these rumors, she was greatly shocked. Was her delusion this severe? Chun Jingming had no idea that she was already being considered truly ill. Quickly spread the story of me and brother Qinji to those behind you. I want her to feel ashamed and know when to give up. Jun Lingyi, seeing her in this state, couldn't help but sigh. Why was she so obsessed with Qinji? This was something Jun Lingyi truly didn't understand. Perhaps I should send a pigeon message to ask Lu Weichen about the entanglement between these two. In the Lu mansion, the pigeon accurately found Lu Weichen, who's sending me a message. When fifth brother saw the signature Jun Lingyi, he was a bit surprised. But after reading it, he felt deeply gratified. The princess actually wanted to know about fifth brother and Chun Jingming's past. It seems she's taking an interest in fifth brother. A few days later, Jun Lingyi received Lu Weichen's letter as scheduled. Goodness, this letter is really long. Did Lu Weichen turn a gossip story into a romance novel? Let me see what's going on with this Chun Jingming. The letter said that Chun Jingming was very concerned about her image when she was young. Once, she made a mistake and fell off a horse in front of everyone. Except for Qinji's expressionless face, everyone else was mercilessly laughing at her. Chun Jingming then fell in love. She clung to Qinji's arm and angrily retorted at those who laughed at her. You're all bad. I declare that none of you are worthy of marrying me. Only brother Qinji is qualified. The next evening, Junlingyi stretched lazily. She had been reading for 2 days and finally finished. This letter was endless. It was all about Chen Jingming's daily harassment of Qinji. It was essentially a collection of the prince's sufferings. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Rian. Qinji called her name. Junlingyi quickly put the letter away and replied, "Your Highness, please come in. You could just come in directly." Du Yu, who was following beside him, was carrying a large wooden box. Junlingyi was a bit confused and asked, "Your Highness, what is this?" "To adorn you with flowers in front of the mirror, to paint scenes of love for you." The prince had unlocked max level. Du Yu appeared in Junlingyi's room, carrying a large wooden box. Qinji saw her confusion and explained, "These are dresses. I didn't know what style you like, so I had Du Yu bring them all. Choose one from here. If you don't like any of them, I'll have Du Yu select more." Qinji was indeed a true domineering CEO. Today is the Luokai Festival in Yunhua City. It's best for men and women to go together. Please, Ruyan, play the role of my beloved princess and accompany me for a walk. Qinji had even thought of a reason. Junlingyi couldn't refuse. When the client has requirements, the contractor can't refuse. This was what they had agreed upon from the beginning. After getting a response, Qinji turned and walked out of the room. "Change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside." A moment later, Junlingyi changed and opened the door. Qinji's eyes lit up. It had been too long since he had seen her in women's clothing. At this moment, he was truly stunned. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Junlingyi's words brought him back to his senses. He pretended to be calm, coughed twice, and said, "This prince likes this dress the most. Come with me." He grabbed her hand and sat her down at the dressing table. "Your Highness, calm down." Junlingyi felt a familiar sense of fear. She wondered if Qinji was going to suddenly decide to do her makeup again. But this time she was overthinking. Qinji smoothed her hair and said, "I'll help you redo your hair. Today, you should wear a maiden's hairstyle." "Your Highness, I'm already married." Junlingyi knew how much people of this era valued etiquette. But Qinji didn't care about such things. "Even if you're married to me, you'll always be a maiden." Then he began his operation, swift as a tiger, and started right away. After a while, Junlingyi looked at the hairstyle in the mirror. She couldn't help but marvel. "Your Highness, you're so versatile. This is truly the legendary max-level man." Soon, the two were walking hand in hand on the street. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and festive decorations, bustling with activity. The calls of various vendors perfectly embodied the smoke and fire of human life. Junlingyi quickly let herself go. This feeling of freedom was something she hadn't experienced in many years. She was tempted by all kinds of delicious food. A vendor enthusiastically recommended, "Miss, 10 copper coins for a skewer. Try one." Qinji silently paid on the side, while reminding her, "Tell me if you want anything. Don't run too fast. Be careful not to get lost." Junlingyi took a small bite and felt immensely satisfied. "This feels great." Seeing her carefree expression, Qinji also felt the same way. "Your Highness, look at that child. She's about the same age as our Mu Yin. Let's go take a look." Qinji followed her gaze and quickly noticed the little girl sitting on the ground selling things. Amidst the bustling crowd, she looked particularly small and vulnerable. Seeing the two approach, the little girl immediately stood up to greet them enthusiastically. "Big sister, would you like to see some love knots? I made all of these myself. Wearing them will keep you and your lover together forever." The exciting moment was finally about to arrive. The prince's carefully prepared confession. Junlingyi lost herself in the little girl's blessings. He crouched down and asked the little girl for a pair of love knots. "All right, I'll pick the biggest and prettiest one for Big Brother and Big Sister." Big Brother quickly put it on Big Sister. "You have to put them on each other for it to work." Qinji unhesitatingly took the love knot, about to put it on Junlingyi, but she shyly stepped back a bit. "I can do it myself." Qinji leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The child is watching. Do you have the heart to disappoint her?" Indeed, these words were very effective on her. Though Junlingyi's body was a bit stiff, she still obediently complied. The little girl continued to instruct from the side. "After Big Brother puts it on Big Sister, Big Sister has to put one on Big Brother too." The little adult Junlingyi, though grumbling in her mind, her body honestly put the love knot on Qinji's wrist. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the night sky, bringing the festive atmosphere to a climax. The little girl excitedly shouted, "Big Brother, Big Sister, there are fireworks over by the bridge. Go take a look." Confessing and proposing under fireworks is the most effective. The little girl's innocent words made Junlingyi can't help but ask her, "Where did you learn all this?" Qinji, hearing this, couldn't wait a moment longer and pulled her hand to leave. The little girl watched their retreating figures, extremely happy. I wish Big Brother and Big Sister love each other every day. May you be together for 100 years. The fireworks at the bridge head dyed half the sky red. The blooming petals were gorgeous. In this scene and mood, with the beloved right before one's eyes, Qin suddenly took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Junlingyi listened attentively. Hearing this, Junlingyi looked at him with her big, watery eyes. The words that were about to come out of Qin mouth suddenly took a turn. I like her. He held Junlingyi's hand and spoke softly. I like her carefree nature. I like her quick wit and intelligence. The longer we spend together, the more things I find to like about her. Later I realized it's because I like her that I like everything about her. As Qin spoke, he gradually moved closer to her and changed to using her name. Junlingyi. Qin manner also made her nervous. The person I like is Junlingyi. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Qin words before he could finish. At some point, a group of soldiers wearing armor and wielding large swords appeared on the street, attacking people indiscriminately. The civilians fled in all directions. The scene quickly descended into chaos. It's the Wu Kingdom's people. Junlingyi calmly analyzed the situation before her. Qin's expression became serious as he observed the scene before him. He quickly reacted. He took out his token and handed it to Junlingyi. Take this path back to the county office. Show my token to Lord Liu. He will protect you. A couple united in heart can cut through metal. Facing the sudden outbreak of war, Qin handed the token to Junlingyi, telling her to leave first. Junlingyi gripped the token tightly, giving him a reluctant look. Take care. She gradually disappeared into the crowd. After Qin watched her leave safely, he quickly entered battle mode. Just then, a small boy carrying a sword larger than himself recklessly charged out. Qin saw the stubborn tears in his eyes. Despite being afraid, he didn't back down at all. Qin gently patted his shoulder. Go back. Your mother needs you. Hearing this, the boy's tears burst forth. They killed my mother. Then I'll avenge her for you. Qin took the sword from the boy's hand. A killing intent gradually rose in his eyes. Not far away, a Wu Kingdom general on horseback shouted, People of Qi Kingdom, I advise you to surrender early. His horse's hooves trampled on the bodies of civilians. This provocative display intimidated some of the civilians. Qin said coldly, The people of Qi will not retreat. We will defend Yingyue City to the death. He raised the sword in his hand, his voice strong and resonant. The commanding presence of this leader quickly drew everyone's attention. Suddenly, a Wu Kingdom soldier cried out in fear, I recognize him. That's there, the Prince of Pingxi from Qi Kingdom. Old General Li Wenyan's face twisted with malice. Kill him. At his command, Wu Kingdom soldiers charged forward. But the Qi civilians were no less determined. With Qin's arrival, their morale had greatly increased. They followed the Prince of Pingxi in defending Yingyue City. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from the distance. Qin turned his head and saw a familiar figure on horseback. Junlingyi was riding Takshu, rushing towards them without hesitation. As she passed by Qin, she quickly reached out her hand. Why did you come back? Qin saw her, his heart filled with mixed emotions. But he was more afraid of putting her in danger. Junlingyi looked ahead determinedly. Your Highness, do you see that person in front? Qin quickly understood Junlingyi's intention. Shoot the horse to shoot the rider. Capture the leader to capture the army. Let's go kill him. Hiya. Junlingyi spurred the horse, charging forward fearlessly. She didn't forget to count down. 4. The Wu Kingdom soldiers, frightened by their reckless behavior, shouted, Protect the general. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, Qin seized the opportunity and threw the sword in his hand. Before the old general could react, a gash appeared on his neck. The next moment, he fell to the ground, spurting blood and dying. This process took only a few seconds. The general was dead. Retreat quickly. Without their leader, the Wu army fell into disarray and fled in panic. This battle was quickly quelled. Junlingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After tightening the reins and repelling the enemy, Qin leisurely rode with the princess consort through the streets. The county magistrate, leading a group of soldiers, hurriedly walked towards the two of them. This official came late to rescue. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Liu, the county magistrate, was sweating profusely. He immediately fell to his knees with a thud. Investigate how the Wu people entered Inua City. I want an explanation by dawn, or your official hat will be. The pressure from Qin Ji almost made Liu Xianqing breathless. He didn't dare hesitate and promptly agreed. After dealing with the matter, Qin Ji rode away on his horse. If they stayed too long, there was a risk of Junlingyi's identity being exposed. After riding for a while, Junlingyi turned her head and said to Qin Ji, "You can let me down. The place I need to go." Qin Ji rarely refused. "It's chaotic outside now. This prince will go with you." That night, many busy figures appeared at the entrance of Inua City's inn. Most were injured patients from the recent battle. As soon as they dismounted, Junlingyi hurriedly rushed inside. "Your Highness, I have a friend who's injured. I'll go in and check myself. You don't need to come in." Hearing this, Qin Ji frowned. Friend? What friend needed such an urgent visit? After a while, Junlingyi ran out from the medical hall and said to him, "He wants to see you." "See me?" Qin Ji was even more confused. He couldn't remember having any friends in Inua City. Seeing him standing there stupidly, Junlingyi directly grabbed his hand and pulled him in. "Come on, let's go in together." The two of them arrived in front of a room. Qin Ji looked inside and immediately saw their friend. It was the little girl who sold them the heart knot. The little girl's right eye was wrapped in gauze. When she saw the two of them, she excitedly greeted, "Big sister, you really brought Big Brother." Then, she suddenly scolded Qin Ji in a cute, angry tone. "Big Brother is not good. With so many bad people, you actually left Big Sister alone when killing people. You misunderstood. Big Brother let Big Sister escape alone to kill the bad guys." The little girl listened, half believing. Then Big Brother and Big Sister kiss. And I'll believe Big Brother didn't abandon Big Sister. Minger, don't talk nonsense. The woman noticed the two's attire indicated wealth or nobility. Fearing her words might displease them, she apologized somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm sorry. The child doesn't understand. She's just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, miss. Miss, you saved Minger and brought her to the medical hall. I really don't know how to repay you." Junlingyi patted her clothes and stood up, saying, "Such an adorable child. Who could bear to see her die without helping? Just kiss." The nice fireworks were ruined by bad people. Big Brother and Big Sister definitely didn't get to kiss. "Kiss again. I'll make a wish for Big Brother and Big Sister." "As you wish." Without saying more, he pulled Junlingyi into his arms. Before she could react, he directly sealed her lips with his own. The little girl's eyes widened, proving she hadn't misjudged them. She danced with joy. This child. The woman directly covered her other eye too. This wasn't something children should see. If you knew your life wouldn't be long, would you still love without hesitation? After visiting the little girl, the two chose not to return yet. Junlingyi told Qin Ji she had met him after they separated. Remembering how she found the little girl, she felt heartbroken. The girl was injured, not crying or making a fuss, crawling forward all the way. Why did she come looking for me after delivering her? This question had been in her heart for a long time. "Are you worried about this prince?" He pulled Junlingyi closer by the waist. Junlingyi nervously pushed him away, making up an excuse. "Your Highness, if something happened to the heavenly consort, I would have to be buried with her." No. Your Highness will live as long as heaven. You'll never see the day I'm buried with you." Realizing she misspoke, Junlingyi quickly corrected herself. Lifting her chin, he said seriously, "This prince wants to ask the princess consort for something." "Your Highness, just say it." Junlingyi was confused by his choice of words. "This prince wants the princess consort's life." Qin Ji looked at her tenderly, but Junlingyi felt uneasy. "Your Highness, don't be agitated." She thought to herself, his thoughts are so hard to guess. Why is he suddenly asking for my life? Qin Ji held her hand tightly and slowly said, "This prince wants the princess consort's life. From now on, without this prince's permission, the princess consort cannot put herself in danger, cannot leave easily, and cannot be buried with anyone. This prince forbids the princess consort to die. The princess consort must live freely and happily forever. Does the princess consort remember?" Junlingyi's expression fell after hearing this. "But I'm destined not to live long." But she didn't want to stop. Quickly regaining her usual cheerful demeanor, she said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll definitely live a couple more years. I'll try not to let Your Highness bear the title of a widower." They said no more and held each other's hands as they walked. "It's not safe tonight. Come sleep in my room." Qinji's train of thought changed too quickly. Junlingyi couldn't keep up. Along the way, they chatted casually. The years seemed peaceful. In Qinji's room, after Junlingyi finished washing up, she suddenly clutched her stomach in pain. "Is it your period?" Qinji immediately got up to check on her condition. Junlingyi weakly responded and then lay down. "I'm going to sleep." Qinji knew she wasn't in the mood to talk, so he said nothing more. He reached out and pulled Junlingyi into his embrace, gently placing his hand on her abdomen. His warm, large hands indeed provided Junlingyi with some relief. The next day, Chen Jingming carried a tray of exquisite desserts, intending to find Qinji. Lu Xianqing glanced at her and thought cleverly to himself. The woman by the prince's side last night must have been her. So he deliberately flattered her, bowing deeply. This official pays respects to Miss Chun. Chen Jingming freed one hand to help him up. "Lord Lu, please rise. Although my father works for the court, I have no title or rank. I cannot accept such a grand gesture." Lu Xianqing whispered in her ear. "As a reminder, Miss Chen naturally cannot accept this. But if you become the princess consort of Pingxi, it would be different. Those who aren't very clever should read more books." To avoid being scolded and realizing he had chosen the wrong side, Xianqing encouraged Chen Jingming to replace the princess consort of Pingxi's position. After hearing this, Chen Jingming blushed. "This matter is not yet settled. Don't speak nonsense." Lu Xianqing firmly believed he hadn't misjudged. "Yesterday, everyone saw it. You and the prince went through the Luokai festival together. You helped the prince crush the Wu army's morale and save the people of our Yunhua city. I will report this in detail to the court. Soon, the position of princess consort of Pingxi will be within reach. In the future, I hope Miss Chun can put in a good word for this official to the prime minister and the prince." Of course, Chen Jingming didn't directly expose him. With Lu Xianqing's support, it could be a good thing in passing. This official still has matters to discuss in the main hall, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Xianqing didn't notice anything unusual and was even pleased with himself for finding a new patron. After he walked away, Chen Jingming's face turned vicious. "Who was with Brother Qinji last night? Could it be that Junlingyi has arrived?" As she was lost in thought, a maid came to report, "Miss, the letter has been delivered to the eldest young master." Once brother receives the letter, he should come to Yunhua City soon. "Help me walk. Let's go find Brother Qinji." Thinking of Chen Jingyin, she suddenly felt a sense of having victory in hand. At Qinji's door, Diyu and Jian Er quickly blocked them with arrows. The prince orders that Miss Diawu and dogs are not allowed to enter. Chen Jingming was confused. Could it be that Diawu had offended Brother Qinji? Thinking of this, she suddenly shouted at Diawu, "Get away!" Diawu was caught in the crossfire and silently moved aside. "Is this all right now?" After chasing away Diawu, Chen Jingming tried to enter again. The prince orders that Miss Diawu and dogs are not allowed to enter. "What do you mean?" This rigid Diawu completely angered Chen Jingming. "Diawu has left. What does it matter to me if dogs can enter or not? Don't you understand Brother Qinji's orders? The prince orders that Miss Diawu and dogs are not allowed to enter." Diawu became an emotionless repeating machine, guarding the door steadfastly. At this moment, the door creaked open. Seeing Qinji come out, Diawu consciously stepped aside. "Brother Qinji, do you want to eat some pastries?" Chen Jingming said as soon as she saw him. But Qinji ignored her completely. He pulled Junlingyi along and rushed past her. "Brother Qinji," Chen Jingming persisted, wanting to continue following. Unfortunately, she was blocked by Diawu again. The prince orders that Miss Diawu and dogs are not allowed to follow. "Are you sick?" Chen Jingming still hadn't grasped the meaning. Meanwhile, Junlingyi, as a personal guard, followed behind Qinji to the meeting hall. After Qinji took his seat, Lu Xianqing quickly knelt and paid respects. "Your Highness, this official has investigated how the Wu army entered the city. What kind of experience is it to have a princess consort who can handle both formal occasions and kitchen work?" The prince's exclusive military and civil affairs advisor, Junlingyi, came online again. Lu Xianqing knelt on the ground, trembling as he reported to Qinji. During the last battle, soldiers from Wu took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the city. Afterwards, they disguised themselves as ordinary citizens and lay in ambush. Luokai Jibian coordinated with them from inside, which is why we were caught off guard. Lu Xianqing grew increasingly nervous as he spoke. "Lord Lu, I ordered you to investigate by dawn yesterday. That deadline has long passed. Qin Ji's face remained expressionless, but his words carried an imposing aura. It's this lowly official's fault. Lu Xiansheng was so frightened he could barely speak. Stand up. We cannot be careless in our next confrontation with the Wu army. After speaking, he pulled Jun Lingyi to the command platform. Bring the maps to discuss strategy. Yes. Lu Xiansheng quickly spread out the map to show Qin Ji. Your Highness, this is Yunhua City, and this is the map of the border towns between us and Wu. An old general beside them expressed his concerns. Yesterday, Your Highness killed Luo Cheng, a radical general from Wu. The Luo family's Panlong battalion holds significant influence in Wu. Now that they've suffered a great loss, they will surely seek revenge. I fear they will attack Yunhua City soon. Another soldier added, the Luo family is famous for their iron cavalry. All their cavalry soldiers wear armor, carry shields, and form impenetrable formations. They're difficult to defend against or attack. If they come again, Yunhua City will... Perhaps we should request reinforcements from the court. After the two finished their analysis, they turned to seek Qin Ji's decision, but found he had disappeared. Where's His Highness? You've been standing for so long. Are you tired? I'm fine. Jun Lingyi still wasn't used to Qin Ji's casual concern. Have some water. Qin Ji personally picked up a cup nearby and offered it to him. But when he opened the lid, he found it was filled with tea. Do you can't drink tea? Bring him some hot water. Du Yu, who knew the situation, quickly complied. To those unaware of the truth, this was a shocking visual. The old general awkwardly complimented. Your Highness truly cares for his subordinates. What are Your Highness's thoughts on our suggestions? Rian, what do you think? Since Jun Lingyi's previous analysis of the ghost step formation, Qin Ji had come to understand his abilities. This time, he wanted to ask for his opinion again. Although the iron cavalry is formidable, their horses' hooves are exposed. If we cut their hooves, they will surely fall, breaking their formation. Then they'll just be heavily armored infantry, making them easy to defend against but hard to attack. If we use a net strategy to control them, we can easily achieve victory. Jun Lingyi once again demonstrated his extraordinary military analysis skills. Qin Ji fully agreed with his idea. Their thoughts were in perfect sync. If we follow Rian's plan, we won't need reinforcements. Let Rian personally command the troops to set the trap. The princess consort devising strategies and the prince leading the charge. How high is the compatibility of this power couple? As expected, a few days later, the Luo family's iron cavalry soon arrived at the city gates. Jun Lingyi had already arrived on the city walls with everyone else. Holding the command flag, he showed no fear. The iron cavalry came with a fierce momentum. Luo Cheng's brother was at the forefront. Today, I will slaughter everyone in Yunhua City to avenge my brother. The iron cavalry advanced step by step towards the city gate. Seeing the moment was right, Jun Lingyi decisively raised the command flag. The well-trained soldiers, upon seeing the signal, immediately readied their bows and quickly aimed at their targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows were released simultaneously, one arrow for each piece of armor. The Wu Kingdom's iron cavalry had no chance to resist. A large number fell. In an instant, the army fell into chaos. This was when their morale was at its lowest. Jun Lingyi once again vigorously waved the flag to relay signals. His movements and expressions were in perfect sync with an old general named Wu Er. In an instant, the city gates were opened. Qin Ji personally led the troops into battle. At this moment, the morale difference between the two sides was not small. The soldiers following him held iron nets, ready to strike. The two armies clashed head-on. The iron cavalry, having lost their horses, were either dead or severely injured. Qin's army threw their nets, effortlessly trapping them. Qin Ji raised his sword, breaking through the encirclement, purposefully charging towards the enemy. The blood-stained sword struck fear into the enemy. Luo Cheng's brother, upon seeing the sword, had already thought about where he'd be buried. Retreat quickly. He suddenly turned his horse around, fleeing for his life. Qin Ji's eyes blazed as he stared ahead, coldly uttering two words. Too late. Before the man could react, Qin Ji swiftly raised his sword and struck him down. His cold face was splattered with the commander's blood, making him look even more like a demon from hell. With their leader killed, the army's morale naturally crumbled. After clearing out the remaining resistors, Qin Ji turned his head, giving Jun Lingyi on the city wall a firm look. Their eyes met, and without words, they They understood each other. Junlingyi's tense heart finally relaxed. We won! We won! The cheering voices of the soldiers behind him brought him back to reality. That evening, a victory feast was held in the camp to boost morale. This victory had shown the soldiers Junlingyi's wisdom. This battle was truly thanks to young brother Jun Ruyan. I want to drink a few cups with young brother Jun. No. Junlingyi held his bowl, perfectly blending in with the men's lifestyle. Qin Ji stood behind, looking at him with a doting expression. Suddenly, Diu approached him with a serious look. Your Highness, someone has arrived from the capital. Qin Ji's eyes suddenly became alert. Who? Chen Zhongying. As long as he confesses quickly enough, punishment won't catch up to him. A plan to lure the tiger from the mountain. How to solve the situation. After the victory feast, Junlingyi returned to the inn to rest drunk. Diu followed closely behind the whole time. After ensuring he safely entered the room, he carefully closed the door. Qin Ji, having just met with Chen Zhongying, walked over with a serious expression. Your Highness, you're back. I need to leave for a few days. Go help me pack some things. After I leave, continue to stay by his side. Understood. After giving instructions, Qin Ji gently pushed open the door. Junlingyi's unrestrained sleeping posture was completely lacking in decorum. Qin Ji had wanted to say goodbye in person, but seeing her sleeping soundly, he didn't have the heart to wake her. He tenderly placed a kiss on her forehead. At most 5 days. Wait for me to return. Afraid of affecting Junlingyi too much, he personally left a note. At the entrance of the post station, Chen Zhongying and Lu Xiancheng were already waiting outside. Seeing Qin Ji come out, Lu Xiancheng immediately handed over the reins. I'm returning to the capital. If Jun Ruyan suffers even the slightest harm, I won't just take your official hat, I'll take your head. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will certainly take good care of Lord Jun. Lu Xiancheng trembled in fear at his tone. After saying goodbye, Qin Ji rode off alone. He was still worried about leaving Junlingyi here, so he just wanted to finish his business quickly and return as soon as possible. After confirming he had gone far, Chen Zhongying suddenly changed his demeanor. Lord Lu, letting him die is the Empress Dowager's wish. Protecting him is the prince's wish. I don't need to elaborate on which is more important. You have 1 night to prepare. The Empress Dowager wants him disgraced and dead, with no intact corpse. Lu Xiancheng tremblingly uttered a few words. I obey the command. The next morning, as soon as Junlingyi woke up, he saw the note left by Qin Ji. Suddenly, the door was forcefully slammed open. Lu Xiancheng led a group of people entering aggressively. Lord Lu, what is this about? This formation clearly felt hostile, but Junlingyi really couldn't think of what grudge he had with him. Criminal Jun Ruyan, for privately communicating with the enemy, leading them into the city, causing the Luokai street tragedy. This has already been confirmed by multiple captives. Today you will be imprisoned and tortured. Tomorrow at 5, you will be tried. If found guilty, you will be immediately beheaded. Lu Xiancheng clenched his fist to give himself courage. After finishing, he waved his hand, ordering the guards to act. Before Junlingyi could react, he was already restrained. Wait, I just woke up. I'm not properly dressed. Let me grab a cloak to wear inside. The jailer roughly pushed him into the cell. You're unlucky to run into us brothers. We have countless methods to make you wish for death. Sign and confess. The 2 jailers, holding their tools, glared at him menacingly. They were prepared to exert some effort in torturing him. However, Junlingyi never followed the usual path. He weakly asked, Brothers, where do I sign my confession? Signing on the edge of losing one's head, repeatedly swinging back and forth, recounting the princess consort's confusing actions. Yet Junlingyi, so spineless in confessing and signing, directly confused the 2 head jailers. The jailer quietly questioned his companion. Brother, something seems off. Shouldn't prisoners be defiant until death? The chubby one, after serious consideration, concluded, a small trick. It might fool you, but not me. He must be trying to make us lower our guard, to our disadvantage. Don't believe me? Look. Suddenly, Junlingyi stretched out his hand. They immediately became alert, but he had found the confession document himself and showed it to them. In that moment when their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Is this the one that needs signing? I've already signed it. Junlingyi looked at the 2 with a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. The 2 jailers were full of questions. This might be the first time they had such an easy job. Watching the two take the confession back to report, Jun Lingyi understood. Rather than letting them labor for a confession, rather than being tortured half to death, it's better to try to find a way out. Qin Ji left. Lord Lu arrested me on charges of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. It seems like a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Framing and setting up. This Lord Lu is worth investigating deeply. He took advantage of the surrounding matchmakers and blew the whistle to contact Yin Ning. The carrier pigeon quickly flew in upon hearing the sound. As night fell, the prison cell felt particularly cold and bone-chilling. Jun Lingyi curled up in the corner, shivering. It's so cold, can't sleep. Sleeping like this all night will surely lead to a cold and fever. If only Qin Ji were by my side. Thinking this, his eyes couldn't hide the loneliness and isolation. The next morning, Jun Lingyi was escorted to the execution ground at the vegetable market early. Lu Xianqing specifically chose such a bustling place, determined to ruin his reputation. Besides Lu Xianqing, Chen Zhongying and his sister were also present. The unexpected appearance of the two caused much discussion among the public. Who are those two? The woman is the daughter of the prime minister. She and the Prince of Pingxi together judged the Luokai street bloodshed case for us. Jun Lingyi had been forcibly detained at the execution ground. The two jailers were so strong that he couldn't resist. After everything was ready, Lu Xianqing eagerly passed judgment. Criminal Yun Huyen for colluding with the enemy, betraying the country, letting the enemy into the city, causing the Luokai street tragedy. The prisoner's identifications and confession are here. The sentence is beheading in public. Execute immediately. These words instantly aroused the anger of the watching crowd. The Luokai Street incident caused many of them to lose their loved ones. Beheading was too lenient for a traitor. Wait, I have a question I'd like Lord Lu to help clarify. Jun Lingyi attempted to break free and stepped forward to argue. Lord Lu told the prince that Wu people had infiltrated Yingyue City in advance, supposedly to let the Wu army in, causing the Luokai street tragedy. With your ability to make Wu prisoners identify me as a traitor within a day, why couldn't you detect the Wu people infiltrating the city in time? If they truly snuck in and opened the gates for the Wu army, shouldn't the incident have started at the city gates? Why was it in the market area instead? Although in a life-or-death situation, Jun Lingyi remained rational. Could the Wu army enter so quietly without Lord Lu's help? Nonsense. After hearing Jun Lingyi's incisive questions, Lu Yongda was so angry his beard almost smoked. If heroic rescues were ranked, the prince's execution ground rescue must be on the list. Jun Lingyi's words made the already guilty Lu Xianqing, Chen Jingning, seize the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, Jun Rian slandering a court official is a serious crime punishable by torture. Who says I have no evidence? Jun Lingyi never fights an unprepared battle. He pulled out a paper from his chest. This is what I found in Lord Lu's mansion. Guess what's written on it, everyone? Yingyue City County, Lu Yongda's Luokai connection. Opening city gates for Wu army to save troops. Wu will gift 100 taels of gold, 2 famous paintings, Taiyun Siping. Jun Lingyi read the contents of the letter aloud. Where are the famous paintings? And Siping. Lu Yongda, caught red-handed, completely lost his composure. This official never signed such a thing with Wu people. However, the more eagerly he denied, the more it proved his guilt. There's something fishy, my lord. The Ming sect found someone to get the substandard Taiyun. I've brought it to you, my lord. Just then, Xiaoxi happened to arrive at the execution ground carrying a porcelain bottle. But soon, Xiaoxi noticed that the atmosphere at the scene seemed off. The air around seemed to freeze. The crowd below was filled with rage. It really was substandard Taiyun. So the real traitor colluding with the enemy was the county magistrate. No wonder his reinforcements came so slowly that day at Luokai Street. Kill this dog official. Because of you, our families are dead. I'll never forgive you. The soldiers could barely hold back the enraged citizens. At this moment, Jun Lingyi suddenly rubbed her temples in pain. I was in the cold wind all night. My head is so dizzy. Good thing I didn't faint just now. Otherwise, I might have lost my head in my sleep. By now, Lu Yongda had lost all reason, his eyes bloodshot. He shouted at Jun Lingyi with a ferocious expression. You've cut off my path to survival. Then I can't let you live either. Saying this, he suddenly drew the sword from a nearby guard, preparing to strike her. It all happened too suddenly. No one could intervene in time. June Lingy was still holding her forehead, not yet recovered from the dizziness. She had no strength to defend herself and could only watch helplessly as the sword swung towards her. At the critical moment, a small stone swiftly struck his hand. Lu Xiancheng winced in pain and instinctively let go of the sword. When he saw who had arrived, he immediately knew he was done for. He's here. He's here. Qin Ji's signature godly aim was no joke. He leapt down from the wall. He quickly came to June Lingy's side and embraced her as she was about to collapse. I'm late. Seeing her in this state, Qin Ji's heart ached terribly. A new ally appears. Wang Fei and her wrong best friend have an intimate chat. At the courier station, June Lingy, who had been unconscious for a long time in the room, finally slowly opened her eyes. She's awake. The girl before her was June Lingy's good friend, Bai Xiao Xiao. It was a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face. The moment June Lingy saw her, she almost jumped up. Bai Xiao Xiao winked at her. Miss June, we meet again. Qin Ji helped June Lingy sit up and explained. After you fainted, this Miss Bai came to us, claiming to know you. June Lingy silently held her forehead, indicating that she did indeed know her. Your Highness, I'd like to talk to her alone. Is that all right? June Lingy looked up at Qin Ji, seeking his approval. Qin Ji hesitated, examining the woman. He was still very wary of people with unclear backgrounds. Bai Xiao Xiao smiled and allowed him to scrutinize her. Though this woman couldn't be called harmless, at least she wouldn't harm the princess consort. Qin Ji respected June Lingy's wishes and found an excuse to leave. This prince will go check on your medicine. The moment Qin Ji closed the door, the two immediately dropped their facades. Bai Xiao Xiao instantly gave a thumbs up, indicating, well done. June Lingy, you've got it made. Seeing her long-lost best friend suddenly appear, June Lingy was a bit dazed. What are you doing here? To save you, of course. I heard you were framed, so I thought I'd come watch the show. Then I happened to see you faint. I figured those quack doctors wouldn't be able to diagnose your illness, so I came to give you some extra medicine. As she said this, she looked a bit proud. Although your Mufeng Hall followed your arrangements and helped you find Lu Yongzhi's weakness. In the end, it was your best friend, me, who saved your life. Thank you, Miss Bai Xiao Xiao, for saving my worthless life. I am deeply grateful. Yun Lingy pretended to bow to her. Suddenly, Bai Xiao Xiao had a gossipy look on her face. She quietly leaned closer and said, that person just now is your baby's prince husband, right? Judging by his walking posture, his martial arts skills should be no less than our senior brother's. She bent down and touched June Lingy's belly. He's quite handsome too. Very suitable for leaving an heir. Their conversation was becoming increasingly dangerous. June Lingy hurriedly covered herself and denied it. Go away. There's nothing between us. Nothing at all. Nothing. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately felt somewhat disappointed. Wasting such a fine man. You're simply squandering heaven's gifts. It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately stood up and deliberately provoked her. Since you're not using him, why don't I go borrow him to have a child? The child he fathers must be excellent. June Lingy looked a bit dejected behind her and said weakly, actually, the prince is gay. But Bai Xiao Xiao didn't care at all. So, what if he's gay? If I really like him, I can straighten him out. Rather than waiting for you to come to your senses, I might as well hope to sleep with 3,000 handsome men myself. I'm going to seduce your prince now. Hearing this, June Lingy immediately exploded. Bai Xiao Xiao, come back here. Suddenly, the door opened. June Lingy's words were cut short. Both of them were startled to see Qin Ji. These two sisters could put on airs better than anyone. Their attitudes changed 360 degrees instantly. June Lingy's motion of chasing Bai Xiao Xiao with her shoe became more graceful than Thomas the Tank Engine. You're not fully recovered yet. It's best not to get out of bed. No need to see me off. Bye-bye, Bai Xiao Xiao. Mission accomplished. She greased her feet and ran faster than a rabbit. The prince's pig-raising style of care was a bit overwhelming. June Lingy wanted to escape. Qin Ji handed the medicine tray to June Lingy, saying, here, take this. Afraid June Lingy might catch a cold, he carefully closed the door. Then, before she could react, Qin Ji directly picked her up. Seeing her slightly startled expression, Qin Ji couldn't help but smile. He carefully carried her back to bed. June Lingy's face unconsciously flushed red again. Take your medicine properly. You can't get out of bed until you're better. He said the most forceful words in the gentlest voice. Time to be fattened up again. This also meant that for the next few days, she wouldn't be able to go out. Knowing the truth, June Lingy's tears fell. After accepting reality, Jun Lingyi voiced her confusion. Why did your highness come back? Are the matters in the capital settled? Hearing this, Qin Ji's hand paused. I shouldn't have left, he said to Jun Lingyi with some guilt. From now on, I will never leave you alone again. I returned to the capital because the Empress Dowager wanted to arrange a marriage for me. She sent a perfume sachet. Qin Ji reported honestly. You already have Mu Yin in the capital. Why send another perfume sachet? Hearing this, Jun Lingyi frowned imperceptibly. Besides, continuing the bloodline isn't something only a concubine can do. I feel the same way. Seeing Jun Lingyi's subconscious anger made Qin Ji secretly delighted. If your highness brings that beautiful young lady home, wouldn't it be deceiving her sincere heart? How pitiful that girl would be. As Jun Lingyi spoke, she suddenly became agitated. Qin Ji directly took advantage of the situation and pushed him down. Oh my! Jun Lingyi was startled twice again. Your highness, please wait. With my weak and sickly body, I'm not really suitable for continuing your lineage. What are you thinking? Take your medicine and go to sleep. Qin Ji gently tucked him in with the blanket. Then he turned and lay down beside him. If you don't sleep, I'll hold you while you sleep. Jun Lingyi's face turned red with embarrassment after hearing this. He grabbed the blanket to protect himself. Qin Ji kept smiling gently while watching him. Not long after, even breathing could be heard from beside him. He had fallen asleep. Jun Lingyi was a bit dazed. You haven't slept well these past 2 days, have you? Jun Lingyi sympathetically smoothed out his slightly furrowed brow. Unexpectedly, his hand was suddenly grabbed. The grip was particularly strong. Jun Lingyi tried hard to break free, but couldn't. It's me, Jun Lingyi said painfully, trying to wake him up. Only then did Qin Ji slowly relax. It's good that you can still recognize my voice in your dream. But why aren't you letting go even though you've relaxed? Jun Lingyi didn't understand. He silently gazed at Qin Ji's handsome face. It was hard not to be moved. He sighed softly. Giving up struggling again, he thought, never mind. I just hope you won't frown anymore. It really hurts my heart. 3 women make a drama. When they fight, they don't hold back. After a few days of recovery, Bai Qiao, who had been lying low for a long time, suddenly resurfaced. She checked Jun Lingyi's pulse. How is it, Miss Bai? You can get out of bed now. Bai Qiao summed up his condition in one concise sentence. Jun Lingyi immediately became excited. He looked at Qin Ji with anticipation. Can I go out today then? I've been craving lamb skewers for so long. You've just recovered. You shouldn't eat too much meat. Qin Ji was reluctant to agree. Don't worry, your highness. I'll go out with Miss Bai. She's a doctor. Nothing will happen to me. I'll leave it to you then. Qin Ji finally gave in to his persistent pleading, passing the pressure to Bai Qiao. This foundation, Bai Qiao suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if she was being entrusted with a dangerous mission. Qin Ji's expression seemed to say, if Jun Lingyi comes back, missing even a single hair, I'll skin you alive. After wrapping Jun Lingyi in several layers, inside and out, the two finally left. As soon as they were away from Qin Ji, Bai Qiao started chattering again. I've been eating so much dog food these past few days, and you still say there's nothing between you two. She patted her chest and said confidently, don't worry. I absolutely won't tell Master and Senior Brother. Come clean now. It's not what you think. If I want to be a freeloader at Qin Manor, of course I have to keep the Master happy. Just like I'm always the most obedient in front of Master. Jun Lingyi didn't know if he was saying this for Bai Qiao to hear or for himself. You obedient? Jun Lingyi, I've found that you've become more shameless since you got married. When one has no shame, they're invincible. As the two best friends were bantering as usual, suddenly, a discordant voice broke this harmony. I've always said you're a fox spirit thief. I was right indeed. The two turned their heads in unison, looking at the uninvited guest behind them. Chun Jingming still wore his perpetually sour face as he appeared before the two. The maid behind him, relying on her master's power, also put on an intimidating look. Jun Lingyi was surprised to hear this title. Why is he calling me a fox spirit thief? Could it be that he's recognized me? Without distinguishing right from wrong, Chun Jingming raised his hand to slap Bai Qiao, calling her fox spirit. Who are you? Bai Qiao wasn't one to be bullied. She easily caught his fiercely incoming hand. Jun Lingyi quietly told her in her ear, he's the prince's crazy fan. Then, without many words, she directly kicked him flying. The young lady's maid reacted quickly and caught him. How dare you hit our young lady? Our young lady is the future princess of the Western Pacification King. Just a few days ago, at Luo Tsaijia, our young lady and the prince together saved the people of Yunhua City. Hitting her is like being enemies with all of Yunhua City. Hurry up and apologize to our young lady. The two maids sang in unison, full of self-importance. But unfortunately, they encountered by Qiao Qiao, this wild girl who feared nothing. Apologize? He insulted me first. Chun Jingning, exasperated, pointed at her and cursed. You vixen, after seducing brother Qinji, you're now flirting with other men? What's wrong with me scolding you? Junlingyi finally realized that the vixen insult was aimed at by Qiao Qiao. So other men referred to me. I'm going to tell brother Qinji about your misdeeds. He'll throw you in jail and execute you on the spot. As he spoke, he made a threatening, throat-slitting gesture, trying to intimidate them. What nonsense is this crazy fan spouting? This fairy can't take it anymore. Bai Qiao Qiao rolled up her sleeves. She was ready to teach this bitch a lesson. In arguments and fights, the first to act crazy or play dumb wins. Once Bai Qiao Qiao's temper flared up, no one could stop her. Yun Lingyi, knowing herewith, quietly reminded. Young lady of the Prime Minister's mansion, take it easy, don't cripple her. Bai Qiao Qiao turned back with a sweet smile. Don't worry, you know what I'm capable of. Today I'll teach her not to. Easily provokia dayada. The originally arrogant and flamboyant Chun Jingning was kicked again. Bai Qiao Qiao despised such whining types the most. She directly pinned the young lady down and started punching. Qiao Qiao, stop hitting. Jun Lingyi righteously blocked the two maids. No, Kiao Kiao, calm down. Suddenly, a large hand struck Bai Qiao Qiao with a palm. Who are you? Bai Qiao Qiao clutched her injured shoulder, coldly looking at the newcomer. Seeing her brother Chun Jingming, Chun Jingning immediately found support. Chun Zhongying, with a slightly angry expression, helped his sister up from the ground. Jun Lingyi then realized that although he looked like a refined scholar, he unexpectedly had such good martial skills. Knowing they couldn't make a big scene, the two sisters had perfect tacit understanding. Just one look, and they could understand each other's intentions. A vixen beat you to death. The two suddenly started acting crazy and foolish, trying to muddle through. Sir Chin, my sister has a mental condition from childhood trauma. Whenever someone calls her a vixen, she goes crazy and starts hitting people. It's my fault for not watching her properly. Your sister's condition is quite peculiar. Chun Zhongying saw through it but didn't expose them, maintaining a gloomy face. Yes, but I can guarantee that Xiao Qiao only made threatening gestures and didn't actually hurt Miss Chun. Sir Chun can take Miss Chun for an examination if you wish. Bai Qiao Qiao smiled slightly. If any injuries are found, I'll admit defeat. This was the confidence of a doctor. Every strike was precise yet concealed. It's also my sister's fault for being inconsiderate and speaking rudely. I hope you two can forgive her. It's all right, Sir Chun. The two were polite on the surface, but both had ulterior motives. I'm starving. Bai Qiao Qiao pouted, acting like a tough girl trying to be cute. This humble one will take his sister and leave first. Please excuse us. Jun Lingyi bowed to him before turning to leave. After turning his back, Jun Lingyi's expression turned cold. This Chun Zhongying was deep and scheming. One must be cautious. Bai Qiao Qiao looked back meaningfully. Chun Zhongying was still standing there smiling. After watching the two successfully escape, they went to a street restaurant to dine happily. Bai Qiao Qiao passed a bowl of plain noodle soup to Jun Lingyi. You eat this. These are all mine. You're not allowed to eat them. Jun Lingyi instantly had a black line on his forehead. I just saved you. Because you saved me, I have to be more responsible for your health. Eating vegetarian, I heard it's to celebrate repelling Wubu. The Luokai festival will be held in 3 days. I wonder if we'll be able to see that living bodhisattva who saved us last time. The conversation from the next table caught their attention. Bai Qiao Qiao suddenly stretched her neck curiously. Hey, that living bodhisattva they're talking about isn't that crazy fan. It's you, right? Don't you also think I'm super handsome? Bai Qiao Qiao said bluntly. With your cowardly appearance, always avoiding trouble when possible, how could you rush there? To be honest, you weren't saving the people, but saving your prince, right? Those who know the princess best are her close friends. Bai Qiao Qiao's words hit the mark, exposing Jun Lingyi's true purpose in the Luokai incident. Jun Lingyi absent-mindedly poked at the noodles in his bowl. I'm also very patriotic, okay? The prince also needs to be saved. If he dies, I'll have to be buried with him. Hearing this, Bai Qiao Qiao rolled her eyes. With your cunning nature, who could drag you to be buried with them? The king of hell, maybe. I think you just like Bai Qiao Qiao. If you gossip, I'll go find your little Wankai. Before he could finish, Junlingyi covered his mouth. Speaking of which, the prince is so brave, saving the city's people like that. I want to marry him. Bai Qiao Qiao deliberately acted infatuated in front of him. Then you just keep dreaming. Junlingyi hid his inner turmoil and spoke casually. 3 days later, Junlingyi was woken up abruptly by Bai Qiao Qiao and couldn't help but ask from the depths of his soul, Qiao Qiao, have you gone crazy? Bai Qiao Qiao was all dressed up early in the morning, showing off in front of him from all angles. Looks good, right? This outfit cost me quite a bit of silver. She proudly flaunted her attire. Junlingyi still couldn't understand. Aren't you usually too lazy to dress up? Why are you dressed like this? This fairy has a date today. It's snowing today, so you stay in bed and rest well. Don't go out. I'm leaving. Her swift actions left Junlingyi confused. Hey, which young master are you going out with? It's a secret. The more curious he was, the more Bai Qiao Qiao teased him. All right, I've already told the prince you can't go out. Don't think about sneaking out. The other was completely under her control. Bai Qiao Qiao cursed at him hysterically and threw a pillow at him. But the good friend missed. Instead, it almost hit the prince who was just pushing the door open. Xingji made a graceful turn to avoid the disaster. He picked up the pillow and asked with confusion, "What's going on here?" "Nothing," Junlingyi replied with an awkward expression, his smile frozen. Qingji put the pillow back in its place and said to him, "This prince has matters to attend to today. It's snowing outside. You should stay indoors. If there's anything you want to eat, I can buy it for you." He was going out too. This was like a sudden awakening from a dream. Junlingyi felt inexplicably uneasy. Then, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. He directly grabbed his skirt and followed them out. Outside, heavy snow had started falling at some point. It's so cold. Junlingyi shivered despite being wrapped in a cloak. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on the stone bridge. He immediately hid behind a nearby magnolia tree to observe secretly. From his angle, he could only see Bai Qiao Qiao looking lovingly at the man beside her. The man was carefully tightening her cloak, caught spying, but ended up being teased. The longest road Wang Fei walked was her best friend's scheme. Junlingyi, watching the two smiling figures before him, felt a bit flustered inside. Could that person be Qingji? His heart was a mix of emotions as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Junlingyi froze, not daring to look back. After all, he had come out without permission this time. Qingji was stunned for a few seconds. After regaining his senses, he took off running. Qingji quickly caught him. Caught red-handed, Junlingyi had no choice but to greet him awkwardly. "Oh, your highness. What a coincidence." But Qingji's expression was rather serious as he looked at her without saying a word. Junlingyi instantly became submissive, his survival instinct kicking in. "I was wrong," he said, taking a guilty step back. He didn't dare to get close to her. Qingji approached and adjusted the cloak around her neck. "You're wearing too little." So this was what he was angry about. "What a coincidence, your highness is also out for a stroll." Bai Qiao Qiao greeted them, accompanied by a man. Upon seeing the man's face clearly, Junlingyi was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. Chun Zhongying. Bai Qiao Qiao's date turned out to be Chun Zhongying. Compared to his shock, Bai Qiao Qiao and Chun Zhongying seemed quite calm. Chun Zhongying stepped forward and first bowed to Junlingyi. "So General Jun is here with the prince. Your highness is busy. I wonder if you have time tonight? My sister has been waiting for your highness." As soon as he said this, Junlingyi immediately understood his little scheme. No wonder he greeted me first before addressing the prince. Is he trying to hint at the prince? He has time to stroll with a subordinate, but no time to accompany his sister? Qingji naturally didn't fall for this moral trap. He directly responded coldly. "This prince has already made it clear before. Your father should understand. The situation in the northern frontier is perilous. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. When Chun Daki returns to the capital, take the idle people away with you. This prince and Ruyin have matters to attend to." Qingji's gentleness was reserved only for Junlingyi. After rejecting the other party, he turned away without looking back, arm in arm with Junlingyi, and left together. Chun Zhongying remained, watching meaningfully in the direction the two had gone. Bai Qiao Qiao, having achieved her goal, turned around ready to leave. "Where are you going, Miss Bai?" Chun Zhongying, coming to his senses, grabbed her hand. "I thought Miss Bai was going to be with me today." "Well, you thought wrong." Bai Qiao Qiao directly cut ties, wanted to distance herself from him. But Chun Zhongying wasn't planning to let her go. He smiled and held her from behind. "Miss Bai, you've stolen my heart. If you leave now, I'll be heartbroken. Bai Qiao Qiao, without wasting words, directly pulled out a silver needle and held it to his throat. I'm naturally beautiful, specialized in stealing hearts. I take no responsibility. Chun Zhongying was forced to step back, one step after another. She gave him no chance to advance again. After making sure he behaved, Bai Qiao Qiao waved goodbye and left gracefully. What a heartless one. Use and run. Chun Zhongying's lips curved into a slight smile. In the noodle shop, Junlingyi looked at the freshly made, steaming noodles, feeling incredibly hungry. You've just gotten better. You should eat light meals with less meat. Junlingyi's enthusiasm suddenly dropped by half after hearing this. As a meat lover, not being able to eat meat was really uncomfortable. Qinji caught a glimpse of his disappointed expression from the corner of his eye. He helplessly picked up some meat and placed it in front of him. Junlingyi immediately swallowed a large bite, smiling with satisfaction. Just then, Du walked in carrying a cloak. Junlingyi also noticed his hand. Oh Lord Du, have you been injured recently? You may go. Qinji took the cloak, not letting Du explain further. Junlingyi sensed the atmosphere between the two. It didn't seem very harmonious. Could it be that Du made a mistake and was punished by Qinji? Here, put this on. It's warmer. When it came to Junlingyi, Qinji always took care of things personally. He smiled and stood up, draping the cloak over him. After the meal, Junlingyi returned to his room. Bai Qiao Qiao was sitting in a chair, teasing, "Why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't come back for the night. How does it feel to be jealous for someone you like?" Bai Qiao Qiao sat with her legs crossed, looking at him with interest. Junlingyi instantly understood his friend's intention. So you deliberately went on a date with Chun Zhongying. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a mix of emotions. I don't know if I like him or not. Bai Qiao Qiao understood his feelings best. She took Junlingyi's hand and, for once, spoke seriously. You and I have grown up among men since childhood. Let me ask you the simplest question. Do you feel the same way about the handsome prince and Yin Ning? Don't you feel happy just seeing the handsome prince? You're right. Maybe I do like Qinji a little, but he doesn't like me. Then pursue him. Bai Qiao Qiao excitedly slammed the table. Junlingyi, this has always been your problem. You run away at the first sign of trouble, but we have to try to pick it up before we can put it down, right? After hearing this, Junlingyi seemed energized like he had been injected with adrenaline. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to pursue Qinji. That's the spirit. I support you mentally. Bai Qiao Qiao was incredibly pleased to see her friend finally come to her senses. But how do I pursue him? This question stumped Junlingyi, who had lived twice but had no experience in this area. Didn't you once say that to capture someone's heart, you first need to capture their stomach? You could show off your cooking skills to him. That won't work. If Zhou eats my cooking, he'll definitely be able to trace it back to Mufeng Hall. Besides, last time I made him a terribly unpalatable dark fried egg dish to hide my culinary skills. So this approach isn't feasible. Why don't you show your virtuous wife's side? Patch up his clothes or something. I've ruined a few of his clothes while washing before. I even once made him a set of beggar's clothes. Bai Qiao Qiao was completely speechless. I really want to know what you two went through before I came. Nothing much, just constantly thinking about how to get divorced. Junlingyi said, feeling a bit guilty. Suddenly, Bai Qiao Qiao had a flash of inspiration. There's one more way. What? Sleep with him? Cook the rice first, then let feelings grow over time? I can help you prepare some medicine. If you want to win over the prince, then just force yourself on him. Can we even say that? Bai Qiao Qiao enthusiastically shared her little tricks for seducing men with Junlingyi. Junlingyi immediately raised both hands in refusal. Stop right there. I never expected you to be like this. Bai Qiao Qiao held his hand and said solemnly, if none of these work, then I'm out of ideas. If it doesn't work out, just give up and come have fun with me. Hearing this, Junlingyi felt a bit reluctant. You're leaving? Yes, I've been waiting here to say goodbye to you. Bai Qiao Qiao picked up her bundle. I thought you could stay for a few more days. Bai Qiao Qiao waved her hand, her expression a bit unnatural as she said, there's someone in the capital I don't want to see. I can't go back to the capital with you. Leaving early or late makes no difference. See me off, will you? Junlingyi followed her to the door. Bai Qiao Qiao mounted her horse. Don't worry about your sister's letter. When you two get together, send me a message. I'll come right away. You can get lost now. Junlingyi, with no confidence in this barely started relationship, replied. Bai Qiao Qiao ignored his words and turned back to remind him, don't Don't forget to take off your clothes and get under the covers. Let feelings grow over time. Giddy up. With that, she galloped away. Junlingi watched her leave with some reluctance. Your sister left? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Junlingi saw Chun Zhongying suddenly appear and thought to himself, this isn't good. Appearing at this time, he must be up to something. Has anyone ever told Lord Jun that you're more attractive than your sister? Junlingi was forced to step back a few paces. What does he mean? Can he tell I'm a woman? However, he still had to maintain his composure and use his specialty, pretending to be a man. I might be short, but I'm a real man. Lord Chun, don't misunderstand. Then, not wanting to engage further, he impatiently waved his hand. I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Go find someone else. Junlingi said the manliest words with the most feminine body. I wonder what Miss Bai meant when she told Lord Jun to get under the covers. Chun Zhongying's words made Junlingi's hurried steps suddenly stop. He turned around and responded with a deliberately sinister face. It means I want to sleep with your sister. Hearing this, Chun Zhongying was visibly taken aback. Just then, because Junlingi was walking too quickly, a small package on his body flew off and landed next to Chun Zhongying. Meanwhile, Junlingi walked straight towards Qin Ji's room. He sat outside the door for a long time, gathering courage before finally knocking. With a burst of courage, Junlingi, what's wrong? When Qin Ji opened the door, his first reaction was to worry if something had happened to him. Junlingi froze at the doorway. His expression was very unnatural. The words he was about to say disappeared the moment he saw Qin Ji. He couldn't speak them anymore. The mighty prince was actually pounced on by a girl. The princess consort finally showed some spirit. After entering the room, Junlingi completely lost the ability to organize his words. It was as if the confession was too hot to say. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, Chun Zhongying's voice came from outside. Lotyu? Junlingi immediately became alert. The conversation with Bai Qiao earlier had already made her suspicious. Now she absolutely couldn't let her see herself with Qin Ji in the same room. Hearing no response from inside, Chun Zhongying then added, Lord Jun dropped something earlier. I'm bringing it to you. Ever since becoming wary of him, Junlingi felt he wasn't a good person. So he quickly pulled Qin Ji and ran straight to the hall. Then, while Qin Ji was still confused, he pounced on him. Junlingi's rapid actions left Qin Ji completely bewildered. Just as Qin Ji was about to question, Junlingi didn't give him a chance to act. Shoo! Junlingi gestured for him to be quiet and play along. I'm coming in. Getting no response, Chun Zhongying took tentative steps into the room. Junlingi pulled up the blanket to cover their forms, then impatiently shouted, Chun, put the stuff on the table and get lost. Don't disturb my good mood. Baby, don't be scared by these irrelevant people. Brother will take good care of you. Junlingi kept an eye on Chun Zhongying's movements. Qin Ji also cooperated well, remaining silent. I'll put the things on the table for Lord Jun. Chun Zhongying smiled slightly. He didn't linger any longer. Junlingi's eyes secretly followed the direction of his departure, finally managed to fool him away. After confirming he had left, Junlingi let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing. Qin Ji, having completed the task, immediately made a graceful turn, reversing their positions. Before Junlingi could react, he was pinned to the bed. Qin Ji leaned close to his face, letting his breath fall on Junlingi's neck. I wonder how the princess consort plans to take good care of this prince? Junlingi was dumbfounded. Oh no, he was so focused on guarding against that fox Chun Zhongying that he forgot to guard against this wolf. He pushed him away forcefully, explaining, I had no choice but to say that just now. I wanted to avoid him. Hearing this, Qin Ji suddenly sat up, his face turning serious. What's going on? Junlingi also slowly sat up. I think Chun Zhongying might have discovered that I'm a woman. Maybe I'm not very convincing as a man. He suddenly looked at Qin Ji with expectation and requested, Actually, I came to find you earlier because I wanted you to teach me how to be a man, preferably like Lord Liu. Qin Ji was a bit confused. Why do you want to be like Lu Weichen? Junlingi's eyes dimmed a little, but he quickly changed his expression, becoming a flatterer. Because Lord Liu is talented and good-looking, graceful and elegant. After hearing this, Qin Ji looked a bit disappointed. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, This prince can teach you, but you must stay close to this prince, learning from every move. Then he made up his mind and added, starting from tonight, as a teacher, one needs to teach by words and deeds. This prince will teach you how to be a qualified master of emotions. After washing up, Junlingyi lay down and sighed deeply. For the sake of learning from the prince, he had even sacrificed his own freedom. The prince called out to him softly, but received no response. Hearing Junlingyi's breathing from beside him, Qingji curiously sat up and gazed at his face lovingly. Just then, with his eyes closed, Qingji's hand mischievously wrapped around his waist. Junlingyi suddenly lost balance and fell on top of him. By coincidence, their lips met. Realizing what happened, Junlingyi's cheeks turned slightly red. He quickly clarified, "I'm not taking advantage of you. You're the one who hugged me recklessly." The next afternoon, while Junlingyi was focused on eating, Qingji grabbed his hand from behind and raised it high. Junlingyi silently complained. He only wanted to learn how to be a man, not necessarily this too. So he tactfully said, "Your Highness, I think rather than this, I'd like to learn something else." "What?" Qingji's little scheme succeeded, and he smiled at him. "Flirting with girls." Qingji shook his head vigorously. "This prince doesn't know how. But flirting with men is fine too." Qingji's eyes suddenly turned cold. He asked probingly, "Who do you want to flirt with?" "I want to ask, how can one flirt with a noble, elegant, and refined man like your Highness?" "You don't need to flirt. This prince is already here." Qingji gently caressed her face, his eyes full of affection. Junlingyi held his hand in return, mimicking his tone. "Your Highness doesn't need to know how to flirt with girls either. As long as I'm here, it's enough." Hearing this, Qingji was stunned. At this moment, he excitedly doubted if he had heard correctly. Seeing no reaction from him, Junlingyi quickly smoothed things over. "How was that, Your Highness? I learned well, right? Go eat." Qingji helplessly tapped his forehead to show his progress. The two love novices kept testing each other in their own ways. After a while, Du Yu, having obtained permission, entered with a white handkerchief. "Your Highness, Lu Yongdo is dead." Then he showed the contents of the handkerchief to the two. "He died from an arrow." This handkerchief was placed beside him. "I understand. You may go." Qingji looked at the ghost killer symbol on the handkerchief, his expression complex. Then he looked at Junlingyi, who was quietly eating. "Ghost killer killed Lu Yongda." Ruyan doesn't seem surprised at all. Junlingyi replied nonchalantly. Lu Yongda was responsible for such a big bloodshed, yet Qin Zhongying protected him, delaying justice. Ghost killer always punishes evil and promotes good. What's strange about killing him? "Your Highness, please eat. Don't think about it now." Junlingyi pretended to be calm as he added food to Qingji's plate. Ruyan is right. Qingji said nothing more and put the handkerchief aside. In the evening, Junlingyi quietly sat up and softly called out to Qingji. The prince showed no response at all. After confirming he was sound asleep, he got out of bed. Junlingyi took a bottle of medicine and purposefully picked up the handkerchief. He silently gripped the bottle in his hand, seemingly having made a big decision. Then, with practiced movements, he poured the liquid onto the handkerchief. Quickly, a line of text appeared. "At the third watch of night, at Xia Pavilion. Secretly meeting Ghost Killer at midnight." The princess's body is in Chao's camp, but her heart is with Han. After reading the hidden content on the handkerchief, Junlingyi dried it by the candlelight. The text immediately disappeared. At the third watch of night at Xia Pavilion, senior brother Junlingyi saw a figure standing with hands behind back in the pavilion from afar. Ghost killer Jiang Xiao heard the sound and quickly turned to look at him. His eyes were full of concern. "Why did you come to Yunhua City?" Junlingyi told the truth. "Someone forged your handwriting to frame the Prince of Pingxi. I came to investigate. I was worried you'd be in danger, so I followed. The Prince of Pingxi is the man you married." Mentioning this person, Jiang Xiao showed some hostility. Junlingyi hid nothing from him. "Is that him?" Jiang Xiao frowned slightly, looking behind Junlingyi. Hearing this, Junlingyi also quickly turned his head. Qingji held a sword, the air pressure around him so low it seemed about to freeze. He slowly walked towards the two. Junlingyi had never seen his eyes so cold before. "Senior brother, let me kill him for you," Jiang Xiao said without hesitation. He quickly drew his sword and charged towards him. Qingji stood still, not panicking at all. As he approached, he finally raised his sword. As the two clashed directly, Jiang Xiao's eyes were full of killing intent. Qingji's face was stern, not backing down at all. After the first strike failed, Jiang Xiao quickly swung his sword at him, aiming for vital points each time. But Qingji managed to dodge perfectly each time, then quickly counterattacked before the other could react. Swiftly striking back, On the other side, Junlingyi threw out his umbrella in an attempt to stop the two from hurting each other. But before the umbrella could get close, it was sliced in half by both of them. Stop fighting. Unable to bear it anymore, he rushed directly between the two with swords drawn. He would be upset if either of them got hurt. If that's the case, he'd rather get hurt himself to stop their fight. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes tightly and braced himself. As expected, his reckless action successfully brought the two back to their senses. The two quickly withdrew their hands as they came to their senses. Zhang Xuyao's sword stopped at Junlingyi's neck. In the critical moment, Junlingyi instinctively turned his back to Qin Ji. Zhang Xuyao asked through gritted teeth, "You don't want him to die?" "That's right," Junlingyi replied without hesitation. "Give me a reason." The more decisive his reply, the angrier Zhang Xuyao became. Junlingyi looked lovingly at Qin Ji behind him. At this moment, he could no longer ignore his heart. He had indeed fallen in love with him uncontrollably. Junlingyi turned his head away, not daring to look his senior brother in the eye. "If he dies, I won't be able to stay in the capital. I can't give up the glory and wealth of the capital." After hearing this, Zhang Xuyao sighed helplessly. "I understand. For the sake of your glory and wealth, senior brother won't kill him." Then he ignored the two of them and left directly. Senior brother 13 came here with a mission. Now it seems unnecessary. He left, falling in love with someone he shouldn't. The princess's identity is revealed. Junlingyi stood there dumbfounded, recalling his senior brother's words. What could the mission he just mentioned be? The prince's sudden call snapped him back to reality. "Ah, stop!" He was startled and came to his senses. This is bad. How to explain to him about meeting Ghost Killer in the middle of the night? But in the end, he chose to burn his bridges and tell Qin Ji the truth. "I'm sorry. What I said earlier about investigating my background was a lie. I came to help clear Ghost Killer's name." "I know." Qin Ji's reaction was unexpectedly calm, as if everything was within his understanding. Junlingyi frowned and said helplessly, "As for the rest, I really can't say. I was wrong to lie to you, Your Highness. You can punish me. If you punish me, I won't resist. If you want to divorce me, I'll do as I said before. There will be no more Junlingyi in this world. Princess, you promised. This prince will never run away." Before he could finish, Qin Ji silenced him with a kiss. "This prince wasn't part of your past. For your future, you want glory and wealth. This prince will give them to you. Don't leave." "Okay." Qin Ji's tender gaze was full of heartache and reluctance. Junlingyi looked at him and was also captivated. After a moment, he weakly replied, "Okay." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Qin Ji blew his whistle to summon Zhuiying. Then he held the horse's reins with one hand and Junlingyi's hand with the other. "Come, let's go back. Some things, if he doesn't want to say, he won't ask. As long as he's willing to stay by his side, that's enough." Meanwhile, on the other side, after Ghost Killer left the two, his steps began to falter. After persisting for a while, he could no longer hold back and coughed up blood. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats came from afar. Senior sister by Qiao Qiao recognized him at a glance. When she saw he was injured, she was even more surprised. There weren't many who could defeat senior brother. Zhang Xuyao answered truthfully. It was Qi's god of war. After coming to his side, Bai Qiao Qiao leapt down from her horse. "Senior brother, what do you think of him? Not bad, right?" Her movements were smooth as she supported the weakened Zhang Xuyao. Hearing this, senior brother also understood clearly. 13 had fallen for him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said thoughtfully, "Do you know why I came this time? Master asked me to tell 13 to kill Qin Ji. He shouldn't have fallen for him. They are opposed to each other." "I don't think so." Bai Qiao Qiao was clear-headed, with a different view from them. 13 is different from us. He has a home. His home is in Qi. Master's kindness in raising us orphans is important, but 13's own will is also important. Zhang Xuyao coldly retorted. When the Jun family abandoned him, he no longer had a home. We are his family. Suddenly, he laughed mockingly. You can think this way because you've reunited with your brother. Your heart is no longer with Kong Kong Gate. Bai Qiao Qiao frowned and expressed her thoughts. Senior brother forgot that I'm from the Qiao lineage. I'm a healer. I just don't want to see lives lost. I know 13 must think the same way. It's too late. The game has already begun. Let me tell you one more thing. The border people have attacked under the identity of the Imperial Seal. Whoever possesses the Imperial Seal rules the world. The Qi Kingdom is about to change. Hearing that Yin Ning had entered the palace with the identity of the Imperial Seal, Bai Qiao Qiao was somewhat surprised. Zhang Xuyao scornfully said, "The Imperial Seal isn't. That person thinks he can control control everything by obtaining it. But he doesn't know. The real imperial seal has always been with us. What was sent to him is just a trap. Meanwhile, Yin Ning arrived at the palace as promised to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked at him with deep calculation. To avoid revealing your true identity from now on, you'll be known as Chun Yujin, my long-lost brother raised in a Taoist temple. I will have the Emperor appoint you as the imperial preceptor and announce it to the world. I obey the Empress Dowager's command. Yin Ning successfully infiltrated, fulfilling his mission. The Empress Dowager, unaware of the truth, was secretly delighted. Heaven is on our side. Yin destroying Wu is of no concern. With the imperial seal in hand, the future fortune will be with our 7 kingdoms, allowing us to support this prosperous era. Then her eyes darkened. The only troublesome one is Qin Ji. The whole country calls him the god of war. The people's hearts are no longer with me and the emperor. Moreover, if that imperial edict from years ago is discovered, it could be disastrous. I've tried to take action against him several times, but he's always managed to escape. The Empress Dowager, long confined in the palace, knew well the intricacies of power. She knew that only by winning over Qin Ji could she add wings to a tiger. Having made up her mind, she instructed the attendant beside her to prepare wine. Also, send someone to the Prince of Pingshi's mansion and summon that Junlingyi here. The name Junlingyi particularly caught the ear. Yin Ning, hearing this name, furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly. Being targeted by this old which can't be good. Soon after, Junlingyi received news brought by a messenger from the capital. These past few days he hadn't been at the prince's mansion, yet the Empress Dowager had been inexplicably summoning him to the palace frequently. When things are unusually abnormal, there must be something amiss. This palace entry might be fraught with danger, but avoiding it wouldn't solve any problems. He went to Qin Ji's room to discuss. My lord, may I borrow takshu for use? Qin Ji agreed without hesitation. My lord doesn't ask what I'm going to do. His quick agreement surprised Junlingyi. Qin Ji patted his shoulder and said, this prince doesn't ask, but I hope you won't risk danger alone. Takshu is indeed a fast horse, but riding alone without competition might be a bit slower. Junlingyi immediately understood. My lord wants to go with me, but I'm planning to return to the capital. I've been feigning illness, but lately the Empress Dowager has been frequently wanting to see me. If I don't go back, it might reveal flaws. Doesn't my lord still have a case to investigate? Returning to the capital without permission, the Empress Dowager probably won't let it go easily. Junlingyi frowned, not wanting Qin Ji to risk danger for him. Qin Ji smiled, telling him not to worry. It's fine, the case is almost solved. You can stay here to wrap things up. Let's depart immediately. Unintentional heartfelt words are the most touching. Where could one find such a lord? With the Empress Dowager's invitation, Junlingyi had no choice but to comply. After simple preparations, the couple set off immediately. Before leaving, Du firmly expressed his loyalty to Qin Ji. Be careful, my lord. This subordinate will not fail the mission this time. I won't drink tea again before returning to the capital. Qin Ji responded with a light before the two rode off. What effect does drinking tea have? Lord Du really likes to drink tea. Du Yu's words left Junlingyi somewhat confused. Du Yuspe, when he encounters good tea, he becomes intoxicated by it. Last time this prince left, Lu Yonda gave him a pot of good tea, which made him dizzy for a day and a night. He couldn't guard you, my lord. Now she understood. Earlier, she saw wounds on Du Yu's hands, probably because he was punished for failing in his duty as an inspector. That time was this prince's fault. Saying this, he stopped with a face full of apology and self-blame. This prince didn't take good care of you. This prince has said before, your life is this prince's. This prince should protect you and keep you safe, never to be hurt. Unintentional promises are the most heart-stirring. Junlingyi was internally excited. She stared at him blankly. Why is my lord so good to me? Is it just because I'm the princess? If I hadn't married into the prince's mansion back then, would my lord still be this good to me? As soon as the words fell, Qin Ji immediately stopped his horse. He turned his head and said to Junlingyi, who was still standing blankly in place, this prince dares not imagine if you hadn't married into the prince's mansion. You are this prince's princess. You are in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Qin Ji's words had no flowery rhetoric, yet they were incredibly reassuring. Seeing this face, paired with these top-tier sweet words, Junlingyi felt it was a bit hard to handle. It seemed she was being flirted with again. A few days later, inside the prince's mansion. Several palace maids were pushing at Meng Yuxuan's door. We've come several times already. The princess is still not well. I'm afraid this illness is fake. Not wanting to enter the palace is probably the truth. My princess is really ill. She's too sick to get out of bed. Although Tao tried her best to cover, they still wouldn't give up. One maid directly grabbed her, while another walked up and pushed open the door. If the princess is unwell, she should enter the palace even more. The best imperial physicians are all in the palace. Just then, suddenly the door was opened from the inside. The maid saw Jun Lingyi looking weak and frail, slowly pushing the door open. Princess. Her appearance was clearly unexpected by everyone. Tao excitedly threw herself into Jun Lingyi's arms. Princess, you? Jun Lingyi almost couldn't hold her enthusiasm. I've just been lying in bed for several days. I can finally get up. You're too excited. Yes, I'm too excited. Realizing her mistake, Tao quickly wiped away her tears. The two maids were experienced elders. Seeing the princess appear, they quickly hid their expressions and bowed to her. Princess, the Empress Dowager heard you were ill and is very concerned. She wants to invite you to the palace to see how you are doing. Thank you for the Empress Dowager's concern. I'm feeling better today. This princess will get ready and go to the palace with you all. Her sudden agreeableness left the two maids puzzled. Why is it going so smoothly today? The domineering mother-in-law is too strong. The prince's wife seems to be taking charge. In the Chunshun Hall of the Imperial Palace, Muyan was concentrating on practicing calligraphy when suddenly a voice came from behind. Well written. Realizing who it was, his eyes lit up. Father, Shu. He made a gesture. Muyan immediately understood. It was about Father's return. Can't we make it known? Father has something he wants Muyan to help with. Is Muyan willing? Willing. This is his dear old father. No matter what he says, he would agree without hesitation. He leaned close to his ear and whispered a few instructions. Muyan listened intently to the task his father gave him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jun Lingyi arrived at the palace. She knelt on the ground to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager still maintained her lofty demeanor. I heard you were ill. As a daughter-in-law of our royal family, your health must be better. Otherwise, how can you continue the family line and serve the royal family? I've been thinking your body is too weak. But Jingming has practiced martial arts since childhood. His foundation is not bad. I plan to arrange a marriage for the two of them. Mother Empress means... Jun Lingyi was a bit confused. She couldn't believe her ears. Jingming is of noble birth. You should lower yourself to be a concubine. The Empress Dowager's face was gloomy. She gave her no room for refusal. Jun Lingyi was organizing her words, thinking about how to decline, but halfway through her sentence, she was interrupted by crying from the doorway. Wawa? Muyan came running in, crying all the way. He shouted at the Empress Dowager, I heard everything. Royal grandmother, don't divorce mother consort. Muyan doesn't want mother consort to leave. The little persimmon cried with snot and tears. The Empress Dowager could only patiently comfort her. Muyan, royal grandmother, is not divorcing her. Royal grandmother is going to find you a new mother consort. Let them both accompany you to play. No, Muyan only wants one mother consort. Other mother consorts are not good. Saying this, he directly threw himself into Jun Lingyi's arms. Jun Lingyi was suddenly a bit flattered. Why did Muyan suddenly love her so much? All right, just this one? The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples, a bit of a headache. Muyan, you've been in the palace for many days. You haven't seen your mother consort for a long time. Royal grandmother will let your mother consort stay in the palace. She can stay with you for a few days. Hearing this, Muyan instantly stopped crying and fussing. Jun Lingyi was also surprised. Muyan just cried a little, and the Empress Dowager relented. The Empress Dowager was too good to Muyan. Leaving the Empress Dowager's chambers, Jun Lingyi hugged the little persimmon, her face full of happiness. She gently nuzzled his chubby little face and said gratefully, Thank you, Muyan, for helping me. Muyan, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, denied it. It's not that I can't do without you. It's just that I dislike that follower becoming my mother consort even more. The struggle for the throne, the storm rises again. Who exactly are the mysterious figures behind the scenes? After the mother and daughter had walked far away, The Empress Dowager sighed with a weary face. Crying gives me a headache. Mu Yin, if only this child were the emperor's. It's all because of that bitch Mingwan. She gave the emperor infertility medicine when she was pregnant, causing the emperor to have no more children except for the child in her womb. Suddenly, memories of the past surged up, and she spoke through gritted teeth. That bitch was a princess sent to marry from Yin country. If the child she gave birth to, with Yin blood, inherits the throne, isn't it equivalent to me handing over Qi country to Yin country? This is a plot set by Yin country to swallow up Qi country. I told the emperor so many times, we should get rid of New Yin. He just wouldn't agree. He must still be thinking about the child born to that person. He blames me for wanting to eliminate the problem at its root back then. The Empress Dowager became increasingly angry as she spoke. Peijio, being particularly astute, stepped forward to fan her. Empress Dowager, please calm down. That child passed away 5 years ago. Even if the emperor misses him, there's nothing he can do. When the emperor comes to his senses, things will naturally improve. The Empress Dowager pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. She slowly spoke. In fact, I always feel that child is still alive. It's just that the emperor has hidden him somewhere we don't know about. Even if that's the case, Empress Dowager, don't we have the imperial pouch now? Back when Qi and Yin were at war, Yin was in the midst of internal turmoil. Beset by troubles both internal and external, they were already at the end of their strength. The Prince of Sheeping led his troops and captured several of their cities in succession. It was the sudden appearance of the imperial pouch that turned the tide, blocking the Prince of Sheeping's offensive and causing the undefeated prince to suffer his first defeat. It also quelled Yan's internal strife, allowing the newborn prince to ascend to the throne. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager finally revealed a meaningful smile. But heaven was still on our side after all. That child couldn't support the throne. He died shortly after ascending. Yin was ultimately destroyed by our great Qi. Seeing the Empress Dowager's mood improve, Peijio began massaging her shoulders again. The Imperial Pouch's abilities are indeed outstanding. It will surely be of help to you, Empress Dowager. Indeed, thinking of this, the Empress Dowager's mood finally brightened. Suddenly, the doors of Yongquan Palace were violently kicked open. Qin Ji, with a gloomy face, walked straight in, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him. Why has Nini returned? The Empress Dowager was startled by his fierce demeanor, but she quickly regained her composure and sneered. Fifth Prince, you went north to the frontier without permission. The Emperor has recalled you to the capital for dereliction of duty, and now you barge into Yongquan Palace. These are serious offenses. Qin Ji calmly bowed and stood still. Then what crime has Mother committed in seeking the Imperial Pouch? It's said that whoever obtains the Imperial Pouch will rule the world. Mother, you reside in the inner palace. What use do you have for the Imperial Pouch? As he spoke, he walked up to the Empress Dowager. Mother, you've ruled from behind the curtain for years. Are you not satisfied? Do you want to become Empress Regnant? What nonsense are you spouting? The Empress Dowager clenched her fists, unable to find words to refute. Peijio, seeing the situation deteriorate, was about to call for help. In the next moment, Qin Ji grabbed her by the throat. He turned to the Empress Dowager with a cold smile. If Royal Brother knew Mother was searching for the Imperial Pouch, I wonder what he would think. The Empress Dowager questioned through gritted teeth. Are you threatening me? Your son wouldn't dare. I only wish to return to the capital rightfully. I hope Mother will oblige. Also, I heard you've kept my princess consort in the palace for a short stay. The prince became increasingly angry as he thought about his consort suffering in the palace. Junlingyi's days in the palace were not pleasant at all. Even during meals, there were people guarding and obstructing the princess consort. This old servant was sent by the Empress Dowager to teach the princess consort palace etiquette. This dish is too greasy. It's not suitable for the princess consort to eat. Junlingyi was completely speechless. It seemed the Empress Dowager was displeased and had sent someone to torment her. Her chopsticks reached for another dish, only to be blocked again. This dish is too strongly flavored. It's also not suitable for the princess consort. This dish is too cooling. The princess consort shouldn't eat it either. The person had rejected almost every dish on the table. Junlingyi was shaking with anger. May I ask, madam, according to palace rules, which dish am I allowed to eat? Princess, you can try this blanched vegetable heart. However, you may only take one bite of each dish. Junlingyi had never seen anyone make eating so difficult. Besides, he's not a rabbit. Making him eat just a bit of vegetables. Are they trying to starve him to death? Thinking about this, Junlingyi fell into deep thought. If this continues unchecked, his life would be in danger sooner or later. So the legendary actor began his performance again. In one smooth motion, he swung and directly fell onto the old woman. Oh my, this really startled her. She frantically shook the princess consort's body, but there was no response. Princess, what's wrong with you? If the prince blames me for this, I'll be in big trouble. So she quickly rushed out the door to get help. Someone come quick. The princess consort has fainted. Qinji had just reached the door when he heard this. He was so scared that he threw away his resentment. Lingy, what's wrong with you? Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw the princess consort lying motionless on the table. He quickly embraced her, his eyes filled with hatred and regret intertwined. If anything happened to the princess consort because of this, he would make those people pay the price. Just then, Junlingyi slowly opened his eyes. After confirming no one else was around, he smiled at Qinji. Your Highness, don't worry. I was just pretending to faint. Qinji suddenly didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He helplessly flicked Junlingyi's forehead. Don't scare people like this next time. Junlingyi rubbed his forehead and explained, I had no choice. That old woman was too annoying. She wouldn't let me eat this or that. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. After hearing this, Qinji's brows furrowed. You've suffered. It's fine. If she troubles me, I'll just pretend to faint. If she doesn't let me eat, I'll eat in secret. Anyway, I'll take good care of myself. Junlingyi patted his chest, looking very determined. The more Qinji saw him like this, the more his heart ached. He leaned down and stroked his head. You don't need to endure so much. I've already spoken with the Empress Dowager. You and Mu Yin don't need to stay in the palace anymore. We can return to the mansion together in a while. You met with the Empress Dowager? Didn't she question you about returning to the capital? No, I used a little trick. Get ready to return to the mansion. Little chicks fight with all their might by yelling. Mu Yin wandered around the palace and arrived at an unfamiliar place. Where have I ended up? Before his eyes was a decorated door. Curiosity drove him to push it open. By the altar, a ragged child was about to take the offerings from the table. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned around. The moment he saw Mu Yin, his eyes were full of wariness. Who are you? Why are you here? Mu Yin originally wanted to go over and greet the little boy, but the boy kept frowning, staring at him without moving. Then he tried to sneak away while unnoticed. Mu Yin quickly reacted, rushed over to stop him. You're stealing offerings. Don't go. Ban. The little boy was suddenly blocked, couldn't stop in time, and crashed right into him. Ouch! Mu Yin fell flat on his back. At the same time, the jade pendant on the little boy's body was knocked off and fell near him. Huh? This jade pendant. Mu Yin curiously examined the object in his hand. Before he could finish speaking, the little boy rushed over anxiously and quickly snatched it from his hand. Mu Yin took out the other half of the jade pendant from her chest and showed it to the little boy. Look, I have a jade pendant just like yours. The little boy looked at the jade pendant in Mu Yan's hand with some surprise. Then his eyes turned fierce again. Without saying much, he rushed over and punched Mu Yan. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? Little Persimmon was bewildered by the punch and looked pitiful. Give me the jade pendant. The little boy tried to snatch Mu Yan's jade pendant without explanation. Mu Yan held onto the jade pendant tightly, refusing to let go. Give me the jade pendant. No, this is mine. The two stubbornly fought in a tangle. Mu Yan, where are you? Just as the little boy was about to raise his fist to punch Mu Yan again, Junlingyi's voice calling for him came from outside the door. Someone's coming for me. Hearing the voice, Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Don't make a sound. The little boy, afraid of being discovered, quickly covered his mouth. He tried to keep him quiet. Mu Yan seized the opportunity, pushed hard, and successfully escaped. Mother! He quickly rushed towards the door. He threw himself at Junlingyi. The worry in Junlingyi's eyes hadn't completely faded. Why did you run so far? I was so worried when I couldn't find you. Don't do this again next time. Mu Yan looked at her with tears in his eyes, looking pitiful. Junlingyi then noticed the bruise on his face. What happened to your face? Mu Yan just realized and complained to Junlingyi. Mother, there's a strange kid in there. He hit me. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that the little boy at the door had already disappeared. Mu Yan, puffing his cheeks, held up the jade pendant and said, that person just hit me and tried to steal my things. I've had this jade pendant since I was little. He dropped his pendant. I picked it up and found that the two pendants were exactly the same. Then he tried to take mine. Lingy took the jade pendant and looked at it. Suddenly, he seemed a bit strange. For some reason, in his mind, some fragmented images suddenly appeared, but he couldn't piece them together completely. The imperial pouch was exhausted, and words came out of his mouth. What tricks were they each up to? Jun Lingyi's expression became somewhat agitated when he saw the jade pendant. Seeing him not speaking for a long time, Muyin kept calling him. Jun Lingyi suddenly snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Muyin looked worried seeing his distracted state. Nothing. Jun Lingyi just felt that the fleeting images in his mind were familiar. But it was strange, as if he had just seen something, yet also as if he had seen nothing. Jun Lingyi quickly came back to his senses. He took Muyin's hand. Let's go. We can return to the prince's mansion now. Next time he tries to steal your things, Mother will help you. Great! Little Persimmon's face lit up upon hearing this. The worry on his face instantly disappeared. After they left, the little boy peeked out his head to steal a glance. Peeking at them, his young face was covered in dirt, evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, in Yongkuan Palace, the Empress Dowager summoned Yin Yuan to solve her problems. Yu Jinong, I've heard you have talent for helping people. I have a troubling matter now. I need you to help me resolve it. As she spoke, she slowly walked towards Yin Yun. Although I'm the Empress Dowager, there are too many people in this world who don't listen to me. What should I do? Your Highness, there are no disobedient people in this world, only methods to make people obey. There's one thing that can make everyone bow to you. Oh, what is it? Jian Ning's words successfully piqued the Empress Dowager's interest. That is Ning. Jian Ning smiled, concealing his true thoughts. Half a month later, the streets were bustling with people. The small tavern next to Mufeng Building suddenly had a long queue. Have you heard? The Prince of Pingxi has returned from the northern frontier. It's said that the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Chun, also went to the northern frontier with the Prince of Pingxi. She even assisted him in defeating the enemy in Yunyue City. The Prince of Pingxi should marry someone like Miss Chun. She's valiant and much better than that lowly commoner girl. But another onlooker had a different view. I think the Prince of Pingxi and Chen Jining are a good match. The love between the cold-faced prince and the humble commoner girl. How touching. Meanwhile, the manager of Musong Building was puzzled at the entrance. Musong Building was the best restaurant in the capital, usually packed daily. Why were customers now queuing at other places? He could only hope that today's cooking skills would attract some customers. Just as he was about to turn away, a man suddenly called out to him. Manager. The man, carrying a small cloth bag, said to him, Manager, I can revive your business. At this critical moment, the manager was naturally delighted to hear this. He excitedly ran to the kitchen to inform Jun Lingyi of this good news. Young master, what's wrong? Jun Lingyi happened to have time to cook at the restaurant today. The manager introduced him, saying, This gentleman says that the neighboring restaurants used a special seasoning, which is why their dishes are so popular. He also has this seasoning. The man smiled maliciously. That's right, it's this. Just add a little to the dishes, and I guarantee customers will want more after eating. They'll think about coming to your restaurant every day. When Jun Lingyi saw what was in the bag, he was completely shocked. It was actually opium. What's it like when two people who dislike each other get married? Even the wedding night is hastily dealt with. On the 9th day of the 8th month in the 2nd year of Daki Shia, the weather was clear and suitable for travel. It was auspicious for weddings. Today, the emperor was marrying the empress. The streets were bustling and crowded. The wedding procession carried an exquisite bridal sedan chair in a grand parade. The matchmaker scattered flowers along the way, announcing, She's getting married. She's getting married. The people on the streets were stunned. Such a grand occasion, whose daughter is getting married? Isn't it from Minister Ye's family? Ministerie? He's the grand scholar of Zhongji Hall, the prime minister of the cabinet, a 2-generation master, and an elder statesman of 3 dynasties. The bride getting married today is the direct granddaughter of Elder Yi, named Yi Jinjin, 17 years old. Elder Yi has 3 grandsons, but only 1 granddaughter. She's cherished like a treasure, showered with boundless affection. She's truly a 3rd-generation noble. Just then, the wind gently blew the sedan curtain, revealing a glimpse of the bride's face. A little girl curiously asked her father, Daddy, why does the bride in the sedan look so unhappy? Hearing this, the man quickly covered the little girl's mouth. Sure, that's the sedan carrying the future empress. How could she not be happy becoming the empress? Inside the sedan, Yi Jinjin's face showed no trace of joy. She seemed like a soulless puppet at that moment. A few hours earlier, Yi Jinjin sat emotionlessly at the dressing table, letting the maids prepare her. "Miss, it's almost time. Please accept the imperial decree." Yi Jinjin stared blankly at herself in the mirror. At this moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, reluctant to take the decree. "Not ready yet?" The old master suddenly walked in. Seeing her remain silent, the old master's expression also became complex. "Shinner, I know you have no intention or desire to marry into the palace. You understand the current political situation. The new emperor has ascended, the Empress Dowager covets power, and I'm old. I can't protect our family forever. Moreover, this marriage was arranged 3 years ago when the late emperor passed away. Now that the emperor has completed 3 years of mourning, it's time for the Yi family to fulfill our commitment to the late emperor. Jinner understands. For the sake of the Yi family, I'll be the empress." Though reluctant, Yi Jinjin knew that being born into a noble family often meant having no control over one's fate. The old master, before leaving, reminded her, "You can be willful and unreasonable outside, but remember one thing, never let yourself be deposed." In the bridal sedan, Yi Jinjin recalled the old man's words and inwardly sneered. "Grandfather, you understand me so well. But if you truly understood, you'd know that I despise men like the emperor, with their multiple wives and concubines, thinking they're above everyone else." Thinking this, she realized that one's eyes can't hide their true feelings. As night fell, on the wedding night in the imperial palace, His Majesty the Emperor arrives. The eunuch's announcement instantly put Yi Jinjin on alert. "Greetings to your Majesty," she said emotionlessly, performing a formal bow. "Empress, you may rise." The emperor didn't even look at her properly, waving his hand impatiently. Then he picked up a wine cup. "After we drink this ceremonial wine, let's quickly move on to the next step." "Next step?" So rushed. Hearing this, Yi Jinjin could barely contain her fiery temper. A good friend is like a brick for building socialism, needed wherever there's a need. The mysterious man brought opium to Mufeng Building, but unfortunately encountered Jun Lingi, who recognized it. He immediately rejected him, saying, "I'm sorry, our restaurant doesn't need this kind of thing." Seeing his refusal and unable to make a profit, the man's face darkened. "You don't want it? Then wait for others to squeeze you out. See how you'll do business then. Get lost." As a woman who had traveled from the 21st century, she knew deeply about the harm of this substance. So she didn't give him any pleasant looks throughout. "Bah, don't come begging me to sell to you later." After being driven out, the man left cursing and muttering, carrying his cloth bag. Still worried, Jun Lingi instructed the manager, "If he comes again in the future, throw him out directly. We don't allow this kind of thing in our establishment." After being disturbed by the man, Jun Lingi frowned, having a bad feeling. The appearance of opium was not a good sign. She needed to warn Qin Ji. Inside Zigue Pavilion, Jun Lingi walked in carrying a food box. "Your Highness, I'm back. I brought some dishes from a friend. Would you like to try some?" "Sure." As he arranged the dishes, she told Qin Ji about today's events. "I heard from a friend that several previously unpopular restaurants have suddenly become very busy lately because they've been adding something to their dishes, opium." Qin Ji had long known about the existence of this substance but hadn't taken any action. He sat Jun Lingi down in a chair and told her everything he knew. It was originally just an ingredient for making anesthetics. Somehow, it had recently become a trend in the capital. Not only was it used in cooking at restaurants, but some officials would also burn and inhale it, claiming it prolonged life. Thus, it was given the name longevity cake. Hearing this, Jun Lingi became agitated. She anxiously grabbed Qin Ji's hand and explained, "Your Highness, this substance not only doesn't prolong life, but it actually shortens it. It must not be touched at all. It's addictive. Over time, people become weak and lethargic and may even experience hallucinations and mental disorders." "Is it that serious? I've never heard anyone speak of such severe harm from this substance." "That's right." Jun Lingi nodded frantically. "My friend Bai Qiao Qiao is a skilled physician. She told me all this." Bai Qiao Qiao suddenly found herself unexpectedly involved. Qin Ji affectionately stroked her face and smiled. "Why are you explaining? I believe you. Don't worry. Let's eat. I'll write a memorial to inform the emperor later and investigate this matter thoroughly." Only then did Jun Lingi relax and pick up her chopsticks to eat. In the palace's grand hall, after reviewing Qin Ji's memorial, the emperor said to his courtiers, What the Prince of Sheeping just said about opium greatly angers me. If left unchecked, this substance could harm the very foundation of our nation. Convey my imperial decree. Those who use or sell this drug shall be equally punished. There will be no leniency. The Empress Dowager, listening from behind the curtain, became uneasy. The Emperor, hearing her signal, turned back in disbelief. But his eyes remained firmly resolute. After making up his mind, he turned away, ignoring the displeased Empress Dowager. The Prince of Sheeping will be fully responsible for this matter. The Emperor's full authorization to the Prince of Sheeping to investigate the opium issue meant the Empress Dowager's dream of ruling the country alone was about to vanish. Though she tried to control herself, veins still bulged on her face. One after another, they're all so disobedient. After accepting the order, Qin began his arrest operation. 3 days later, in an unknown pavilion in the capital, a group of dazed men gathered to smoke longevity cake. Qin led his troops to break down the door. All those smoking longevity cake will be thrown into prison. 5 days later, the capital's dock was filled with confiscated opium. Burn all these boxes of opium, Qin ordered. A large amount of the drug was completely destroyed. 10 days later, those imprisoned had become neither human nor ghost. They frantically banged on the prison doors, screaming, "Give me longevity cake! Give me longevity cake!" Qin, witnessing this scene, was deeply shocked. He never imagined that opium could be so addictive. If not for Jun Lingyi's warning, it could have led to a great disaster. But while some rejoiced, others worried. In Yongkuan Palace, the Empress Dowager was furious about Qin actions. After hearing the nanny's report, she slammed the table in anger. What's wrong with longevity cake? The emperor has truly lost his mind. Even the pillars of the court have been thrown in jail. The entire court is in chaos. His actions are destroying Qi's interests, the very foundation of our nation. The nanny, trembling with fear, quickly poured her a cup of tea to calm her down. Your Highness, please take care of your health. Don't let anger harm you. Actually, it's not the emperor's fault. It was the Prince of Sheeping who brought this matter to light. The clever nanny knew that no matter how incompetent the emperor was, he was still the Empress Dowager's son. So she directed the blame towards Qin, knowing the Empress Dowager wouldn't object. As expected, after hearing this, the Empress Dowager agreed. It's all Qin's fault for instigating this and causing trouble. She picked up her teacup, suddenly remembering something. Her face turned grim and terrifying. Bring me the military command tally, secretly. Qin wants to thoroughly investigate this matter. Let's see how he investigates when it's his own people using the drug. What will he do then? That night, as Jun Lingyi walked down the street, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Someone was following her. She alertly stopped in her tracks. Just as she was about to turn around to check, the person behind her caught her off guard and covered her mouth with a drug. In the secret chamber of Yongkuan Palace, Jun Lingyi was awakened by a sudden downpour of water. She opened her eyes abruptly, only to see the Empress Dowager and the nanny standing before her, looking fierce and menacing. Empress Dowager. Jun Lingyi rubbed her head, trying to clear her mind. If mother-in-law wanted me to come, you could have simply sent someone to the mansion to say so. Why be so rough? I don't know what wrong I've committed to deserve such treatment from mother-in-law. The Empress Dowager laughed coldly, saying maliciously, "What wrong have you committed? Your greatest mistake was marrying into our Huang family. Poor, pitiful princess. Kind people are easily bullied. Marrying into the Huang family is the biggest mistake." Jun Lingyi found this statement absurd. She timidly said, "Wasn't it you, Empress Dowager, who personally chose me as your daughter-in-law to marry into the royal family?" Such a glib tongue. No wonder the fifth prince has become increasingly disobedient since marrying you. It must be you constantly instigating and undermining my relationship with him. The imperial advisor was right. To deal with disobedient people, we must use drugs as shackles to control their lifelines. The Empress Dowager muttered to herself, then looked back at Yen Yun. Imperial advisor, you administer the drug yourself. Jun Lingyi was stunned when she saw him. He had said at Musong Tower that he had to leave for a while. How could he be by the Empress Dowager's side? And she was calling him Imperial Advisor? Yen Yun walked straight up to Jun Lingyi, but hesitated to act. The Empress Dowager stared at him impatiently. Imperial Advisor, why aren't you moving? Yen Yun then reached out to lift Jun Lingyi's head, trying to open her mouth. Jun Lingyi clenched her head tightly, absolutely refusing to open her mouth. He looked at him in disbelief, his gaze gradually changing from hope to disappointment. No, Yan Ning, don't force me to hate you. But Yin Ning showed no intention of stopping. His expression remained cold from beginning to end. Finally, he forcefully pried open his mouth and poured the drug in. Junlingyi's tears fell like rain in an instant, simply because it was this most trusted friend before him. Junlingyi painfully clutched at her throat, trying to spit out the drug in her mouth. The Empress Dowager watched this scene with satisfaction and clapped her hands. Good. From today on, feed her 2 packets daily. In 5 days, I want to see her completely submissive to me. Let's go. Everything is under control. She left contentedly. After they left, Yin Ning silently clenched his fists. I'm sorry. His heart was equally tormented, but once the play began, neither of them could stop. Junlingyi looked at him with despair. Use drugs to deal with disobedient people? Was this still the Yin Ning she knew? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes today, she would never have believed it was true. This sudden betrayal left Junlingyi's heart as scattered as the falling drug papers. It was so cold. She lay on the icy floor, curled up in a ball. In her heart, she kept repeating the prince's name. Never before had she missed Qin Ji so much. 4 days later, at the Prince of Shiping's mansion. Have you found anything? These past few days, Qin Ji had been trying to calm himself down and search for the princess consort's whereabouts. As you suspected, she was taken into the palace by that person. But once inside the palace, she disappeared. We couldn't find out exactly where. She's likely been locked in a secret chamber. Couldn't find out. Perhaps every time he heard such uncertain words, his heart grew colder. Seeing his murderous expression, Lu Weichen silently curled up into a ball. Save me, flower butt. Come back quickly. I'm going to be tortured to death by the prince. The conflict between Qin Ji and the Empress Dowager had escalated. Thinking that Junlingyi might be tortured by the Empress Dowager, he wished he could tear her apart. The next day in the Golden Hall, the emperor noticed Qin Ji's silence. He asked, "At today's morning court, the Prince of Shiping seems somewhat distracted. What are you thinking about?" The Empress Dowager behind the curtain deliberately brought up the topic. Could it be about the crackdown on drugs? Recently, I've also been responding to your Majesty's decree. By chance, I caught someone using drugs. This person's identity is special. If we deal with them personally in the Great Hall, it will surely have a deterrent effect. Bring the person up. Then, attendants dragged the dazed Junlingyi onto the Great Hall. The Empress Dowager's ambition was exposed, clear as day. Could the Prince of Shiping and his wife turn danger in his safety? Junlingyi's limp body was pressed onto the Great Hall by the guards. Qin Ji could no longer care about anything else and quickly rushed over in the court. His strong arms embraced her weak form. Lying in Qin Ji's arms, Junlingyi suddenly became clear-headed. The moment she opened her eyes and saw him, tears immediately flowed like a spring. Qin Ji gently wrapped her in a cloak. "It's all right, I'm here." Junlingyi felt so weak at this moment. She had endured swords, guns, and fire. Yet seeing Qin Ji made her feel she couldn't hold on any longer. This scene of the two embracing each other in the court caused a stir among the officials. What was the Prince of Shiping doing? Could this be the princess consort of Shiping? The Prince of Shiping had been vigorously investigating the drug case outside. Yet unexpectedly, he was harboring a drug addict at home, knowingly breaking the law. In public, these two were being too indecent. Yin Ning watched this scene with mixed feelings. When everything settles, I will explain it to you. Fifth brother, kill him. Hang his head on the city gate of the capital. Let everyone in the capital see our Qi country's determination to deal with drugs. The Empress Dowager, seeing Qin Ji react as she expected, smiled smugly. Without a word, Qin Ji swiftly drew his sword and pointed it at the Empress Dowager. At this moment, he seemed like a demon on the battlefield. Allowing you to bring a sword to court was a favor. How dare you now point that sword at me? Are you attempting rebellion? Your Highness, please stop. Junlingyi feared Qin Ji might lose control and do something irreversible. With Qin Ji's support, she shakily stood up. Her behavior made the officials present question things again. Didn't the Empress Dowager say she had taken drugs? How could she stand up with a clear mind? The Empress Dowager suddenly became uneasy. Impossible. I've been feeding her drugs for so many days. She should be physically weak now. Junlingyi, gathering her strength, explained to everyone, "Ministers, to meet like this, I am truly ashamed. I did indeed take drugs, but it was forced upon me by the Empress Dowager." She pointed at the Empress Dowager, accusing her tearfully. The Empress Dowager was dissatisfied with the Prince of Sheeping's investigation of the drug case. She took advantage of my absence to capture me into the palace, locked me in a secret chamber, and fed me drugs for 5 consecutive days. The Empress Dowager said she wanted to use drugs to control. Your Majesty and the Prince of Sheeping were obstructing her path. She wanted to use me as a means to trouble the Prince of Sheeping. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately denied it. "Nonsense. You haven't taken any drugs at all. How dare you spread such lies in the Great Hall?" Junlingyi's sharp tongue had never failed her. She took out several drug papers and continued to confront the Empress Dowager. "The drug takes effect slowly. To make me addicted quickly, the Empress Dowager made me take 2 packets of powder daily. These are the papers that contain the drug powder. I asked the ministers if I had truly taken drugs willingly. Would I choose such a forceful method to harm my own body? Moreover, Empress Dowager, how do you know whether I'm in a drug-affected state now or not? Heaven's justice prevails. No one escapes karma." The Empress Dowager was finally falling from grace. Junlingyi methodically and convincingly confronted the Empress Dowager. Her words successfully turned the ministers' opinions. In an instant, the Empress Dowager was pushed to the edge. "You woman!" She furiously stood up from her chair and shouted, "How dare you tarnish my reputation so casually? Guards, seize this delusional woman and execute her on the spot." She thought everything was still under her control, but at this moment, the court was completely silent. Not a single person moved. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Qinji patted Junlingyi's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. No one can touch you. My people have already made preparations outside. They've blocked the Imperial Guards." Junlingyi was surprised by Qinji's foresight. "You knew this would happen?" Qinji casually patted the princess consort's head again. "Yes, His Majesty and I knew this would happen. We've already investigated the origins of the drug." Facing such a mother, the emperor could only sigh deeply. "Mother, you wanted to rule the country with drugs. Is it to control the country or to control your son? I think you've been sitting behind that curtain for too long. Your ambitions have grown too big." The Empress Dowager hurriedly tried to explain. "My son, how can you say that? Mother is doing this for your own good." The emperor coldly replied, "If it's truly for my good, then stop struggling. I will give you your final dignity." Then, disregarding the Empress Dowager's expression, he ordered the attendants to take her back to the palace. Below the platform, Qinji's furrowed brow hadn't relaxed. He embraced her lovingly, asking softly, "Do you have the strength to walk?" Junlingyi whispered in his ear, "I actually didn't take the drug." Hearing this, his brow finally relaxed. "Good. I'll have someone escort you back to the mansion. I'll return after handling the remaining court matters." After Junlingyi left the hall, she kept looking around. Yan Ning was gone. At this moment, she felt conflicted. Yan Ning was so intense. He must have quietly escaped when he saw things weren't going well. Why am I worried about him? The carriage carrying Junlingyi was stopped when it entered an alley. Yan Ning directly blocked the carriage with his body. Hearing his voice, Junlingyi quickly lifted the curtain. Then she told the driver, "The prince's mansion isn't far. You go back first. I'll walk back to the mansion later." As soon as Junlingyi got off the carriage, she eagerly questioned Yan Ning. "Was it Master's decision to let you enter the palace? Did Master also tell you to advise the Empress Dowager to use drugs to control the court?" Yan Ning clenched his fists tightly, no longer concealing from Junlingyi. "Yes, but I never intended to harm you. When I heard the Empress Dowager was targeting you, I thought it was a good opportunity to help you fake your death and escape from Qinji. Qi country is about to fall into chaos. I don't want to see you get caught up in this mess of power struggles and become a sacrifice, living unhappily for the rest of your days. Besides, I have enough money for you to take the drug continuously until you." Yan Ning's words were immediately interrupted by Junlingyi. "I've been poisoned and don't have much time left, but how I live should be my own choice. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Who knows what fate has in store?" Yan Ning's thoughts were too deep. Facing such a person, Jun Lingyi was utterly disappointed. You got the information. You could have notified me to make plans early, but you made the decision for me on your own. I don't know whether to be touched or scared. Yun Lingyis Istokant. I should thank the poison in my body for helping me neutralize the drug. In my opinion, dying from poison is much better than living without dignity after taking the drug. Having said what was on her mind, Jun Lingyi turned to leave. If you just wanted to explain these things to me, there's no need. The Empress Dowager has fallen, and they'll soon trace it back to you. If I were you, I wouldn't appear so blatantly on the streets. Hurry and escape. Wait! Yan Ning said nothing for a long time, then suddenly called out to him. Master has a task for me to pass on. Hearing this, for some reason, Jun Lingyi felt uneasy inside. She hesitantly turned back to look at him. Yan Ning's eyes now lacked their previous warmth. He seemed like a different person. He said coldly, Master wants you to kill Qinji. Not long after, Jun Lingyi returned to the prince's mansion, deep in thought. Mu Yin and Ha Tao saw her shadow and immediately ran out to greet her. Princess consort, where have you been? Your servant was worried sick. Jun Lingyi gently comforted. Something came up. I'm sorry for worrying you. Actually, the prince and little Persimmon were the most worried about you. While you were gone, they couldn't eat properly, especially little Persimmon. His face has visibly thinned. However, Mu Yin, upon hearing this, turned his head away proudly, unwilling to admit it. Jun Lingyi bent down and patted his head. Mother will freshen up first, then make some delicious food for Mu Yin. Okay? Okay. Little Persimmon was instantly won over. A moment later, Jun Lingyi brought dishes to Zhan Chun Hall. Mu Yin stared at the dishes, his mouth watering. Whenever he saw food, he forgot about being a proud Persimmon and immediately picked up his chopsticks. He ate heartily. Jun Lingyi watched the little one eat with a loving expression. Eat slowly. Mother won't fight you for it. Little Mu Yin, enjoying his meal, suddenly sincerely praised. After eating so much, Mother's cooking is still the best. Hearing this, Jun Lingyi suddenly realized something. Mu Yin reacted, immediately regretting. Oh no, I let it slip. Finally, unable to withstand Jun Lingyi's intense gaze, he confessed honestly, well, it's actually nothing. Father, and I have always known that the food you brought back was made by you. We've just been playing along. Yun Lingyi's triste. Besides cooking, how much else does Qinji know about me? Those things I thought I had hidden so well, does Qinji also know and has been playing along with me? As she was lost in thought, suddenly there was a deep bell sound from outside. Jun Lingyi and the little prince were both somewhat incredulous. After 27 rings, it was a national mourning. Could it be that the Empress Dowager had passed? Turmoil erupted in the palace, and the mysterious little boy's identity was revealed. Shortly after the Empress Dowager's downfall, she died in Yongkuan Palace. The royal descendants would jointly move to Zhaoling. The emperor would wear mourning clothes for 3 years, followed by civil and military officials wearing mourning for 1 year. On the 13th day of the first month, mourning would end. Provincial and prefectural officials would mourn for 3 days. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, after the Empress Dowager's death, the Chen family behind her was found to be involved in the drug case and was exiled. The Chen siblings were no exception, fitted with cangs and shackles. Chun Jingming stared blankly towards the palace. Brother Qinji will come to save me. Brother Qinji won't abandon me. A few days later, Qinji accompanied the emperor to the cold palace to uncover hidden history. The Chun family, except for the one in my heart, is gone. Today, we can finally see him without worrying about the Empress Dowager and the Qin family. The emperor stopped at the cold palace entrance, suddenly hesitant to move forward. 5 years. I've hidden him in the cold palace for 5 years. I don't know if he's still alive. Will he hate me for neglecting him? Qinji gently comforted. Back then, I managed to survive and leave the cold palace. He will definitely have survived safely as well. I hope so. Let's go in. Qinji stepped forward and opened the door for the emperor. Upon seeing the scene inside, the emperor's eyes were filled with heartache. The little boy, sensing strangers' arrival, curled up under the incense burner, trembling. Shy, he lacked the courage he had when fighting with Mu Yin earlier. The emperor carefully walked to the table and crouched down. Come here. I'm your imperial father. What does imperial father mean? This was a term the little boy had never heard in his life. He looked at the emperor with confused, wide eyes. You are my child. I've come to take you out. Can you give me food then? I'm so hungry. The little boy, starved for too long, couldn't help but ask tentatively. Of course. Come out quickly. Imperial father will take you to eat. The emperor, with mixed emotions, held the little boy's hand, and walked out of the cold palace. Imperial father will never let you go hungry again. Qinji, watching the unfamiliar father and son leave, fell into deep thought. I sent him to the cold palace back then. I clearly left a nanny with him. Where's the nanny? Thinking of this, Qinji's eyes gradually grew cold. After the emperor and the boy left, he walked back into the room. A strong, delicious smell permeated the air. Qinji walked straight to the only cabinet where someone could hide. The smell was strongest here. As soon as the cabinet was opened, a pungent odor immediately hit his nose. The walls were covered with dense spider webs. Inside was a long-sealed secret passage. Qinji immediately covered his nose and mouth. In front of Qinji was a staircase descending into darkness. The surrounding walls were stained with blood of varying shades. It wasn't hard to imagine what had happened here before. Entering the secret room, as expected, he saw a corpse. The familiar figure made him momentarily dazed. After bringing you and that child back then, I believed in your loyalty to wholeheartedly protect the child. Why is that child now like a beggar? Qinji boldly crouched down to examine the situation. There were external injuries, and it seemed the person had been dead for some time. Did something happen recently? Suddenly, Qinji heard someone calling his name from outside the secret room. Qinji quickly walked out. It was the emperor, who should have left earlier. Your Majesty, why did you come back? Where's the young prince? I had someone take him for a bath. The emperor, in front of Qinji, lacked his usual lofty authority. He spoke to Qinji somewhat dejectedly. I want to talk with you. Actually, I feel very unfamiliar seeing the young prince. I feel closer to Mu Yin instead. I, as a father, have missed so many years and don't know how to face him. Hearing this, Qinji's expression became complex. Your Majesty, actually I have something to tell you. It's about the young prince. That evening in Zhangchun Hall, Mu Yin sat on the bed, confiding in Junlingyi. Today I heard Uncle Lu say that Uncle Empress suddenly has a child. They say he was stolen by a nanny after birth and ended up among common people. He was only found today. I heard he also has a jade pendant. It was because of the jade pendant that he was recognized. But actually, I'm a bit suspicious. The little beggar I met in the palace that day might be that prince. He's been in the palace all along. Oncle Imperialite. Mu Yan's face wrinkled up in concern. Junlingyi stroked his head gently, comforting him. Wait until you next enter the palace and see him. Then you'll know if your guess is right or not. If I guess correctly, I'm afraid he'll ask for the jade pendant again. At that time, he'll be a prince and I'll be a subject. I'll have no choice but to give it to him. Suddenly, Mu Yan handed the jade pendant to Junlingyi. Then, with a slightly pleading tone, he looked at her. I'll leave the jade pendant with you. Please keep it for me. Junlingyi was startled by this request. She could hardly believe her ears. She asked, Isn't this from your mother? Mu Yan just looked fierce without further explanation. I'm giving it to you, so take it quickly. Junlingyi gently tucked him in. Ever since he was taken into the palace by the Empress Dowager last time, Mu Yan had become noticeably more dependent on her. After Mu Yin fell asleep, Junlingyi looked at the jade pendant in her hand, deep in thought. If what Mu Yin said was true, and that child was really the prince, why would he try to take Mu Yan's jade pendant? Was there something unusual about this jade pendant? Qinji walked in. His gaze was quickly drawn to the jade pendant in Junlingyi's hand. Suddenly, he took Junlingyi's hand and led her out of the room. Have a drink with me. Junlingyi was truly at a loss. After comforting the child, now she had to deal with the father. She was too popular. What should she do? After putting the young prince to sleep, Qinji and Junlingyi had some time alone. Mu Yin said he met a child with a jade pendant in the palace before. The young prince has actually been in the palace all along, right? Hearing this, Qinji's hand paused while pouring wine. Then he honestly explained, yes. That child was born to Princess Manhwa from Yin, who came to Qi for a political marriage. At the time of his birth, there was tension between Yin and Qi. The Empress Dowager didn't want Manhwa to successfully give birth. But with the help of a nanny, Manhwa still managed to give birth to the young prince. The nanny brought the young prince to her side. Princess, look, it's the young prince. See how blessed he looks. However, Manhwa's face showed traces of worry. It's a pity his fate is poor, being born to me. Nanny, thank you. If you hadn't discovered the midwife's intentions today, we both might have died. The midwife sent by the Empress Dowager was tied up in the corner. That's how we were able to give birth safely. The Empress Dowager misunderstood. If I let the Emperor know, she definitely won't spare us. Manhwa begged the nanny for one thing. Please take this child out of the palace. Escape back to our Yin. As a mother, Manhwa hadn't even had a chance to properly look at her child, yet she was already prepared for separation. "Princess, what about you?" The nanny, hearing these words, felt worried. "If I go too, the target will be too big. We probably won't be able to escape. This is the jade pendant the emperor gave me. It's said to be a spiritual treasure passed down in Qi, capable of curing illnesses, warding off disasters, and turning misfortune into fortune." She weakly took off the jade pendant she always carried. "Leave it for the young prince. Several times I felt I couldn't make it, but this jade gave me strength to carry on. Now I give it to my child, hoping it will protect him and keep him safe." The nanny knew this was no time for hesitation, so she replied with unwavering determination, "Princess, rest assured, this old servant will use all her strength to protect the young prince and return him to our yin." A few days later, war broke out between Qi and Yin. Qinji suffered 2 unprecedented defeats in a row. A soldier reported gravely, "We've heard that the recent battles were all strategized by someone from Yin called Yu Jinong. So we, Qinji, this ever-victorious general, faced with this situation, suddenly became serious. Strike while the iron is hot, the second strike weakens, the third strike exhausts. Whether it's because of Yu Jinong or Shi Jinong, we can't afford to lose the next battle." Just then, he suddenly received an urgent message from the palace. The letter said that Princess Meng Wan had given birth to a prince, but the Yin nanny who came with her had fled with the child to the northern city. At that time, I was defending against the enemy in the northern city. The emperor sent me a message asking me to secretly bring the child back and hide him. Junlingyi listened with great interest. "The most dangerous place is the safest place. So you hid the child right under the Empress Dowager's nose." "That's right. I was born in the Cold Palace and know it like the back of my hand. There's a secret room in the Cold Palace. I had the nanny hide there with the child." Hearing this, Junlingyi's eyes suddenly widened like brass bells. "You were born in the Cold Palace? Husband and wife, our lives have had their ups and downs. Who doesn't have a story to tell?" It was only at this moment that Junlingyi realized Qinji had grown up in the Cold Palace. Emboldened by the wine, Qinji told her about his background. "When my mother was banished to the Cold Palace, I was still in her womb, unnoticed. So I was born in the Cold Palace. When I was 3 years old, my father the emperor discovered me. By then, my mother had not only gone mad, but was also terminally ill. I was then taken to be raised by the Empress Dowager, growing up alongside the emperor." As he spoke about his childhood experiences, there was a dimness in his eyes. Junlingyi looked at him with an indescribable, complex feeling. Such a young child, facing a gravely ill and insane mother. How did he manage to survive? She blocked Qinji's hand reaching for the small wine cup. "Drinking like this isn't satisfying enough. Let's switch to a jar of wine." Junlingyi, not tall enough, directly put one foot on the chair to pour the wine. Qinji was so shocked by her bold behavior that he almost sobered up. "Today, let's drink and forget all the unpleasant things from before." Junlingyi always knew how to comfort Qinji when he was feeling down. "All right, let's drink until we're drunk." Qinji gladly accepted the wine bowl, his heart feeling much lighter. Junlingyi, watching his proposal to drink, also felt much more at ease. However, his attempt to drown his sorrows in wine only made them flow more freely. Before his eyes, he suddenly saw Yin Ming's final task for him, to kill Qinji. To him, his master was like a second parent. Without his master, he wouldn't be who he is today. 7 years ago, when Junlingyi was still a child, she had offended the eyes of the madam and young miss. Xiaoren had tried to make her leave this world with deadly force. As Xiaoren left, he didn't forget to leave a cruel remark. "This time, just go in peace. Don't crawl back again." At that time, Junlingyi was severely injured, lying on the cold, desolate ground. But perhaps it wasn't her time to die. Just as she was on the brink of death, her master Su Kongzi appeared. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a warm, large bed. Beside her were 2 people, looking at her with concern in their eyes. "Did you save me?" Junlingyi set up Kokilu. Bai Qiao Qiao smiled and explained. "Master said we just picked you up. Whether you live or not is your own fate. Do you know you've been poisoned?" Su Kongzi looked at this child, who was barely a few years old, with some heartache. "I know it's something I brought from my mother's womb. There's no cure. Jun Lingyi, though young, showed remarkable composure upon hearing this. This kind of poison is in your heart. By all rights, you shouldn't have lived this long. I can't save you, nor can I help you. As for how long you can live from now on, I don't know either. Although Master Su was highly skilled, he was powerless in this situation. Thank you for bringing me back anyway. For Jun Lingyi, this escape from death was already her greatest wish. Would you like to follow me? Su Kongzi was moved by the little girl's strong will. Bai Qiao Qiao, afraid Jun Lingyi would refuse, quickly stepped forward to persuade her. I'm the 11th. Master has taken in many children like us who have no home. If you stay, we'll be a family. From now on, I'll study medicine diligently and take care of you for life. I won't let you die easily. On a dark, windy night, a drunken confession of love. Is it restraint or loss of control? After being driven out of the Jun family, Jun Lingyi had been following Master Su Kongzi. At that time, Qi and Yin countries were at war. The emperor of Yin had passed away, and several princes were killing each other for the throne. It was a time of internal and external troubles. Su Kongzi was from Yin. The Jun family had abandoned him twice. Jun Lingyi, being a time traveler, had no attachment to Qi country, so she wholeheartedly helped Su Kongzi. She strategized for Yin. After helping Yin win against Qi a few times, she gained the title of Imperial Advisor. Later, Su Kongzi helped the favored concubine Luo in the struggle for the throne. Her infant son ascended to the throne. However, that child died young. During that time, my bone poison flared up. I was in a coma for a long time. When I woke up, the fall of Yin was already a foregone conclusion. There was nothing I could do. These things, Jun Lingyi had never mentioned to anyone. Only when she was drunk would she recall these past events. Back then, Master was kind to me. I strategized for him, supported Yin, opened tombs and sealed towers to earn money and gather information. I held nothing back, using all my skills to repay him. Now he wants me to kill Qinji. I'm absolutely unwilling to do so. Thinking back on everything she had been through, and now having to make such a choice, Jun Lingyi was in a tangled mess. She picked up the wine jar, wanting to continue numbing herself with alcohol. How come Jun Lingyi is gone? Seeing her worried face as she frantically drank, Qinji suddenly called her name softly. Listen carefully, Qinji said, suddenly standing up and leaning close to her face. I love you. Only you. These words jumped out directly into Jun Lingyi's heart. Her face flushed, her heart raced, and she felt her body go soft. Jun Lingyi was flustered. Her hand holding the wine jar suddenly loosened. For a moment, she couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. My alcohol tolerance is really getting worse. I'm drunk after just a little. She suddenly stood up, trying to leave to clear her mind. Wait! As she was about to cross the doorway, a pair of large hands quickly grabbed her. I'll carry you back. Although Qinji was slightly tipsy, it didn't affect him at all. He princess carried Jun Lingyi, startling her. But after coming to her senses, she simply gave up and leaned on Qinji. Qinji exuded dominance. He kicked open Jun Lingyi's door with one foot. Then he gently placed Jun Lingyi on the bed. He propped himself up with one hand on the bed, gazing at Jun Lingyi with deep affection. Jun Lingyi was confused, not knowing if it was her or Qinji who was drunk. I want to know if you like this, prince. Jun Lingyi blushed, suddenly becoming dazed. He actually confessed to me. The royal couple reveals their hearts. The great task of making babies begins anew. Qinji gently caressed Jun Lingyi's face, sincerely expressing his feelings. This prince is fond of you. What about you? Jun Lingyi couldn't quite withstand his intense gaze. As she was about to say something, Qinji directly sealed her lips. Even he, who had been through countless battles, was afraid of hearing an unfavorable answer at this moment. But if he was confident enough, he could hear Jun Lingyi's most sincere confession from the depths of her heart. I like you too. It's the kind of like that wants to spend a lifetime together. In an instant, their silhouettes gradually overlapped. The two finally gave themselves to each other without reservation. They surrendered themselves. After a night of passion, Jun Lingyi opened her eyes to see a handsome face. From now on, she would belong to him alone. Jun Lingyi couldn't help but ask what was on her mind. Did I turn you straight? What does turn straight mean? Qinji suddenly grasped her hand that was caressing his face. This novel phrase touched on an area of knowledge he was unfamiliar with. Jun Lingyi slowly leaned closer to him, without hesitation. Turning straight means knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from Mei Yin Lijian. The two immediately sat up straight. Qin Ji's face was clearly not very pleased. Your Highness, Minister Lu has the key. He requests an audience and is waiting. Lu Weiqin, that poor soul, hadn't done anything yet, but was temporarily blacklisted by Qin Ji. He turned to Jun Lingyi and said, continue what you were saying. No, you should go first. We'll talk when you come back. Then sleep a bit more. I'll be back soon. Qin Ji reluctantly tidied Jun Lingyi is here. Then he left without further delay with Du Yu. Jun Lingyi came to the window, watching him leave. Who sent me a message? Suddenly, a carrier pigeon landed steadily on the other side of the window. Qin Ji arrived at the study to see Lu Weiqin, who had been waiting for a long time. What brings you here so early to disturb me? I'll only give you the time of one incense stick. Today, Lu Weiqin had changed from his usual joking manner. He spoke with some concern. One incense stick isn't enough to say it all. Fifth brother, these past few days I've discovered that the drug incident was instigated by Yin Ning to the Empress Dowager. Following Yin Ning's trail, I found that both Ghost House Sha and he are from Yin. Mufeng Tower is their base in Qi. They infiltrated Qi with only one purpose, to disrupt Qi and restore Yin. Jun Lingyi has close ties with them and surely can't be uninvolved. Even her marriage to you might have been planned from the start. You must be careful of her. Although Lu Weiqin was reluctant to believe this fact, too much evidence was before his eyes. He had to warn his brother. To his surprise, after listening, Qin Ji continued to drink his tea calmly. He spoke with some resignation. It would be fine to die by her hand. Lu Weiqin couldn't contain his anger. Hearing this, he jumped up anxiously. Fifth brother, have you gone mad? How can you say such things? Because I trust her. These few short words surpass thousands of others. Have Mufeng Tower sealed off. You don't need to investigate Jun Lingyi further. The determination in his eyes was unshakable. My brother's boyfriend is my husband's uncle, all by my side. At a tavern in the capital, Jun Lingyi received a pigeon message and came to Mufeng Tower. Seeing Bai Qiao Qiao, she was somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Didn't you say there was someone in the capital you didn't want to see, and you absolutely wouldn't come to the capital? Bai Qiao Qiao had no time to worry about such things now. Yin Ning sent a message back, saying you should hand over Mufeng Tower, which you single-handedly created, and break ties with the master. This time, Jun Lingyi clearly saw her own heart. Her eyes were determined. I'm a person, not his pawn. I also have things I want to protect. If he insists on using me to destroy what I cherish, I'd rather stand up and be on the opposite side, be the one moving the pieces. Bei Qiu understood Jun Lingyi. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. I knew you would choose this way, but you must be careful. I heard the master give the order to the senior disciple to eliminate traitors. Coming to warn Jun Ling and ensuring her safety was the purpose of this trip. Thank you for coming specially to warn me. Seeing her good friend rushing about for her sake, Jun Lingyi's gratitude was written all over her face. Actually, I want to ask you, do you regret making such a sacrifice for a man? Bai Qiao Qiao was also a girl with a story. I once met a man who held me in the palm of his hand. At that time, I also wanted to give up everything for him. But unfortunately, there were things more important than me in front of him. He ultimately betrayed me. Jun Lingyi indeed knew that Bai Qiao Qiao had such a person in her heart. She asked uncertainly, is it that Wang Kai? Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. Bai Qiao Qiao, Lu Weiqin, and Bai Russian, the good brothers, burst in. They interrupted their conversation. Hearing this address, Bai Qiao Qiao turned her head in panic. Jun Ling looked at the two men in confusion. What did you call him? Lu Weiqin and Bai Russian, like looking in a mirror, questioned each other. Surprised, they once again looked towards Bai Qiao Qiao in unison. What's your relationship with him? Seeing these two, Bai Qiao Qiao felt extremely conflicted and didn't know where to begin. Jun Lingyi was even more confused under the tree. Then Bai Qiao Qiao immediately stood up nervously, trying to explain clearly. Brother, there's nothing between us. We just knew each other before. This statement surprised Lu Weiqin greatly. He's your brother? After a moment of shock, he quickly reacted and formally bowed to his good friend. The title brother-in-law confused the siblings. Lu Wangkai, what nonsense are you calling? Bai Qiao Qiao angrily shouted at him like a lioness. Only Jun Ling leisurely drank tea, watching this scene. She enjoyably became a spectator. Lu Weichen was actually by Qiao Qiao's ex-boyfriend Wang Kai. Bad news. The officials are here. Mufeng Tower is being sealed off. Suddenly, the aggressive officials broke through the tavern's bottleneck. With different paths, can Jun Lingyi successfully break away from her master? Officials suddenly appeared on the street, sealing off Mufeng Tower. The tavern entrance was surrounded by onlookers. I heard the owner of Mufeng Tower is the recently wanted imperial tutor Chen Yujin. Now the officials have come to arrest him. Informed and confused people discussed heatedly. Soon, Mufeng Tower was sealed with official notices. Officials held Yin Ning's portrait, asking if anyone had seen this person. Seeing this situation, Jun Lingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The officials were still looking for Yin Ning everywhere, which meant Yin Ning had successfully escaped from Mufeng Tower. As she was lost in thought, a ragged little boy fell beside her. "Are you all right?" Jun Lingyi immediately helped him up out of instinct. However, the little boy slipped a note into her hand. Jun Lingyi took the note. Before she could ask for more details, the little boy ran away faster than a rabbit, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, the dramatic scene between the Bai siblings and Lu Weichun continued. "Let's talk." Suddenly, another hand grabbed Bai Qiao Qiao from the left. Bai Russian stared at the Lu brothers like they were thieves, almost wanting to play tug-of-war to pull Bai Qiao Qiao away. Seeing their unresolved argument, Jun Lingyi quietly stood up, preparing to slip away. "Qiao Qiao, you all chat. I'll go first." At this moment, Bai Qiao Qiao was internally collapsing. She gritted her teeth and tried hard, using her mind to plead, "Sister, don't go. Save me." After turning her back to leave, Jun Lingyi finally took out the crumpled paper in her hand. This discreet way of sending a message reminded her of someone. "Tonight at the third watch, meet in the birch forest outside the city." As expected, this handwriting was Yin Ning's. Late at night, Jun Lingyi arrived at the birch forest as scheduled. Yin Ning, wearing a bamboo hat, leaned against a birch tree. "Jun Lingyi, I hate you." Yin Ning heard the voice, but didn't raise his head. Hearing these unusual words, Jun Lingyi immediately stopped in her tracks. "You were the one who brought me into Shukonge back then. Now you've abandoned me. I hate that you chose to stop, turning your back on me without a glance." "Yin Ning, I had no choice. I can't be manipulated by others." Jun Lingyi never intended to be his enemy. Faced with his complaints, she felt indescribable emotions. She wanted to explain to him, but Yin Ning interrupted her before she could finish. "I hate you, so you should leave. Let's never meet again in this life." Jun Lingyi suddenly had a bad feeling. Wasn't he the one who asked her to come? Why was he acting so strangely? Could it be that Yin Ning was used as bait to lure her here? It's a trap run. Yin Ning suddenly changed his mind at the last moment. However, Gue Gusha behind them didn't give the two time to react. He leaped down from the tree. Then, not giving Jun Lingyi any chance to breathe, he pointed his sword directly at her. Jun Lingyi was forced to retreat continuously. "Seen your brother now?" Seeing the danger approaching, Yin Ning recklessly grabbed him from behind. "Let go." Although Gue Gusha was reluctant, he couldn't forgive anyone who betrayed the sect. So he gritted his teeth and swung his sword at Yin Ning. Yin Ning quickly leaned back, barely escaping disaster. "Run quickly. I'll hold him back." Yin Ning directly grasped the sword's edge with his hand. Blood flowed from his fingers. Gue Gusha withdrew his sword, his will still unwavering. "I don't want to kill you, but if you persist in your delusion, I won't consider our brotherhood anymore. Born from the same root, why such bitter rivalry?" Former sect brothers, now reluctantly facing each other with weapons. Faced with his senior brother's relentless pressure, Yin Ning was no longer weak. He took up his weapon to confront Gue Gusha head-on, but the difference in their strengths was too great. Yin Ning was quickly defeated. The master's orders cannot be disobeyed. "Do you really want to betray the sect?" Gue Gusha asked Yin Ning one last time. But Yin Ning resolutely stood on the opposite side. Traitors must be killed without mercy. Yin Ning was kicked so hard he coughed up blood. In Gue Gusha's eyes, the master's orders were above all else. Whoever betrayed the master became his enemy. Yin Ning and Jun Lingyi reacted, rushing over immediately. She supported him. "Why didn't you obey?" Yin Ning collapsed beside Jun Lingyi, asking helplessly, "Didn't you just complain about me abandoning you? You don't care." Jun Lingyi ultimately couldn't bring herself to truly hate him. "But this time I want you to abandon me." As he spoke, Yin Ning couldn't help but cough up more blood. Then, using the last bit of his strength, he pushed Jun Lingyi away. Without hesitation, he charged towards his senior brother. Go quickly. I can hold him off a bit longer. Go find your Qingji. You brought this upon yourself. Jiang Xuyao's patience was exhausted. He no longer showed any mercy. As Yin Ning charged towards him, he thrust his sword directly through his chest. With a thud, Yin Ning instantly lost all resistance and fell heavily to the ground. Junlingyi watched helplessly as her once best friend met this fate. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. She knelt helplessly beside him, looking at her senior brother with anger and hatred. Gue Gusha's eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. He walked towards Junlingyi step by step, sword in hand. Just as he was about to raise his sword again, Junlingyi quickly grabbed blood from the ground. She swiftly threw it towards his eyes. Gue Gusha instinctively protected his eyes and stepped back repeatedly. At that moment, he heard unusual noises nearby. Years of combat experience made him alert even though he couldn't see. Qingji, Junlingyi cried out, as if grasping at a lifeline. That familiar figure in the distance rekindled hope in her heart. The prince always arrived as timely as June rain. Qingji looked at Junlingyi kneeling on the ground, his heart aching to the point he couldn't breathe. Seeing the situation unfavorable to him, Gue Gusha quickly rushed over and knocked Junlingyi unconscious while she was distracted. Qingji's arrival speed was somewhat unexpected. He grabbed the unconscious Junlingyi, quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder, and ran towards the depths of the forest. This was their territory. Therefore, he was very familiar with the terrain here. Qingji was also well aware of this point, so after losing them, he was anxious beyond measure. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. The forest was dense, not suitable for horseback riding. They dismounted. Looking at Yin Ning lying on the ground, he turned and instructed Du, two people stay with you. Fine by Russian. You must save him. The rest follow me in pursuit. Watching his wife being taken away before his eyes, his gaze could almost kill. Brothers in arms, now at each other's throats. Where would fate lead them? Qingji led a group of soldiers through the forest. The surrounding visibility became blurry due to the snowfall. It became unclear. Although Qingji left marks everywhere, they eventually returned to the starting point. This phenomenon made his already anxious heart even more uneasy. Your Highness, the people behind us have disappeared. Only a few of us are left. Qingji only then realized belatedly. Looking back, the large group of people from earlier had now dwindled to just a few. He examined the surrounding environment, then slowly started running. There should be a formation tower here. Everyone be careful. After instructing them to stay close to each other, he continued forward without looking back. Every moment they delayed meant more danger for Junlingyi. Meanwhile, Junlingyi had already been taken to a secret base by Gue Gusha. When the master regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw standing before him. You've suffered. In Su Kongzi's deep gaze, countless calculations were hidden. At this moment, Junlingyi was completely disappointed in her master. Why didn't you kill me on the spot? Why go to the trouble of bringing me here? You don't want to kill the Prince of Pingxi, so I had to resort to this strategy. Su Kongzi remained calm and unhurried. He slowly spoke. Hearing this, Junlingyi broke out in a cold sweat. So, Yin Ning was protecting me while I was protecting Qingji. I fear as soon as I came to meet Yin Ning, someone must have sent word to Qingji, telling him I had come here. After all, we were master and disciple. Even if you betrayed the sect, I couldn't bear to kill you. How about this? Play a game of chess with me. If you can beat me, I'll let bygones be bygones and set you free. If you lose, you'll leave your life here. Su Kongzi slammed a chess piece heavily onto the board. Of course, you can also choose to stay. I'm being very reasonable, aren't I? All right, who takes the black pieces? Junlingyi, knowing her master's habits well, directly agreed. Only this way could she gain a chance at survival. And so the master and disciple began their chess match. Facing the cunning Su Kongzi, Junlingyi remained calm, advancing steadily. Master, the Yin kingdom has already fallen. The last young prince has also died. Even if you want to restore the country now, who could be the emperor? Or are you just using the Yin kingdom's banner, borrowing the power of its people to sit on that position yourself? As she spoke, she quietly observed Gue Gusha's reaction. As expected, Jiang Shuyao, upon hearing this, unconsciously glanced towards Su Kongzi. But Su Kongzi was not afraid of her tactics. He calmly continued playing chess, showing no emotion. Your mouth, always so sharp. I was once an outsider, How could I have personal desires? All I do is for the people of Yin. The son of Princess Manhwa of Yin is also of royal Yin bloodline. It would be most fitting for him to be the emperor of Yin. Junlingyi was shocked to hear such an intricate plan. So that's why you sent Yin Ning to the Empress Dowager's side. With the Empress Dowager's power, the young prince would never see the light of day. You aim to overthrow the Empress Dowager and reveal the young prince's identity. The true ambition of the mastermind behind the scenes was revealed. Who would have the last laugh? Junlingyi continued to play chess while confronting Su Kongzi. After Yin fell, you had me return to the capital to open Mufeng Lu and set up branches in various places to facilitate collecting and transmitting information. You said this would provide a refuge for Yan survivors and also allow us to observe Qi's movements, preventing them from completely eradicating us. Actually, those are all excuses. You had already set up the plan back then. You used Mufeng Tower to help you make money, recruit soldiers, and control secrets across the world. You recruited many people, but your forces were still insufficient to directly confront the Qi state. So you wanted me to kill Qinji. Without Qinji, the Qi state's army would be in disarray. Once the military order is set, the pieces fall into place, step by step. I guess your next plan is to assassinate the emperor, right? After the young prince ascends the throne, you can directly change Qi to Yin, restoring the country effortlessly without bloodshed. You're very clever, but you guessed one thing wrong. Su Kongzi picked up the adopted son, his gaze determined. The plan to kill the emperor has already begun. He was seen defending his move, locking in the game, looking confident of victory. I've already set up layers of traps in the forest outside. Whether it's the imperial edict or the emperor, neither will survive today. Even if Junlingyi guessed the beginning, the ending is still unpredictable. But once the game is started, it cannot be stopped. In the imperial palace early morning, the emperor was enjoying breakfast time with the young prince. "Father Emperor, please eat." The young prince picked up a piece of meat from the plate and gave it to the emperor. "Good boy." After a few days of interaction, the emperor gradually became more familiar with the young prince. At this moment, he had never been more off guard. After accepting the food, he tasted it with relish. The young prince, seeing this scene, revealed a meaningful smile on his face. On the other side, in the misty forest, Qinji only saw the sunlight outside and realized it was already dawn. However, although the sun had risen, they still hadn't been able to get out of this forest. Only one of his subordinates remained with him. Suddenly, a rain of swords came at them from all directions. Quick dodge. Qinji, battle-hardened, could react quickly. He used his sword to defend, but his subordinate wasn't so lucky. Countless swords pierced his body, leaving only the shocked expression on his face permanently frozen. When it rains, it pours. Qinji knelt halfway in front of him. These were all brothers who had been through life and death with him. To say he wasn't heartbroken now would be a lie. He silently gripped his sword tightly. At this moment, he couldn't fall, because Junlingyi was still waiting for him. "I'm going to win." Su Kongzi's schemes were unfolding step by step. The game was also about to be decided. "Of all my disciples, you're my favorite. Smart, just not very obedient. To kill you, I really can't bear it." Su Kongzi picked up his teacup, his expression a bit reluctant. "I'm willing to give you another chance. Let's call today's game a draw. As long as you're willing to return to my side and swear never to betray me again. Is there such a good thing?" Junlingyi pretended to be surprised and covered his mouth. But then he snorted coldly. "But what can I do? Once I've made a decision, I never change it. Until the very end, the outcome is still uncertain. Fighting against the odds, protecting with one's life. This beautiful love story, who wouldn't be captivated by it? The cup hadn't yet fallen, but the situation had already changed. Su Kongzi was still gloating, immersed in the joy of restoring his country. Bang! The door of the small house was forcefully broken open. Zhang Shuyao stood behind the door, forced to retreat repeatedly. Qinji's appearance made their hearts sink considerably. Junlingyi, after going through countless hardships, finally saw the person she had been longing for. All the worry and longing pent up in her heart were expressed in this call. "I set up an inescapable net. How could he possibly escape?" The moment Su Kongzi saw him, his eyes suddenly became fearful. Why not? Jun Lingyi, seeing her husband arrive, naturally felt more confident. Xu Kongzi's face immediately darkened. He ordered Gue Gusha beside him. The restoration of the country was right before their eyes. Kill him. Jiang Shuyao immediately reacted, drawing his sword and charging forward. Although he was one of the strongest in the sect, Qin Ji, the ever-victorious general, was not to be underestimated. The two said nothing and started fighting immediately. On the other side, Jun Lingyi continued to play chess methodically with Xu Kongzi. Talking about restoring the country not for selfish desires sounds so noble, but in reality, this country originally belonged to the young prince. Whether it's called Qi or Yin, what's the difference? You're so eager to kill Qin Ji and the emperor, letting the young prince ascend the throne. What you seek is nothing more than, while the young prince is still young, to control the emperor and command the feudal lords, making yourself the true master of this world. But you're destined to lose, huh? Jun Lingyi directly made a decisive move. This chess game was like their fate. Xu Kongzi was so angry his face twisted. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the chess table. You were deliberately exposing weaknesses you've been stalling for time all along, holding back, not allowing yourself to win. It must have been so difficult for you. The outcome of the chess game was decided. Jun Lingyi laughed as she dropped the chess piece in her hand. Gue Gusha was no match for Qin Ji either. He fell to the ground, spitting blood. Qin Ji put his sword behind him, looking down at him condescendingly. You were my match before, and you won't be my opponent now. Having dealt with the small fry, now it's time to deal with the big one. Qin Ji took his sword and walked straight towards Xu Kongzi. I will never lose. The situation changed too quickly. Xu Kongzi couldn't accept the reality of this defeat. Bang! He was furious and angrily destroyed the chessboard. Then he suddenly stood up abruptly, pulling out a blade from his sleeve. Even if I die, I'll take this traitor with me. The next second, the blade flew straight towards Jun Lingyi's direction. This unexpected attack caught everyone off guard. Jun Lingyi didn't react in time, sitting motionless in her original spot. Watch out! Qin Ji didn't have time to think. He directly threw himself in front of Jun Lingyi. This reckless action was purely instinctive. My lord! Blood from Qin Ji's wound splattered onto Jun Lingyi's face. Jun Lingyi felt her mind go blank, tears streaming down. Qin Ji's expression hadn't fully relaxed yet. Even as he fell, he wanted to eliminate all danger for his wife. Enduring the pain, he quickly put his sword to Xu Kongzi's neck. Then, with a swift motion, he ended the old man's life with one stroke. As he fell, Qin Ji's body also began to collapse. This final obstacle, he had finally cleared it for the princess consort. Are you alright? He used all his remaining strength to walk to Jun Lingyi's side. After confirming she was safe, Qin Ji finally couldn't hold on and fell into a pool of blood. True feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Today was another day to shed tears for the love of Qin Ji and Jun Lingyi. After confirming the princess consort was unharmed, Qin Ji could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground. Poison! Jun Lingyi looked at the blackening wound on his body and immediately realized. She then picked up Qin Ji's fallen sword and without hesitation cut her own palm. Don't be afraid, the bone-eating venom in my body is the king of all poisons. It can cure all toxins. If you drink my blood, you can fight poison with poison. Fresh blood flowed from Jun Lingyi's palm onto Qin Ji's lips, but he seemed to sense something and refused to open his mouth. Drink! Why aren't you drinking? Drink it and you'll be fine. Little Tidy, open your mouth. Open your mouth. Jun Lingyi was so anxious that tears streamed down uncontrollably. Her hand was so close to him, yet she couldn't feel even a hint of his breath. I won't let you die. If you dare to die, I'll drag you back even from the 18th level of hell. Jun Lingyi wiped his tears, forcing herself to calm down. She tenderly caressed Qin Ji's cheek. In the past, whenever she saw him, Qin Ji always smiled brightly. Now, no matter how she called out to him, he showed no response. Jun Lingyi quickly bit her own lip and pressed it against his. No matter what, I will definitely save you. A moment later, Qin Ji's eyes moved slightly. Jun Lingyi tentatively shook his body. Little Tidy, wake up. Perhaps hearing Jun Lingyi's tearful voice, Qin Ji's brows furrowed slightly. Great! Seeing his reaction, Jun Lingyi's hope was rekindled. Hold on a bit longer, I'll take you out of here right away. She carefully helped Qin up from the ground. Qin slowly opened his eyes, looking at Junlingyi with reluctance. Wife, you should go. I can't make it. I can feel it. I won't survive. Our 1-year agreement is void. From now on, I won't stand in your way. Go find someone you like. Even though his heart was filled with reluctance, Qin chose to let go. His princess consort should have a better life. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin couldn't help but cough up blood. Little tidy. Junlingyi was shocked by this scene. She used all her strength to support Qin against her back. Listen to me, you're the one I like. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. We'll go find by Russian and Xiao. You'll be fine. The 1-year agreement is void, but I still want to stay by your side. We'll be together from now on. I still want to give Mayan a little sister. Did you hear me? Junlingyi had poured out her heart, trying to leave a trace of attachment in his heart. The moment when the aloof prince's defenses broke down, the princess consort's condition was revealed. Diyu had been waiting at the forest entrance for a long time, but still hadn't received any orders from Qin. He anxiously stood on the cliff, searching for any sign of the prince. But all around, there was nothing but snowflakes and mist. Not a single living thing in sight. We can't wait anymore, let's go in. Diyu, having followed the prince for many years, understood his style. Not meeting up with them as planned meant something must have gone wrong. Not long after entering the forest, they saw Junlingyi in the distance, and an unconscious Qin. The princess consort was barely hanging on, carrying him on her back to this point. Seeing Diyu and his group, she suddenly broke down. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed straight onto the snow. A day later, inside Zigwich, Chun, seeing his brother still unconscious, was worried. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Are you capable enough? Bai Russian was the first to object. Are you doubting me? How could I, brother-in-law? Lu Weichun was practically dancing on his brother's landmines. Don't call me that. Xiao doesn't want anything to do with you anymore. Bai Russian, the sister complex, coldly refused. The two of them, like elementary school kids, started bickering as soon as they met. Just then, Qin slowly opened his eyes. The two immediately stopped their internal strife and looked towards Qin. You're finally awake. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. Lu Weichun was so excited he lost control of his expressions. Bai Russian, relatively calm, helped Qin sit up. The poison you were infected with was extremely potent. Fortunately, Junlingyi immediately fed you her blood. Fighting poison with poison, it barely kept you alive, allowing you to pull through. Whose blood? Hearing this, Qin had a vague sense of foreboding. What good is, of course. Who would have thought? She's been poisoned since childhood, barely keeping alive with medicine. Lu Weichun knew such important information couldn't be kept from his brother, so he told the truth. Hearing this, Qin brows suddenly furrowed tightly. Where is she? Lu Weichun was so frightened by his expression that he almost forgot to answer. The next second, Qin rushed directly to the princess consort's room. Another prince, by Xiao, was guarding Junlingyi's side. Her expression was somewhat haggard. She was already suffering from the torment of the shattered heartbone. After saving you, the poison immediately flared up. I've used medicine, applied needles, but all. As Bai Xiao spoke, she suddenly broke down crying. This time, I'm afraid she won't wake up. Qin had previously thought the princess consort might be slightly unwell, but he never imagined it would be this serious. Bai Xiao's words made his heart sink to the depths. Qin couldn't accept this outcome. He clenched his fists tightly, losing his usual rationality. He shouted angrily at Bai Xiao. No, I don't care what method you use, save her. If she dies, I'll make everyone accompany her in death, giving blood to save her husband, yet falling into eternal coma herself. The Qin couple, is it a blessing or a curse? Junlingyi gave her blood to save Qin, but immediately succumbed to the poison. When she woke up, she found herself in a pitch-black corridor. Am I in the underworld? The further she walked, the more eerie it felt, until she saw what seemed to be light at the end of the path. Then that door emitting light gradually opened. The light outside the door was too dazzling, forcing Junlingyi to cover her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a room. Beside her was an infant still in swaddling clothes. Where am I? This sudden second transmigration left Junlingyi at a loss. Junlingyi felt somewhat disoriented. What's wrong with you? While she was in a daze, someone suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Ah! Junlingyi was so startled when she turned and saw Su Kongzi's face that she stumbled backward. Why are you so surprised? Su Kongzi was also confused confused by Jun Lingyi's extreme reaction. He looked completely bewildered. No, Su Kongzi's face was obviously much younger. Jun Lingyi calmed down and looked around, carefully analyzing the situation. This seemed to be the palace of Yin. I've transmigrated again and returned to 5 years ago. The more Jun Lingyi thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I remember 5 years ago, the young emperor of Yin had just ascended the throne not long ago, when he was poisoned and died from an assassination attempt. The Empress Dowager heard I had a poisonous heart and wanted to use my blood to save her royal son. The young prince didn't wake up, so she wanted to cut off my flesh and blood to make medicine. Fortunately, Master arrived in time and knocked out the Empress Dowager, and I fell unconscious, lying for half a year. When I woke up, Yin had already been destroyed. I never thought I would transmigrate back to this point. Looking at the Empress Dowager lying on the ground, Jun Lingyi finally connected the timeline. Su Kongzi suddenly picked up the child and walked up to her, instructing, "We can't let anyone find out the young emperor has passed away. Princess Manhwa, who married in a Qi, has just given birth to a boy. His nanny brought the child back to Yin and found me today. If you're feeling all right, go outside the palace and switch the children with Princess Manhwa's." Jun Lingyi was surprised to find out Su Kongzi was involved in such a scheme of swapping princes. She gained an even deeper understanding of his evil deeds. "What's wrong? Are you still unwell? Then I'll send someone else to do it." Su Kongzi didn't feel there was anything wrong with his actions. Jun Lingyi quickly reacted and took the child. "No, I'm fine now. I'll go right away." Only she could stop Su Kongzi's unrighteous behavior. Jun Lingyi looked at the child in the swaddling clothes, lost in thought. So it was all destined. I think I understand the meaning of why I've transmigrated to this point in time. Little Persimmon isn't the real Little Persimmon. Mu Yan's background is revealed. As night fell, a carriage stopped steadily deep in the forest. Following Su Kongzi's instructions, Jun Lingyi brought over the dead infant. "Is this the child Su Kongzi wants to give me?" The nanny's face showed a hint of worry. After receiving Jun Lingyi's affirmative answer, she handed over the infant in her arms. "This is the child Su Kongzi wants. Take good care of her. She's still too young." Jun Lingyi looked at the infant in her arms, more determined in her thoughts. Earlier, Qin Ji said the Empress Dowager has been trying to kill Princess Manhwa's child. If I switch the dead infant with Princess Manhwa's child now, when the Empress Dowager catches up to them, she'll think the child is already dead and won't investigate further. Then I'll give Princess Manhwa's child to Qin Ji, and she'll be safe. The jade pendant. Quickly, give me the jade pendant. As the carriage started to move, the nanny suddenly lifted the curtain and called out anxiously to Jun Lingyi. Jun Lingyi reacted quickly, swiftly pulling out a jade pendant from the young prince's chest. As the carriage began to move away, Jun Lingyi quickly threw the jade pendant over. Unfortunately, the jade pendant hit the carriage door frame and split into 2 halves. The nanny swiftly caught 1 half. Then the carriage left without further delay. If the Empress Dowager discovered their meeting, they would all be dead. Jun Lingyi picked up the other half of the jade pendant from the ground and examined it closely. Whether by coincidence or her imagination, Jun Lingyi felt this jade pendant looked very similar to Mu Yan's. Earlier at the Cold Palace entrance, Mu Yan had told her that he had worn that jade pendant since he was little. The other half of the young prince's jade pendant in the Cold Palace also looked exactly like his. All these clues suddenly connected. She had a sudden realization. She looked at the infant in her arms in disbelief. Could this child really be Mu Yan? That would mean the child she just gave to the nanny survived and became the young prince raised in the Cold Palace. Sure enough, not long after the carriage left the woods, the infant in Bo Meng's arms suddenly started crying loudly. Jun Lingyi stood still, struggling to process the situation. If so, Mu Yan was not Qin Ji's biological son, but the child of the Yin Emperor and Princess Manhwa. Thinking of this, Jun Lingyi tucked the jade pendant into the baby's swaddling clothes. If that's the case, I must ensure your safe delivery to Qin Ji. Just then, the baby suddenly started crying. Jun Lingyi panicked at the crying. Why is he crying? Is he hungry? Thinking this, Jun Lingyi comforted the baby while surveying her surroundings. She had no intention of returning the child. Su Kongzi would surely send people to look for her. She needed to change her disguise to avoid them. May we be blessed with longevity. Though far apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. The couple's reunion draws near. To ensure the young prince's survival, the disguised Jun Lingyi, along with a cow and a chubby baby, began their journey to find her husband. Just then it suddenly started raining. Junlingyi hurriedly took shelter in a nearby cave with the baby. She tied the cow at the entrance and went inside with the child. Ouch! As soon as she took a step, she tripped over something. She stumbled forward, nearly dropping the baby. However, when she looked closely, she saw it was her beloved. Qinji looked haggard, collapsed on the blood-stained ground. Junlingyi placed the baby beside him and immediately gathered materials to make a fire for warmth. Then she skillfully bandaged his wounds. It seemed he had been injured on the battlefield and hidden here by his subordinates after losing consciousness. It had already been 2 days. If she hadn't found him today, he might not have survived until tomorrow. Suddenly, Junlingyi recalled her first encounter with Qinji after losing her memory. In an instant, she understood everything. Her appearance here wasn't a coincidence. Everything had been predetermined. After a long period of unconsciousness, Qinji slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake." Junlingyi heard the movement and immediately leaned down to check on him. This moment was exactly when they first met. Junlingyi also understood that when Qinji first met her, he probably didn't know her true identity. He asked, and she would smile and reply, "My name is Jun Ruyan. I'm called Yun Win." Since history cannot be altered, and this is the best possible outcome, let her complete this destined encounter. And so, Junlingyi, with the young prince, stayed with Qinji in the cave while he recovered. The three of them found brief peace amidst the raging war. At night, when the cave was cold, Junlingyi unconsciously leaned towards Qinji in her sleep. Her clothes slipped off her shoulder, revealing her birthmark. This single glance became the mark Qinji later used to confirm her identity. After Qinji recovered, Junlingyi handed the baby to him, entrusting him to raise the child well. Qinji tried to persuade Junlingyi to stay, but didn't force her. He took the child and bid farewell to Junlingyi. After walking a distance, Junlingyi looked back reluctantly. Her body was starting to lose control. This would likely be the last time she saw Qinji. The next day, when Junlingyi opened her eyes again, she saw Bai Qiao Qiao anxiously watching by her bedside. Seeing her awake, Bai Qiao Qiao cried with joy, "Thank goodness, you've finally woken up." Hearing the commotion, Qinji rushed in from the doorway. Seeing his haggard appearance, Junlingyi knew he had suffered greatly for her during this time. Knowing they would have much to discuss, Bai Qiao Qiao tactfully left the room. The emperor is in danger. Junlingyi suddenly remembered what Su Kongzi had told her. Qinji calmly held her hand after hearing this. "Don't worry, the culprit has been caught. The emperor is safe, and Yin Ning is also doing well. The rescue was timely, and after such a long recovery, she's about 70 to 80% healed," Qinji said while stroking Junlingyi's hair. "My wife, you've asked about so many people since waking up. I wonder how many questions it will take before you ask about me." Junlingyi blushed at being called wife. "Why are you suddenly calling me wife? I heard everything you said when you were saving me." "Junlingyi, I love you too. No need for hesitation or contracts. Let's get married."